90 loyalist skulls in the pile. 90 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 89 loyalist skulls in the pile. Now. The timeline has progressed as always. It is now 1994, July 2nd, 2 hours, 11 minutes and 26 seconds. Now, that establishes everything, and we can pop over to the everything. There we go. All of the everythings are up and about. Today... Wait, no. Right, the beginning, properly. Greetings and welcome. I am Carionto, and today we shall continue with Root Double Before Crime After Days Xtend Edition. We are doing the thing. Goddamn, I'm just started and I already forgot. What am I doing? Anyway, I fucked around with the audio again. I don't know how it sounds. I mean, I do know how it sounds. I don't know if it's any good. I get trapped in this echo chamber of my own voice where I don't know if it sounds good or bad, and I just accept it as it is. I think it's fine. I've done literally 100... I've lost my mind. No, I'm not doing it. It's fine. It's good enough. I don't want to lose my brain again. Anyway, it's fine. It's all fine. Today, aside from that, is there anything else? No, there isn't. No, there isn't. All that is left is to do the vocal exercises before we delve into my attempts at recapping what happened previously, which is arduous and torturous, but it must be done. What am I referring to? The reading exercise or the recap? Both? Both? Everything, yes. Everything. Where are you? Look at this. Let's go. Okay, now. For today's reading exercise, we first obviously must reset our brains to something that's less insane than the reality you are engaged with constantly. And in order to do that, we must solicit the services, yes, the brilliant minds of the Onion crew from their yellow page. I used the yellow pages already. Whatever, it's fine. Anyway, they are informing us of this incredibly relevant and important detail that Uncle Ben's to compete against Apple with brand new smartphone, even. A smartphone. What's a smartphone? Spartan phone. That could, not sure what that could be. Well, anyway. July 24th, 2012. And I just noticed they got rid of the dates of the exact hours and minutes, which is sad. That's a recent change. It's a bit disappointing. I like my exact dates and times. For reasons. I don't know. It just feels more exact. Anyway. The new 4G Basmati phone from Uncle Ben's. What kind of accent should I go for? A very American accent or something like that? Let's try that. Houston, hoping to boost profits by cutting into the valuable market share currently occupied by Apple's popular iPhone 4S, top American rice manufacturer Uncle Ben's announced plans Tuesday to release its first ever smartphone. Uncle Ben's, a company traditionally known for producing white, whole grain, brown, and flavored rices, confirmed a November 23rd launch date for its new Basmati phone, a 4G-capable device expected to serve as the brand's flagship product as the company makes its entry into the lucrative mobile technology sector. Whether it's instant rice, country-style rice, boil-in-a-bag rice, or smartphones, Uncle Ben's has always been committed to innovation. A statement from the company read in part. I already forgot what the accent I was doing. In 1942, we introduced the world to easy-to-cook parboiled rice. Today, we wish to introduce you to a new vision, one in which people can cook up some Uncle Ben's on the stove and, at the same time, be on their Basmati browsing our marketplace for some new apps, texting their friends with our instant rice messenger. Our customer base is increasingly young, connected, and on the go. The statement continued. And we're uniquely positioned to become the only company in America to simultaneously offer international phone service, internet access, GPS, broccoli rice au gratin, and MP3 downloads of top recording artists. As first reported by TechCrunch and the USA Rice Council, the Basmati will feature a 5.3-inch display with a density of 285 pixels per inch, a dual-core 1.5 GHz processor, and 2 GB of RAM, as well as a robust set of entertainment features that includes a rear-mounted 8-megapixel autofocus camera, dozens of preloaded stir-fry recipes, and a dub flash support. In addition, the Basmati will run on Uncle Ben's proprietary long-grain operating system, a platform designed to optimize graphics performance and speed using processes that, according to technical specifications released by the rice producer, are entirely gluten-free. Uncle Ben's is a name Americans already know and trust, said American President Vincent Howell, adding he hopes that Basmati will become the iPhone's foremost competitor within 3 years. When they see that face smile up at them, they'll know they picked the right phone. It's time for us to build on Uncle Ben's success, and that means making a run at Apple. Amazon, Google, they're all in the same game here, and if we don't get on this, we'll be left behind. Right now, those guys are eating our lunch. We have the brand recognition, the president of the rice company added, so let's capitalize on it with this smartphone. Many at the company expressed a like-minded confidence in the project, with one board member enthusiastically saying, I think people are going to like an Uncle Ben's phone even if they don't like rice all that much. Executives noted that their marketplace was rapidly changing, and whether they liked it or not, they would have to change with it. Rice just isn't going to cut it anymore, said Tim Snyder, Uncle Ben's vice president of marketing. If we don't get a smartphone on the market soon, we'll have nothing to offer the millions of consumers out there who are eager to shell out hundreds of dollars for the latest high-tech gadget, but who, let's face it, aren't nearly that enthusiastic about rice. Reach for comment, experts in the rice and tech industries questioned the company's strategy, noting that besides Apple and Google, Uncle Ben's will face stiff competition from Hamburger Helper, which unveiled its much-hyped Helping Hand smartphone earlier this year. And that's that. That is that. That is indeed imperative news from 2012. The future. Indeed, because we live in 1984. God damn. Alright, my brain's all stirred up, boiled like rice. So, we left off the psychokinetic children last time in the before crime route. Okay, what happened there? Okay, so Mashiro is an empath, meaning she can read minds and stuff like that, though she says she doesn't really use it that much, and has been able to do that for years, so that's cool. Good for her. Then we had... Alright, that's why she's so convinced that... Well, she knows that she heard a terrorist's plot to do terrorism and whatnot. And apparently part of a terrorist organization that she discovered in an afternoon called Q. Complete coincidence with the real world one. Oh well, these things happen. Anyway, it's just a letter, so obviously it's super simple. Anyway, and then they went to a place that they suspected would be the next target, or the likely target based on the previous MO of causing accidents in smaller areas to draw attention away from their main target. These Q folks, who apparently have such a massive history of doing all sorts of things. Apparently, she pieced it together, figured it was them, over the course of like a decade. Fucking Anthrax! I can't get over that. I replayed that bit just randomly one day recently, or like yesterday or something like that, and it's like, Anthrax! You don't fuck with Anthrax. That's just that there. Yeah, anyway. And like Arsenic as well, I think was one of the other ones. Something like that, I already forget. Anyway, they went to that place. They had a hustle and tussle with a guard, well, suspected god. I'm not sure he's actually a god. He might be in on the whole thing because he was literally the only person there. And then the next day, well, no, later today, well, the next day, some security officials came over to have a chat and basically detain Natsuhiko because, you know, they didn't have security cameras within the facility, so they only saw Natsuko and two girls walk out, and the guard, unconscious later, said he was assaulted, and they assumed it must have been Natsuko, because, yeah, the girl couldn't possibly have assaulted him successfully. Of course he didn't say that. Of course he wouldn't admit to it. And then some other things happened. Did they? Kind of important? Probably. Do I remember them? No, I do not. Now, let's continue. We have just the three of them, Mashiro, Luis, and Natsuhiko, are escaping the house, leaving Yuri behind in it, to go somewhere and confront somebody. I guess. I don't know. I don't really remember. Anyway, adventure. Here we go. Adventure time. For these psychokinetic children, we continue. And yes, they escaped as inconspicuously as possible, as, you know, three teenagers can. Once they shut the window, Yuri gave them a word of parting. Be careful, guys. From what we know, I mean, we know they are not going to get injured, so they will be. Natsuko nodded and the three of them left. The sound of the TV that was left on leaked through the room and eventually faded into the distance. For now, let's go to my house. We need to secure a hiding place. Into the darkness. I guess I did leave on a cliffhanger on the previous part. Oh well, that'll happen sometimes. In accordance with that suggestion, the three of them headed to Mashiro's house. The Toba residence was quite nearby. Well, yeah, it would have to be. No more than 3 minutes if you ran. Okay. But once they got close, I mean, she was on the camera, so, huh? Hold on, guys. I mean, she was on the security footage too, so they would have someone here as well, obviously. Natsuko and Luis stopped at Mashiro's command. What's wrong, Mashiro? There's somebody by the entranceway. Oh yeah, she can just sense people. Feel their thoughts and stuff like that, probably. And true enough, they looked to see silhouettes standing in front of the Toba residence. Mashiro's mother was talking to two men. Who's she talking to? I mean, come on. Do I have to... Are we really starting with the obvious questions so early on? There were people visiting your house, and you were all caught on the security footage. So obviously, like, why wouldn't... What? Oh, something's fucking up with my headphones. Interesting. Anyway, hopefully that's not going to become too irritating. Anyway, hopefully you can't hear that. That would be really bad. That's a weird sound. Anyway, back to Natsuko. And these teenagers always ask these obvious questions. You were on the security footage. So was she. Obviously, they're gonna trace back, the people there. It's pretty fucking obvious. Come on now. They hid themselves and strained their ears on the conversation between Mashiro's mother and the two men. Your daughter snuck into the parapsychology research center and injured the security guard. The three kids gasped at the conversation. Oh shit, the security department. Obviously, come on now, it's a concentrated effort. The security department had apparently already gotten here. Well, yeah, it's a 3-minute walk. And they prepared. You were suddenly surprised by it. Mashiro's mother spoke in surprise. No, not my daughter. There has to be some sort of mistake. I'm sorry, ma'am, but she was caught by surveillance camera. There's no doubt about it. Indeed. Is it alright if we wait here for your daughter to return? Not at all. Besides, look at the time. I must ask you to please leave. This is bad. They're pressing her. It's partly true, so it's in some ways unavoidable. I'm sorry, Mashiro. It's my fault. You were just defending. It's okay, Luis. I'll explain the situation to Mom with telepathy. Oh yeah, convenient. And with that, Mashiro placed a finger to her temple. Using telepathy on a blood relative was probably easy enough for her. And she was probably successful in contacting her. But right after that, Mashiro's mother shouted, Mashro, is that you, Mashro? Ah, of course. Huh? The security department members snapped back and looked around. Where is she? The security department members' voices echoed. There was no time to hesitate. Let's get out of here. Things are gonna get problematic. Right. Mashro nodded and dashed off. But as she ran, she yelled. Mom, believe me, I did nothing wrong. I guess. You did, sneak into a secure facility. Although it wasn't very secure, though. It wasn't very secure. So, not really. Mashiro's voice resounded in the dark residential area. The kids avoided the security department and ran with a reckless abandon. But no matter where they ran, the shadows of the people who seemed like security department members appeared. There they are, after them. It's a lot of people. Well, it's a security. Yeah, makes sense though. Each time they heard that, they turned back and rushed through a back street. Damn it, how can they manage to find us no matter where we go? Well, you're kids and they are adults who know the area probably better than you, or at least just as well. Plus they're searching. So they're listening out for things and you're just randomly running away. Natsuko, it's those things. Your phones? Ah, your PDA. Ah, right, your PDAs. Obviously, they would tap into those. Wait, didn't you leave those behind? Natsuko was. Oh, right, the cameras, of course. You're living in the prison. Duh, there's cameras everywhere. Duh. Natsuko snapped toward where she was pointing to find a security camera. Damn it. Yeah, there we go. Big Brother is always watching. The security department had the authority to use the security cameras. The camera footage was likely being sent to the municipal office servers where they could inspect it in real time. They could check it on PDAs or something to follow the kids' tracks. What do we do? They're going to catch us. Calm down. Let's escape to a place without any cameras. The old hospital. The kids ran desperately, avoiding human presence, avoiding cameras. Out in the park. And in all that confusion, they ended up in Orokume Park. Whew, let's take a breather. Natsuko needs a breather. So do I, maybe. Think we'll be safe here? Nope. Louise pointed to the woods as she said that. Hidden cameras. And hidden in the grove of the trees was indeed another security camera. Not here too. This entire... Come on. Damn it. Is there no escape? Well, no. That's kind of the point of this city. There is no escape. I mean, come on now. The devices ordinarily used to maintain public order were now being used to track the kids down. Well, I mean, technically they're still being used to maintain public order from their perspective. Hello, Alice. Alice squeaked as if to speak for their anxiety. The security department's sure to show up here too. Let's run. You can't keep running forever. Right as they were about to run, Luis took control of the situation finally. Wait, you two. Huh? The security department's going to look at that camera's footage and chase after us, alright? Yes? Then let's think about it the other way around. They won't search places where the cameras don't see us. That's correct. Yeah, and? I'll manipulate the camera. Come with me, you two. Okay. So she's a tech whiz, or I guess, sabotage whiz. And with that, Louise entered the security camera's blind spot and rushed over to it. And then she poked Alice around her neck. Multi-purpose. Which caused some sort of cable to wind out of her. What's that? Ah, it's the... Alice isn't just a facial expression recognition device. She's also a multifunction mobile PC. Ah, indeed, those are very, very useful. What kind of battery life does this thing have, though? I mean, definitely partway solar powered, but it's the dead of night. Louise opened the panel on Alice's back, revealing an LCD display. She's a computer. Well, no shit. It has to have a computer inside to analyze and process and the facial expression data and then give back a response. Yes, and this screen is a touch panel. She possesses all essential functions including communication, audio-visual recording, and data input-output. She also accepts voice commands. Furthermore, Dr. Tenkawa pre-installed various sorts of software. So, it should be notable taught to manipulate the camera footage using some of that software. Okay? I mean, technically not wrong, but it has to have, and you have, I mean, if you have physical connection to a device, you basically can get full control over it. But yeah, okay. And with that, Louise began to tamper with the security camera. She skillfully removed the cover on the security camera, took out the terminal port and connected it to Alice's cable. Alice, start command. Capture 10 seconds of footage from the input pin and loop it in the output pin. End command. Okay. You don't actually have to do anything, you just have to tell the computer to do it. That's cool. That's, yeah, for sure, 2030. Yeah, believable. Why not? Natsuko and Mashiro looked blankly as Alice answered reliably. Miss Louise, what might you be doing? Come on, she said loop. You can stay here. I connected the security camera's output terminal to Alice and captured footage from the camera. A footage of nothing. So now Alice has stored security footage that we don't show up in. So now by connecting Alice to the input terminal and looping the footage, I see, so basically we won't show up on this camera anymore, eh? Louise nodded at Natsuko's words. Yes, so now even if the security department checks the camera feed, they shouldn't expect anyone to be in the park. Though we were caught on camera here once, so it's not a foolproof plan. It's something, it's better than nothing. Still, it's quite safer than any other place. That's amazing, Louise. I didn't know you could do something like that. It's not anything that praiseworthy. If you spent some time on the internet, Natsuko, you would know, read some fiction and stuff like that. You're living in the future. Come on now. But she's blushing, I just noticed. She liked getting praised. Good for her. So let's stand by in this park until some of the heat dies down. Yeah, I mean, I am a little tired. Not exactly physically fit and whatnot. Let's take a short break then, I guess. You guess? Don't guess. Do, act, or just full stop at the end of statement. Don't guess me. Don't give me guesses. I mean, I guess all the time, I guess. Fuck it out. And with that, the kids sat down in the grass. The moon, under the moon. When they looked to the sky, the rain had stopped before they had realized it. It was raining at some point? I guess it was. A nearly full moon shone brightly in the sky. Gazing upward at the moon, Mashiro whispered, "Really, to think that things would turn out this way. You're fugitives. I didn't expect it either. The security department basically seems like a police force. And they act quick." Yes, welcome. Welcome to Big Brother. Yeah. Around this time, he would have been taking a bath or talking with Yuri about books. This wasn't exactly a change Natsuko had been hoping for. But for some reason, this time Natsuko didn't feel all that bothered or bitter at all. Because you're doing something productive, sort of. Why's that? What's gotten into me? You're acting, you're taking initiative and stuff like that. Like, it's exciting. He couldn't understand why. Mashiro just chuckled beside him. Okay. Hey, what's wrong, Mashiro? She's excited, she's a hero. Is there something funny about the moon? No, not the moon. No. I just felt like kind of nostalgic, that's all. Nostalgia, the most powerful feeling ever. It literally is, that's what's driving, like, fucking basically all the markets, or something like that. At least all the entertainment markets. Uh-oh. Nostalgic? Yeah, say, Natsuko, do you remember? Something like this happened in the past, right? Probably. I was getting chased around the city at night, I mean. Oh, you were? What? Ah, you mean the serious escape plan? Ah, right, the dog. That reminded Natsuko. That did indeed happen. What's that? Flashback. It's just something that happened long ago. Long ago, back when you were like 4 years old, Louise. God damn it. Natsuko recount. She's. God damn it. Time. She's 13. The fucking hell. Doing all this stuff. Natsuko recounted his memory of the past to Louise. It was about 10 years ago. Oh, you know, we decided to keep a dog at this park, just as kids. A dog? Yeah, he was a cute dog we named Sirius. Cuter than Alice? I don't know, we haven't actually seen the dog. We'll just have to take their word for it. The dog was not in the budget for an image. Well, probably about the same, I guess. Sure. Natsuko smiled wryly before continuing. To us, Sirius was our dog, but to the world, he was a stray. So one day, the healthcare center conducted a stray dog hunt and we were worried he would get caught up in it. So what happened? Well, Mashiro and I talked about what to do with poor Sirius, and we hatched a plan to save him. A plan? As she asked that question, Natsuko's heart relived the memory of that night. Flashbacks! When Natsuhiko and Mashiro heard about the rumored stray dog hunt from Yuri, they rushed to find a way to save Sirius. But they couldn't find anyone who would adopt him, and 2 days passed. Guess none of our friends' houses are winners, eh? That's cause too many of them live in apartments and stuff. What do we do? Doggy noises. Natsuko and Mashiro hung their heads. There's nowhere in this town for Sirius to stay. The evil healthcare center would likely get their sinister hands on Sirius eventually. Evil and sinister. Ooh. But time was ticking away and they had yet to find a suitable owner for him. If we don't do something, Sirius really will be killed. Ah. Natsuko held back his panicked heart as he thought long and hard about what to do. Eventually, a certain idea flashed in Natsuhiko's head. No, wait, there's still something we can do. We just need to get Sirius out of the city. Oh, good luck with that. Eh? But there's a fence all around the city, you know. Rokome City was surrounded by a perimeter fence in order to increase public safety. Sure. Public safety like medieval times. Have a fence around the city to protect you from the wild roaming bandits. Like, come on, that's literally medieval defenses. No man or dog could slip past the barricade, but if we don't do anything, then Sirius is gonna die. So do we have any other option but to get him out of the city? I mean, literally fences and stuff like that are only built to keep stuff safe within them. Like they're in prisons and private estates and stuff like that. A city surrounding fence doesn't actually do anything. That's literally prison. We know it's a prison anyway. But we'll get caught if we leave the city on our own, won't we? Well, you are only like 7 years old, so yes. Dad told me so himself. If you try to leave town, you get locked up in jail. I'm not sure that's completely correct. Natsuko flinched at the sound of that word. But still, his heart of justice demands it. What are you talking about, Mashiro? Who cares if we get caught? Eh? If we don't do anything, who's gonna save Sirius? His heart of justice. Don't wait for someone else to protect what you hold dear. Protect it with your own hands. God, it's an inspiring speech. Kid Natsuko is a good character. I like him. Teenage Natsuko is kind of not that interesting. Yet. He needs to go back to his roots of being naive, dumb, but brash and a proactive hero type. That wasn't a quote from anything, but words straight from Natsuko's heart. That said, it was words cut and pasted from lines of various anime and such that Natsuko had watched, but it got through to Mashiro regardless. You're right. You are so right. Indeed he is. Mashiro took Natsuko by the hand as she spoke. Let's set him free, Natsuko. Let's save Sirius with our own hands. Looks like you finally understand, Mashiro. But how do we do it? That's an excellent question. I've got it all planned out. Yes, let's hear this plan. We use the city gate. There's no fence there. Rokome City's outer circumference was surrounded by a fence, but naturally there were entrances and exits. Usually those both serve one and the same. The city had 6 such city gates. That sounds good, but they've got lookouts, don't they? But they aren't lookouts at nighttime, right? There especially are. So we go at night, slip past the gate, and free Sirius. Oh, I think that sounds good. Okay then, let's do that. Mashiro and Natsuko gripped each other's hands tight. I like this scenario. It's fun. It's cute. Mashri, we might be rivals, but for now, let's call it truce. Rivals? Come on now. You haven't been rivals for a while now. If we join forces, I know we can save Sirius for sure. I'm a sucker for these kinds of simple, like, just like pure, innocent, straightforward, like, scenarios. It's nice. Yee. Bow wow. Their brave voices echoed in the afternoon park. That night, near the White Tiger Gate, one of the city gates, 3 fidgety shadows approached. They were Natsuko, Mashiro, and Sirius. They had hidden Sirius at home for the rest of the afternoon before slipping out this far from home. We've come prepared. Have you? Well, as prepared as a 7-year-old can be. There was a note tied to Sirius's neck. The note was written on a piece of wood and strung around his neck. It said, I am a smart dog, my name is Sirius, please adopt me. And below that, it had the Tenkawa household's phone number. So now it'll be perfect if someone finds him outside of town. Sure? Yeah. Natsuko was unsure what the possibility was that he'd find a good owner, but he was willing to bet on it. Natsuko leaned down and made eye contact with Sirius. Listen up, Sirius. The gate's shut, but I'm sure you can still slip through it. Well, it's a dog. After that, just run as far as you can. If you can do that, I'm sure you'll find a kind owner who'll take care of you. Understand? It's a dog. Not really. I don't think it understands that well. But it's just excited to be spoken to. Sirius let out just a small whine. Perhaps because Natsuko was whispering. I guess that is a smart dog. He really was a smart dog. Suddenly, Natsuko felt reluctant to set him free. I mean, he's your friend, so obviously. But I need to set him free if I want him to live. As Natsuko pondered that thought, Mashiro shrieked. Wait, Natsuko, there's somebody in front of the gate. Oh, yeah, there's always someone at the gate. What? Natsuko looked, and sure enough, there was what appeared to be a station box by the gate. Yeah. These things are absolutely manned 24/7. A large man was inside, giving a sharp look about his surroundings. They have a lookout even at night. Oh yeah. Plans foiled. By the most basic of logic. Natsuko racked his brain. And after some frantic thinking, he came up with a do-or-die last-ditch effort. Sirius, I'm gonna go distract that man. You take that opening and run for it. Aha. No, Natsuko, you can't. They're gonna catch you, you know. It doesn't matter. He's just a kid. I don't care. I don't care if I get put in jail if that's what it takes to keep Sirius alive. Willing to sacrifice himself for the good of his friends. Ah, good boy, Natsuko. He's a good kid. Mashiro twitched at Natsuko's declaration. But she soon responded with a meek look on her face. You're right. Then I'll help you distract him. Huh? You sure? It's too dangerous for fuck you. No, it's not. God damn it. I can't let you be the only one who gets to show off. Fair enough. Natsuko smirked at those words. He expected nothing less from his biggest rival and best friend. Though he had the feeling if they were friends, she would be quite a reliable ally. Okay then, let's go. Run for it, Sirius. And with that yell, Natsuko struck Sirius on the back. But the dog didn't move. He just looked at Natsuko's face and let out a sad whine. Oh shit, it's a dog. Hasn't had a friend in a while, until you two showed up. That voice wrenched Natsuko's heart. You don't want to leave us? No shit, it doesn't. It doesn't understand what you said. It doesn't understand the circumstances. I see. I don't want to leave you either. But you need to go if you want to live. Sirius probably didn't understand Natsuko's words, but he seemed to understand his intention. Eventually, Sirius looked towards the gate. That's good, Sirius. Natsuko struck Sirius on the back once more, so that his feelings wouldn't sway again. And with that yelp, the 3 shadows broke into a run. Natsuko and Mashiro went up to the station box and started yelling. Hey, you stupid old man. Who cares about this dumb old gate? This hunk of junk should just disappear. They're not wrong. They are just taunting him, but that's correct. What was that? The sudden disparagement from children caused the security guard in the station to jump up. Fair enough. He leaped out of the box and started yelling at the kids. He's not a very professional security guard now, is he? No, he's not. Hey, what do you snot-nosed brats think you're doing in the middle of the night? I mean, that's fair, but a bit too aggressive. He looked terribly enraged, but Natsuko shouted, undaunted. We're not no snot-nosed braids, we're heroes. Sure, just playing here. The hell are you saying, kid? They're playing, as far as you're concerned, man. At that moment, the security guard's attention was focused completely on the kids. Now's your chance, Sirius. Mashiro yelled, and at the same time a small shadow leaped out from behind them. The shadow slipped past the security guard. And headed for the gate. Hold it right there, you mangy. It's just a dog, who cares, dude? By the time the security guard reacted, it was too late. Sirius had already slipped through the gate and dashed into the tunnel leading outside the city. It's a tunnel even, right? It's a tunnel. Fucking hell, it goes under... His small shadow melted into darkness of the night. You're so fast, Sirius. At that speed, he'd probably get away even if the security guard chased him. And with that thought in mind, Natsuko watched Sirius off, though he was already out of sight. Goodbye. Natsuko bid farewell to his friend of only a short while. Okay, Mashiro, draw back. Roger. The security guard yelled something or other from behind, but they ran away without a second thought. They kept running with a serious look on their faces. Eventually, Mashiro let out an awed voice. She's happy she did a good thing, ultimately. Yeah, success in their heroic mission. Hey, what's so funny? Quit laughing and run. But it's just so funny. Huh? For a second, he had no idea what she was talking about. But now that she mentioned it, the joy of successful mission, the excitement, and every other emotion mixed together. Oh, that's it? He doesn't have any lengthy laughter there. It was certainly worth a laughter. There we go, that's a long one. Good on you. See, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Their laughter echoed through the night streets. Children laughing. That's a wonderful sound, honestly. It's good. A beautiful full moon looked down upon the children as it shined in the sky. Flashback over. As he recalled that event, Natsuhiko realized. What Mashiro had said last night was what he had once said himself. Protect what you hold dear with your own hands, eh? When Mashiro said that yesterday, she was referencing what happened back then, eh? As Natsuko made that realization, Mashiro spoke. Yeah, it was on a night with a full moon, just like this, eh? We slipped out of our houses at night. Natsuko and I made an escape route for Sirius to get outside the city. What happened to Sirius after that? Was he able to escape? After a little while, we got a phone call from someone living in the next city. Oh, it was a nice lady who said she was keeping Sirius at her house. After hearing the story, Luis spoke up honestly. Remarkable. You two saved a life. Yeah, that's just a positive story. That's nice. I know, right? It's just a feel-good story all around. Mashiro smiled triumphantly. Natsuko looked back fondly on that moment as well. I mean, I guess you irritated the security guard, but like, God, who cares? Look, it was fun for him too, because like, what's the security guard doing the whole night? It's boring as hell. So at least there was some excitement for him too. Even if it wasn't exactly friendly, it was still something, as opposed to nothing the dead of night. But all the adults probably got mad at us afterwards. We ran away since we didn't want to get yelled at. Whatever, you're kids. It's excusable. We ran all around town at night, eh? So tonight's kind of like what happened then. After hearing the story, Luis looked up to the moon and whispered. That sounds like a very good memory. Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, I think so too. Natsuko worked earnestly back then for the righteous cause of saving Sirius. He didn't stop to think too hard about the details, he just tackled the danger with a reckless abandon, and he succeeded. So I'll just do that again this time. Yeah, there we go. With that thought in mind, Natsuko spoke to Mashiro, who was sitting beside him. Hey, Mashiro. Eh? Today was tough, eh? The security department's tracking us down, and so we can't even go home. Yeah, but now that things have escalated this far, there's only to go forward. We need the resolve to not go home until we've put an end to this, okay? Masha's eyes widened at those words. An end to this? You mean catch the terrorist? Until we prevent the terrorist from ourselves. That's where the determination comes from. I don't know exactly what we can do, but it's better to try than to do nothing. Natsuka, you're back to your old self. Yee. Masha's eyes sparkled as she took Natsuko by the hand. It took you long enough, but now you've got the spirit. I'm so happy. I'm happy too. That's nice. Well, I'm just saying there's a matter of resolve. Since you're girls, I'm just thinking you need a change of clothes or a bath or something. Fuck off with that. No. Considering the situation, there is no matter at all. Masha jumped for joy. But Louise, on the other hand, just had a critical look on her face. Natsuko, I thought I told you I don't recommend putting yourself in danger. Sure. But come on. I'm sorry, Louise. Louise glared at Natsuko for a while before eventually muttering in resignation. Looks like I have no other choice. I will help you two to the best of my ability. Which, physical ability-wise exceeds both of them combined. And technical ability as well, apparently. Yeah, you too, Louise? Well, yeah, she's kind of bound to Natsuko. She's been ordered to protect him, so there's no choices there. Okay, if all three of us give it our best, then there's nothing to be scared of. Well, there will be eventually something to be scared of. The three horror movie monsters in the place. What was it? Kazumi with the fire extinguisher, Ukita with the hand-loaded gun, and Jun with the engine kata. Thinking back on that is kind of a silly situation, honestly. It's it's literally life-threatening, and in the bad ending, it did everyone. So that wasn't fun. That wasn't fun at all. But it is an exciting scenario and worthy to be scared of. Natsuko looked at Mashiro and shrugged. Oh, come on. Nothing to be scared of, honestly. Plenty, but, one thing at a time. Even if the three of them did run into terrorists, the terrorists seem more likely to overpower them than anything. Well, yes. But that's exactly why the three of them had to pull themselves together if they wanted to accomplish anything. Well, now that that's settled, what should we do next? What is our course of action? Good question. It is getting kinda late. Late. You say late, it's only not even 9 o'clock yet. First, we need to secure a place we can stay the night. Louise spoke as she disconnected Alice from the surveillance camera. She put away the cable and display into Alice's bag, returning her to a more stuffed animal shaped as she continued. It could start raining again. That would be a nuisance. That's true, so for now let's head into the city. We need to be careful not to get caught by the bad guys. The bad guys. It's us versus them. The good guys and the bad guys. Always that kind of division. The simplification of everything. Natsuko led the two girls. And later they ended up in the heart of the city. Heart of the city. They somehow made it while... Oh, I said I wasn't going to sing again. No, I hate how my voice sounds when I try to sing. It's awful. I like the sound of my voice, but I hate how it sounds when it's singing. They somehow made it while taking meticulous care not to be caught by the security department or the surveillance cameras. Where can we stay the night? Well, there's bound to be hotels and stuff like that. Or something. How about a manga cafe or something? Where would we find a manga cafe at this hour? They're heavily regulated. Okay. I'll just take your word for it. I know nothing about those places. Such things don't exist here. Where I live. But we don't have much money. Natsuko, how about that? Natsuko traced Mashiro's glance. A karaoke box, yeah, those would be open all night long. Drunk customers are the best paying customers, though they might leave a mess. She was looking at a karaoke box that primarily served the Rokome Academy students. Sure. A reception desk was so lenient that they allowed students to go there at night, no questions asked. No, yeah, I mean, what kind of questions are you gonna ask? Like students, they're kind of drunk probably. Well, maybe not, but whatever. They're just there to have some fun. Like, come on, everyone understands kids need some fun, as well as adults. Just let it be. No one needs, like, it's not like they're gonna do anything like terrible. Who cares? There was a surveillance camera at the entrance, but there were so many dead spots that it seemed easy enough to enter without being caught in it on film. And of course there were no surveillance cameras inside, which made it a calming place for the students to let loose from the stress of living in such an uptight town. Looks like they're open 24 hours. Perfect, right? Then let's hurry up and get in. There's no point if we linger long enough for them to spot our entrance. As Natsuko started walking up to the door, Luis tugged on his sleeve. Hold on. What's a karaoke box? That is a legitimate question. We don't have those here in Europe. At least they're not widespread, at the very least. Huh? Huh? Luis, you don't know what a karaoke box is? Never heard of them. What kind of facility is it? Well, I guess we do have karaoke, but like it's not exactly. It's just like a side thing in some like bars that happens. I've been to like one of them once, although I never really went out all that much as a student or at all like that. So I don't know. Never really heard anyone talk about it, even in the social gatherings I was present at. Well, I guess it's a facility for singing songs. Songs? Luis stared blankly. Natsuko heard there were karaoke boxes in France, but Luis appeared to have no knowledge of them at all. I guess there might be, I don't know. They don't exist, not widespread at all here in Latvia at the very least, as far as I know. I mean, they probably do exist, there's always some businesses trying new things out. But, eh. Well, I guess this is as good a learning opportunity as ever. I mean, there's nothing really to learn. You go inside, you sing a song, you drink your heart out, and you sing your heart out. Oh, whichever direction you want that to be. And then nobody hears anything because it's insulated. And, you know, nobody questions anything because it's like, fuck it, like, who cares? You're just there to have some fun. Natsuhiko and Mashiro took Luis into the store. They easily got through the reception desk. They were handed microphones and a remote as they made their way to their room. Natsuhiko hadn't personally been to the store, but he had heard rumors that their policy was lax. The room was of an old-fashioned style that had been in use for over 20 years. So since the 2010s. But it was safe, and that was all that mattered. And quiet. After one final check to make sure there were no surveillance cameras, the kids stretched wide. Phew. Good grief. I feel like a fugitive. You're just wanted for questioning and detention. Not there yet. You okay, Luis? Not tired? Nah, she's built for this kind of stuff. As Mashiro asked her the question, Luis looked restlessly around the room. Natsuko, how do you sing here? What do you mean, how? What? Luis, do you mean you want to sing? Yes, quite interested. Oh, cool. Actually interested in that too. I'm not quite sure this is the most appropriate occasion to sing though. I mean, what else are you doing? You're here to rest and recuperate. May as well have some fun, right? Like, why not? He was thinking it would be better for them to sleep and let their bodies rest. You need to rest your mind as well. Come on, let loose. Reset it to a default position. Well, why not, Natsuko? I'm sure Luis has got some pent-up stress and anxiety from all that's happened today. You're too soft on her, Mashiro. But Mashiro had a point. Natsuko reconsidered and spoke again. Okay, Luis, first you choose which song you want to sing using this remote. Remote? This thing? Yes, if you press that button, the song list comes up. See? Like this. Under Mashiro's guidance, Luis used the remote to bring up a list of songs. Mashiro's helpful even at times like these, eh? Even though she must have been worried, she still took care of Luis. Natsuko spoke with Mashiro in the time before the song began. Mashiro, you're kind of like Luis's older sister. Well, she's everyone's big sister. She's your mom, she's her sister and everything else. Like, come on now. You're right. I'm happy to have gotten a new little sister too. I don't have any real siblings, so I've always dreamed of having one. Aww. Well, that's nice. In any case, it was a pleasant sight for Natsuko to see those two get along. And after a short while, the three of them sang songs in turn. Are we gonna hear any of that? Well, we're hearing comedy music in the background, so that's a thing. Until I lost track of the time and felt satisfied. Along the way, Louise became quite possessive of the microphone. Louise, can I sing next? No. Even when Masha asked nicely, Louise flat out rejected her. No, 5 more songs. Okay. Way. Look, she enjoys singing. Let her. Why not, Masha? You're the older sister here, so let it slide. Yeah, but I know. Let's do a duet. They had small quibbles like that as they sang, but they smiled together. Well, yeah, it's a friendly thing. It certainly may not have been the best time to sing, and perhaps they were merely running away from the harsh reality outside. I mean, that's the point of escapism. But it was an unmistakable truth that the three of them enjoyed this time they had together. And after the three singers had exhausted their repertoire, another French fucking word, Masha started dozing off as she sat next to Natsuhiko. Aww. Sleepy go bye-bye. Louise stopped singing and spoke up. Is Mashiro asleep? Yeah, I guess she tired herself out. Did I make her push herself too hard so she could sing with me? You didn't make her do anything. No, that's not at all. I think she enjoyed herself too. Enjoy yourself until you tucker yourself out. It's not, yeah, that works. And Mashiro was probably able to forget her anxiety too. It's nothing to worry about. I had fun too, after all. I see. That's good. It was a good experience for me too. I'm grateful to you too. I never knew it was this fun to sing so enthusiastically. I am sad we didn't get to hear any of that though. Oh well. Something suddenly struck Natsuko as he heard those words. Maybe what Louise enjoyed wasn't the new experience of karaoke, but the new experience of singing out loud? Yeah, maybe. Come to think of it, he knew almost nothing about her past. You haven't really asked questions. You've known her for, 4 days? At most? So, I mean, these conversations just crop up every now and then. They don't happen, like, you don't interrogate your new friend, like, on day one about everything. These things happen over time. It's completely natural and normal. Say, Louise, what is it? What was your life like back in France? God, I'm terrible at reading as well. What's the point of these if I'm terrible at reading? Oh no. It's pointless, isn't it? Ah well, I'm having fun, so that's the point. Louise fell silent at the question. No, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I was just kind of curious. No, it's not that I don't want to talk about it. I'll talk if you want. It's just that it's not all that interesting. I mean, you've got basically almost military grade physical training at age 13. So, like, that's interesting. And with that self-derisive statement, Louise quietly began to speak. I was born in a large estate in the countryside of France. I was raised inside there almost like a bird in a cage. Huh? So you really were a high-class girl. Well, I'm not entirely sure what that means, but perhaps. Both my parents administrate nuclear power-related business in France, apparently. I lived a life devoid of any inconvenience. I was surrounded by private tutors and received training in all sorts of fields. Okay. All sorts of fields, yes. Studies centered in science, as well as 15 foreign languages including English, Japanese, and Chinese. Holy shit. 15 languages. Damn, that's bloody hell. Engineering skills. Fine arts including piano and painting, as well as gymnastics and martial arts. Everything. Natsuko was shocked. They're raising the perfect human or something like that, except for the part where she, has interactions like a normal human. He did think she was an extraordinarily gifted girl, but he didn't expect it to that degree. I soaked up that knowledge like water into dry sand. The pursuit of knowledge and the mastering of skills were the proof of my existence. My memories consist of nothing else. That's a bit sad. You didn't play outside? With neighborhood friends or anything? Large estate? There are no neighborhood. Like, the large estate has its own postal code. Basically, doesn't it? With neighboring friends or anything? That basically never happened. My parents were quite strict, and so I always stayed at home. I hardly ever felt the need to go outside myself. Well, yeah, when you have everything provided for you, you don't really feel the need to explore something new. I see. Natsuhiko felt that her upbringing was completely different than theirs. When Natsuko was still playing outside, Louise was already taking advanced private classes at home. Louise's peculiarities and abilities were probably derived from her upbringing, but he thought that parents who kept their daughter locked away at all times couldn't be very decent parents at all. Parenting is complicated. There's... difficult question. It might not be an easy topic to talk about. He didn't know if there were complicated circumstances or if it had something to do with Louise's health. Well, she's perfectly physically healthy. We've seen that. But even so, Natsuko asked more questions. But you seem to be able to go outside now, so did your parents change their minds? Oh yeah, and what happened? What's with that? That's not the case at all. Dr. Tenkawa took me away from there. Elaborate? Why would mom do that? How does she even know your parents to begin with? I mean, I did hear that they're distant relatives, but still. Nuclear power related jobs. Administration. Oh, okay, that's a connection. Well, technically. On the surface. I guess they're devoted to doing like psychokinetic children stuff as well. And the nuclear power plant administration related jobs in France are a front, as well as the same way it is here. When the professor was young, she lived in France for a period of time. She boarded in our house. Afterwards, she stayed in contact with my parents, and that's how she learned about me, apparently. The professor said she wanted to give me freedom. Mom said that, eh? It was hard to believe that so suddenly, but Louise didn't seem to be lying at all. The professor persuaded my parents to let me study abroad in Japan. That is all I've heard from her. So that's why you suddenly transferred in at such an odd time. Okay, fair enough, that explains that. What about the you're entrusted to protect Natsuhiko bit? Where's that from? But why was it decided that you would live at our place? One reason because I had no other place to live. Another reason was because the professor wanted me to protect you. Okay, so his mom wanted this 13-year-old girl to protect her 16-year-old son. From what? Could we get an answer to that? I've already said this before, but it's because Rokume City's public order has recently gotten worse. Okay. Public order, eh? Well, that's true. I guess you are evidence of that. In a way. When she had told him a few days ago, he didn't quite understand what she had meant. But today, what she said felt all too real. Protect me, huh? Apparently, Louise's training back in France gave her the physical ability and the martial arts skills necessary to lead that security guard by the nose today. Natsuko didn't know exactly how much faith his mother had in Louise, apparently quite a bit. But it's too shameful to have to rely on someone else for protection all the time. Hey, Louise, you threw that security guard today, didn't you? Do you think I can learn to do that too? I mean, it's just skills, so yes, with enough training you can learn to do basically anything. You? Well, I mean, the situation's gotten tense. I want to be able to defend myself too. Dabbling just a bit in martial arts won't help much, but there are techniques that even amateurs can use. Then please, teach me those. Roger. In that case, grab me by the nape of the neck. Okay, like this. Natsuko gently reached out for the nape of Louise's neck, and then wham! And the very next moment, you are unconscious facing the ceiling. Louise grabbed his hand. If someone tries to grab you by the neck, first you grab back at their wrist. Then you twist that wrist by wrapping around behind them and pull down forcefully. Upside down. And with an energetic shout from Louise, Natsuko's world turned upside down. Natsuko groaned as a shock ran through his back. Ow. Oh well, you're young. you'll recover. If that happened to me, I would probably not be able to walk for like a couple of days. It was an odd sensation. Louise didn't seem to exert that much strength, and yet she quickly threw him off his feet. You okay? Yeah, he's 16, he's fine. Yeah, he's still growing up. His body is able to is made of magic. It can just recover from injuries easily. And it's very flexible. I've become more rigid, even though I have like a physical job. It still doesn't alleviate everything. There's still problems that just happen because you're aging. Because I'm aging. I mean, okay, fine, I'm just 28, but still. I'm past the point of growing up. It's all downhill from here. Louise explained as Natsuko slowly got up. That was a shihonage, or forward-direction throw, an aikido technique that exploits human reflexes. You're pulling the opponent's elbow backward, so when they instinctively try to escape from the pain, they end up contributing to getting themselves thrown down. I see. When the opponent grabs at the nape of the neck, even an amateur can do it. But don't forget, the most important thing in the art of self-defense is to get away. To get, well, yeah, self-defense. Yes, Japan has this proverb, doesn't it? A splattering of knowledge can be a dangerous thing. Well, yeah. You mean a smattering of knowledge? What's a splattering of knowledge? That sounds kind of scary. Splat. Like a shotgun to your face with knowledge. Oh, like a telepathic message. Someone sends their emotions, everything all at once. That's a splattering of knowledge. Just splat right inside your brain. With telepathy. Japanese is hard. I guess it would be. I haven't even tried it. So even you can make mistakes like that, eh? That's kind of a relief. I mean, she's just 13. Shut up, Natsuko. Anyway, I'm the one who will protect you. You should fight strictly as a last resort. Understood. If something happens, I'll count on you first. Natsuko nodded positively to Louise's suggestion. It was a pity to have to rely on someone else for protection all the time, but what Louise said was justified. Thanks for telling me how to do that technique. If only I could do something for you in return. In that case, there is something I want you to tell me. I just told you about my past, so now I want to hear something about you. Huh? What about me? Anything. Like your family, maybe. Your mother is Dr. Tenkawa, but where's your father? Oh yeah, good question. Ah, she hasn't told you? Well, a long time ago Dad became a star. Oh, that's a euphemism. Ah, I recently read that in a manga, something, I forget which one. But yeah, it's a beautiful metaphor to, you know, deal with the tragic loss and stuff like that. A star? She didn't seem to understand the euphemism, so Natsuko spoke up front this time. Ah, well, that means he died. Huh? He was 32 years old. He was young, but he suffered from cancer. Ah, that thing. I was 5 at the time, so it's already been over 10 years. I'm sorry, not to apologize. Ah, no, you don't have to worry about it. It's long in the past, so I'm not sad about it at all anymore. Well, you were only 5. There's only so many memories you would have about him anyway. Slight silence spread through the room. I guess that, yeah, a bit of a traumatic event in his mother's life as well. That explains that. A bit. Sure. Makes sense. It all makes sense now. After making sure that Alice hadn't made any sounds, Louise sighed in relief and spoke. What kind of person was your father? Well, I don't really remember. He was apparently a communicator like me. Huh, okay. Your father? He was apparently a rank B aptitude, labidilal folk communicator, which was rare for someone born before the great grand communicator discovery. Yeah, that seems super rare. Once Natsuko finished recounting the second-hand information from his mother, Louise spoke in agreement. So you must have inherited your high aptitude from your father. I'm very sure the professor's aptitude is only rank F after all. I wonder about that. Well, it is true that Mom doesn't have the aptitude, though. What do you mean? You have rank S aptitude, so it's only natural to think it's due to your father's genetics. Well, about that, Louise. Natsuko lowered his voice to a whisper. Actually, my aptitude wasn't always rank S. Eh? I thought that was set in stone when you're born. Eh? When they tested my aptitude before I started school, it was rank C. But when they measured me again in elementary school, it had risen to rank S. Luis's eyes widened at the revelation. Hold on, what is the meaning of that? That's a very good question. Your aptitude is supposed to be determined at birth and stay the same for the rest of your life. That's what makes the whole thing a mystery. The doctor who measured me was horribly confused too. There was a commotion of how it was such a rare case, but in the end they decided that the rank C reading from before I started elementary school was a measurement error, and that my correct aptitude was rank S. But there's something else there going on. That was a truth that next to nobody knew. Wait, I'm remembering things though. Now I'm thinking back to the document of the subjects and experiments and whatnot from the labo thing. That one of the subjects was disposed of, and the case that they might remember. But damn it! I don't know what I'm thinking anymore. Too complicated, too convoluted. I'm making it too convoluted. Never mind. Thought erased. Let's just move on. I'm just gonna break my mind trying to come up with things that have answers, that I can just get answers to. According to the Rockame Academy student database, Natsuko by nature had a rank S aptitude. The data from his time with a rank C aptitude had been erased. Does that even happen? Apparently. Manipulation, experimentations, and stuff like that. I mean, he is destined to become a psychokinetic god and all that. Existence without a body, just pure information, a pure consciousness existing in the fifth dimension. Well, it stayed as rank S no matter how many years have passed, so that's probably the correct reading. I guess that's really all that's worth a special mention. I've lived a fairly ordinary life aside from that. I see. Natsuko suddenly realized how slow Luis's reaction had been. I'm sorry, was that a boring story? No, not at all. It's just a lot to think about, potentials. Actually, I've just been terribly exhausted for a while now. Yeah, that's reasonable. You're up for God knows how long. Oh, it's 11 o'clock. Okay, fair enough. They actually advanced the time to like a reasonable time for kids to be exhausted at. 11 p.m. Really, it is getting actually late. I mean, I wouldn't consider going to sleep then at all for at least another hour, but still. I've been trying so hard to stay awake so I could listen to your story, but I'm at my limit. Fair enough, you can listen to this story tomorrow. You don't have to push yourself, go to sleep. No, it's okay, it's okay. We can still talk about any other time. Okay, then I'll go sleep. And bamf, on the sofa. And then, as if Luis's soundboard had run out of batteries, her voice faded into the distance. If you're going to sleep, why don't you sleep on my lap? Okay, what? Thanks, don't mind if I do. Okay. Luis collapsed on Natsuko's lap and shut her eyes. Immediately. Luis dozed off before he could pull a just kidding. Oh. It was just supposed to be a lighthearted joke, but okay. Okay, fair enough. As he spoke, Natsuko remembered Luis's condition. Since she was unable to understand other people's feelings, then perhaps she couldn't catch jokes either. Yeah, and yeah, I wouldn't be able to catch most jokes either. It's like, okay. Because, like, say what you mean. Don't do double speak. I'm irritated by that. I don't need that. Just pointless complications. No. It would probably be a jerk move on my part to tease her even as a joke. In short, he decided it would probably be best to always speak the earnest truth when talking to Luis. Like, do that with everyone? That makes things easier? Even if the truth can be unpleasant and painful, it's just easier to deal with the truth. Like, come on. Natsuko secretly hid those thoughts as he gazed upon her sleeping face. He considered heading off to sleep himself, but then Natsuko suddenly got worried about Yuri. I hope she's okay. Not a lot that can happen to her. Hopefully the security department people they escaped from didn't force their way into the Tenkawa residence and interrogate Yuri. I mean, they would have to have a warrant. Hopefully. They need a warrant for that at the very least. Natsuko got more and more worried. What can you do? What can you do? It's pointless to worry. And Yuri would probably get worried too if they didn't come back until the next day. I'll go call her. Bad move. Everything in the house is being monitored. Probably. Perhaps it was a mistake to leave their PDAs behind. Natsuko quietly left the room, trying his best not to make a sound. As he left the building, Natsuko looked around the nighttime streets. Is there a payphone anywhere? The answer should be no. Like, those don't exist anymore. Do they? I haven't seen a single one when sometimes roaming the city or going about. Like, not a single one. Like, do landlines even exist anymore? I mean, some do, but payphones. God, last time I remember there was... No, it's not. Doesn't exist. No. There were hardly any of the sort nowadays, but luckily Natsuko managed to find a telephone box close to the store. Sure, that should be just the Doctor Who telephone box, because that's the only one that makes sense to exist, honestly, in 2030. Come on now. That's the only one that could exist. He rushed inside, wary of the security department and surveillance cameras. He picked up the receiver and dialed his home phone number. The dial tone rang. However, Yuri did not answer. No, don't tell me the security department took her away, or maybe she's asleep because it is past 11. Such an experience would certainly trigger a panic attack, and she would cry so hard she would lose sight of herself. The longer the dial tone rang, the faster Natsuko's anxiety spread. Please pick up, Yuri, it's gonna be your mom. Just as Natsuko made the silent prayer, the phone finally connected. Oh, it is Yuri. Okay, fair enough. Hello. Yuri. Hikari. Are you okay over there? The security department hasn't tried to get inside, have they? No, nothing's happened. No need to worry. Natsuko felt relieved to hear Yuri's relaxed voice. More importantly, are you guys okay after what happened? Yeah, no problem here. None of us have been caught yet or anything. Where are you guys? Oh, okay, that question. Okay, okay. The security department people are inside, and yeah, okay. Obviously, that question is obviously one that's like, yep. Trying to get information. Cooperate, or there's gonna be trouble. That's like a dead giveaway question. That's a red flag question. When you're a fugitive, someone you call asks you where you are. Yeah, no, you don't answer that. You don't answer that question. Yeah, come on. Turn on your thinking brain. Natsuko was about to say the karaoke box in the shopping district, but he stopped himself. Good instinct. Good on you. He was afraid that the phones could be wiretapped. Oh, it's worse than that. The security department probably wasn't being that thorough, but it was better to be safe than sorry. I think they are much more thorough than you think. Somewhere in the city. I see. As if Yuri had sensed Natsuko's misgivings, she pried no further. Okay. Well, there's no need to worry about us, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to come home today. I'm thinking of camping out somewhere like the park with Mashiro and Luis. That was a lie. A small diversion in the off chance that the phone actually was tapped. Camping? Out in the park? Will the girls be okay? It's gonna be fine. Yeah. Well, Mashiro's a pretty hardy fellow, you know? And despite her looks, Luis is actually quite a wild girl. Eh? Shock. What? I'm saying you don't need to worry. It should be fine to sleep outside at night every now and then. Maybe you're right. It is September. Yuri suddenly whispered in a quiet voice. This sure brings me back, Hikari. Something like this happened a long time ago too, didn't it? Another flashback. Another one. Eh? Remember, that time we ran away from home? Oh, the incident. Yuri's question jogged Natsuko's memory. The conclusion to the running away from home experience was the accident. Are we finally gonna get an answer to what the accident is? Come on. Give me that. Yeah, I remember. Natsuko felt the visions of a day long past rise up once more from the bottom of his heart. There we go. Okay, we're gonna do this flashback. Let's go somewhere, just the two of us. World's End. Oh, that's an ominous chapter title. After he had said that in the park, Natsuko took Yuri by the hand and first headed back to the Tenkawa household. His mother was late getting back, as usual. Oh, yeah, right, Yuri, the trouble with the angry parents. Who... Wait, one of the people was born in Labo. Born inside the facility. So... I'm speculating that Yuri is that person or something like that. And she's just been given to these two people to, raise. That's why they are so hostile to her. Because parents wouldn't... would parents really be that... have that kind of attitude, hostile, aggressive, unpleasant towards a child like that? Would they? I don't know. I doubt it. I don't know. His mother was late getting back, as usual, anyway, the Tenkawa household. Normally it made him lonely, but that day was actually more convenient for her to be absent. I'm sure Mom would get mad at me if she found out. And if that happened, she would probably send Yuri home right off the bat. Natsuko couldn't ask any adults for help, not even his own mother. He had to be the one to protect Yuri. Okay, let's prepare, Yuri. Prepare? What exactly? I've got a backpack, so let's put everything we need inside. First, we obviously need food. No questions there. Yeah, or we'll get hungry. The kids fished around the kitchen. They looked for foods that didn't need to be cooked, particularly on the snacks shelf, of course. Hey, Natsuko, you think we should bring these too? What's that? Wait, that's instant ramen, isn't it? No, we might have to go somewhere without a kitchen, you know? We just need to make a fire in that case. Ah, so we're taking them, no buts. Hey now. If we need to make a fire, we should bring a lighter then. This is how it escalates. Until we have like 3 backpacks worth of items that we need to stuff into one child-sized backpack. Yuri gleefully picked out the things for them to bring. Her mood had shifted so suddenly. She was enjoying herself now. That's great. Well, fine. Begrudging acceptance by Natsuko. Deep down, Natsuko was excited too. Of course he is. It was a brand new adventure, a journey of justice to protect Yuri, an illusion of a new future. The kids were exhilarated. A short while later, the backpack was stuffed to the brim. Natsuko put on his precious watch, and they were ready to disembark. Alright, let's go, Yuri. Yee. Natsuko took Yuri by the arm and left the house. Where should we go? Anywhere's fine. Well, that's not an answer. That's a useless answer. Anyway, far away from that house, at least. So, the opposite direction of the house. Decided. Okay, then let's head to the secret base. Secret base? It's in the outskirts of town. We found it the other day when we went exploring. Let's go there then. I'll follow you, Natsuko. Okay, full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Yee. With an enthusiastic cheer, the kids walked in the opposite direction from Yuri's house. There we go, exactly. They walked along on the long road to the secret base. It was the end of May, and yet the air was surprisingly chilly. May, yeah, that makes sense. It can get quite cold during May. June and July and bits of August. Although I guess nowadays that probably extends further. At nighttime it can be fucking hot. You leave all the windows open, you let the air just blow through and it's still goddamn hot. That's unacceptable. That kind of fucking weather is unacceptable. Even here in like supposedly a temperate climate zone, it can get fucking hot during the summer. Bloody hell. How do people live in places where that's just constantly like year round? Like 15 plus degrees Celsius at all times. Like, I can't imagine. That's nightmarish. And it's some place gets up to 50 degrees Celsius. That's just... Wow, I would pass out in an instant in that kind of heat. Jeez, fuck out. Damn. Some people are very, very sturdy. I am not one of those people. At least not in terms of heat tolerance. Cold tolerance, sure, give me minus 20, I'll deal with that. Plus 50, fuck that. Fuck that. Each time the wind blew, their body heat gradually sapped away. But that was only a trivial matter to them. They're kids, they got infinite energy. They advanced down their path feeling like they were the only people on Earth. Eventually, they reached the discolored building. It was a ruined factory that was no longer in use. This is the secret base? Yeah. We made it our own by bringing lots of different stuff into it. Yeah, squatters' rights. Let's get inside, Ari. Hold my hand so you don't get lost. Yee. Natsuko moved briskly in the darkness. He had played there countless times, so he already had a complete understanding of what was where. Let's see if I remember correctly. Natsuko reached out into the darkness, and a moment later, wow, a little lantern, a soft light filled the room. Natsuko had lit an oil lamp with the lighter. This is a lamp I brought from home. As long as we have this, we'll be fine, even at night. Wow, I never knew there was a place like this. Yuri looked around with a twinkle in her eye. A variety of objects of all shapes and sizes adorned the ruined factory. From furniture like an old sofa or cupboard to outdoor items like a charcoal stove or a parasol. Time killers like manga and toys, as well as items of questionable usefulness like a wrench, a millstone, and a pair of nunchaku. Oh, that's a perfect assortment of things. I know, cool, right? Hey, for a kid's base, that's fucking awesome. Not just me, but everyone brought all kinds of things, stuff they would find or bring from home. It really is a secret base. That's cool. Yuri smiled out of honest enjoyment. Natsuko felt happy too and pointed to the sofa. Well, let's take a seat. We've walked a lot, so you must be hungry, right? Aw, those are nice green emerald eyes. I like that. The kids sat down next to each other and took the snacks out of the backpack. They ate the sweet biscuits as they talked. We've got blankets and sleeping bags. We're all set to stay the night. Then can I stay here forever? No. Sorry. Of course. Goddamn Natsuko, well, the logic of a child. Masha and the others have been making this place a stronghold lately. I'm sure they'll be able to help out in a lot of ways. That's a bright smile. I like that. Look at that. That's adorable. We'll have nothing to worry about. Every day's gonna be fun. Oh, if only. I can't wait. Yuri smiled as she gazed at the lamp. The light cast a shadow on her face. Actually, I've never had a single fun memory until I came to this town. That sucks. Huh? Really? Yeah. I am a communicator after all, you know? Yeah, but so what? Before I started school, I took a gene-atic test and found out I had rank C attitude. And then mom and dad started to treat me like a pest. Well, they got mad a lot before that though. Okay, so never mind. They're just shitty parents. I never did anything fun after that. Every day was a sad day. Goddamn, now I'm getting a little depressed now. So I tried my bestest to practice BC. That's just pure earnestness. I thought that if I could read minds, I could learn my mom and dad hate me so much. But it didn't work. The harder I tried, the more mom and dad treated me like a pest. That's just shit. That's... Yuri's voice was deathly quiet, which made it all the more heartrending. Yeah, I kinda wanna punch those two parents now. A little bit. I know violence isn't the solution to anything, but look. It's fictional violence. We can imagine it. We can feel catharsis from it. Anyway, Yuri, even though he had never had such an experience, he could still understand her sadness. He frantically searched his meager vocabulary for the right words to say to her. I won't ever treat you like a pest. Of course you won't. I'll still stay with you forever, Yuri. There's no need for you to read minds or anything either. So you don't have to worry about anymore. I mean, she's still gonna practice her thing to become able to rewind people's memories and relive them fully and thoroughly for like all sorts of reasons. Natsuko's awkward encouragement made her smile with joy from the bottom of her heart. Yeah, thank you, Natsuko. Well, even if you are a communicator, I don't mind at all. We're friends after all. You're right. And besides, there is one thing that makes me glad I was born a communicator. Well, it's because that's how I met you. Ah, ah, that's just adorable. Ah, that's just so precious. Ah, if I wasn't the community guy, I never would have moved to this town. Yuri looked at Natsuko as she spoke. Ah, Natsuko couldn't help but look away. Ah, he felt an unknown emotion welling up from the bottom of his heart. His face felt unbearably hot and he couldn't form any words. Ah, it's just like shyness and bashfulness and just like pure happiness as well. Huh? What's wrong? He's just overjoyed to the point of not even understanding it. Nothing. Part of a biscuit just got caught in my throat, that's all. Ah, excuses. Huh? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine now. I'm strong after all. Okay, thank goodness. Yuri sighed in relief. Sadness was no longer anywhere to be seen on her face. Natsuko sighed too as he pondered. Thank goodness, it looks like taking her away from home was the right choice. Natsuko looked at the lamp. He felt as if he could see a bright future waiting for them reflected in its flames. Looks like Yuri won't have to cry anymore now. Hopefully she can learn to forget all the sad things that have happened so far. But the moment Natsuko felt that optimism, the lamp's light blew out. Huh? What happened? Looks like it ran out of fuel, I guess. Happy moments are over. It's time for the tragedy to start happening. Let's resupply tomorrow. Okay. Yuri's voice was listless. Crap, I should have made sure there was enough fuel. As Natsuko mulled over the mistake, Yuri murmured beside him. Natsuko, are you there? Yeah, why? What's wrong? I'm kinda scared now. Well, is the darkness. Can we stay closer together? Yeah. Natsuko huddled up with Yuri as told. He could feel the warmth of her arm against his. But the air gradually cooled and caressed their skin. Kinda chilly. Yeah. I wonder if Dad's gonna come to take me back. He won't, but even if he does, I'll... A sound from outside interrupted Natsuhiko. A sound of footsteps. Who's there? It's Dad. Dad's come to take me away. No, he doesn't know where you are. Natsuhiko. Yuri tugged on Natsuko's sleeve. Natsuko placed his hand over hers. It's okay. I'll deal with your dad. No, if you make him mad, he'll beat you for hours, Natsuko. Shit. Okay, that escalated quickly. Damn. He beats her. I don't care if I take a beating if it's for you, Yuri. No, you mustn't. I don't want to get you beaten either, Natsuhiko. Shh. Natsuko panicked and interrupted Yuri. For even as they spoke, the sound of footsteps got closer. Up to the entrance of the ruined factory. I really do need to deal with him, though, no matter what Yuri might say. Natsuko silently stood up and rushed toward the footsteps. Natsuko, don't worry, I'll protect you, Yuri. Oh, hello. Natsuko left those words behind as he dashed ahead into the embrace of his mom. What are you doing here? Someone's shadow stood at the entrance. Judging by its size alone, it had to have been an adult. Gotta rush up to him and punch him in the face. Brilliant. Then I'll say, stop picking on Yuri. That was all he had in mind. Natsuko rushed at the shadow and then... Natsuhiko. That voice stopped him. Mom? The shadow's true identity was Natsuhiko's mother, Dr. Miyoko Tenko. She has an expression on her face, actually, for once, like, a little surprise and startled or something like that. The professor threw Natsuko one look and said, and back to that. Don't, Mom, me. I was worried sick about you. When I got back, you weren't home, and the kitchen was a mess. But thank goodness I was able to find you relatively quickly. Aw. Why are you here, Mom? She actually is a legit mom. I panicked and called the Tobas. Masha told me about this place. Fair enough. I rushed over here as soon as I found out. I haven't ran so much in about 5 years. Jeez. Is that so? Natsuko sighed. All his tension slackened in a matter of seconds. But his sense of relief was blown away by the professor's next words. Huh? Who's that over there? Huh? The professor noticed something moving in the darkness behind Natsuhiko. Yuri hesitantly peeped up and walked up out of the shadows. She's my new friend, Yuri. After the kid's reluctant introduction, the professor spoke in exasperation. Ah, so you're the daughter of the Kotonas who moved in the other day. You should know better, Natsuko. You can't keep a girl out this late. But the professor ignored Natsuko and smiled at Yuri. I'm so sorry, Yuri. Come on, let's bring you home. Oh, she doesn't want that, though. I'm sure your parents are worried about you. They're not. Yuri's whole body twitched at the word parents. She looked to the professor with tears in her eyes. Oh my, what's the matter? It's complicated. It's kind of complicated. Well, it's actually kind of simple, but simple bad things are complicated. In the professor's confusion, Natsuko made a bold declaration. Mom, please don't bring Yuri back to that house. There's no way I can just... You can't take her back there. Yuri doesn't want to go back to a house like that. Yuri's mom and dad treat her like she's a pest just because she's a communicator. Every day they shout, they say mean things, and they kick her out of the house. They what? The professor's face stiffened for a moment. Is that true, Yuri? After a short moment's hesitation, Yuri painfully nodded. Natsuko endured the sadness and continued. That's why I wanted to save Yuri. Aw, such an earnest boy. I thought if she just lived in this secret base, she'd never have to go back to that house again. The professor sank into silence with a grim look on her face before placing her hands on Natsuko's shoulders. It's complicated like that. I understand the circumstances, but still... By no means can she live here. Children cannot live by themselves. Well, it's difficult for them to live by themselves, yes. No way. You're so mean, Mom. Yuri just... And that's why... The professor held Natsuko still as he started pleading with her. I will do something about this myself. Oh. I was not expecting this kind of development, actually. How did she end up living with the Natsukos, with the Tenkawas? You can relax, Yuri. I promise I'll make things right. The professor smiled at Yuri. And as if all of Yuri's threads of tension had snapped... No. Let's let her cry a bit. She burst into tears in a stifled voice. Yuri. Natsuko rushed up to Yuri in a panic to hold her. Yuri squeezed his hand back and spoke. Thank you so much. Thank you, Natsuko. And Mrs. Natsuko's mom. Yuri's sobs echoed in the darkness. Natsuko's mother said nothing. Natsuko himself said nothing. All he could do was keep holding Yuri's hand as she sobbed. I think that's a fine place to end, because I also feel like needing to end. Let's end on a sad but positive note there for the time being. Yes? Yes, I think that's fine for the time being, because the day is old and I need other things to... Well, I need to do other things. If only I had a robotic body and no need for a job or something like that, then I could keep doing these for a long time. Although if I did that, I would have been done with this within, like, what, 2 weeks? Instead of, what is it now? Going on the 3rd month, almost 4 months. Yeah, soon to start the 4th of this, in this series as it's released. That's fine. Anyway, to intermission time. Drink some water and let's listen to some music. Yes. And today's recommendations are The Stone Roses Waterfall, World of Wandag, Losty's Nightclub, Honey Pop. Apparently that's from that little game. I did not know that. I find music from all sorts of places over these years that I don't even remember where. I don't keep any metadata other than the artist or the performer and the title of the thing. Everything else is gone. I don't need that. I don't care about it. I don't need to be biased for or against something just because it's related to something else. Every song, every piece of music has to exist on its own merits. Everything else is irrelevant. Anyway, Backstreet Boys, everybody, Backstreet's back. Sam and Dave, Said I Wouldn't Tell Nobody, and Yuri Antonov, Holiday. Well, it's a Russian song by the name of Kanikuli, if you want to find it, but it's a good one, I like it. He's got good stuff there as well. And with that, did anything happen along the way while I was reading all these stories. No, it does not appear to have happened. Because it's only like a half. What can happen in that amount of time? Nothing. Not much. But with that, I suppose there's nothing else to do other than leave you adieu for a moment until the next section starts. And hopefully I haven't fucked around with the audio again. Please stop doing that, me. I need to stop doing that. It's fine. It's fine. Like the little, I'm looking at the OBS, like a little thingy, the mixer, the green bar. It's like steadily, like it's reliably in the yellow zone. That's like normal levels for speaking voice, right? That's what it should be. That's what it's supposed to be, according to stuff, right? If it's in the red, that's too much. It blows out. Anyway, that's fine. It should be, goddamn, please be fine. Don't let it be fine. Don't break your mind. That's just good advice. If something is breaking your mind, stop. It's good enough. Perfect is the opposite of good enough. All right. Anyway, bye-bye for now. Let's get very close to the microphone and say goodbye. Right. Words. Speaking. Things. I couldn't even hold out one day. I messed around with the audio yet again, very slightly. I'm not sure if anyone can hear the difference. I'm not sure I actually managed to hear the difference when I tested it, but it exists technically. So anyway, hello there. Back again to this thing, continuing off from where we left off. Well, we're about to, anyway. After these messages, well, there's no messages. It's just a segment in case there ever are any messages or anything like that. It's nice to have it and not need it, then feel like you need it because of changes in how things happen, and then you're just scrambling to create a new mess. That's fine. That is fine. Yes, other than that, nothing else has changed. We can take away this music now, and we can begin with the today's, well, this bits, vocal exercises, dealing with the things, I suppose. I mean, there's really not much else to do other than torture you with the writings that I did from years gone by. Although, aside from the first few ones, the rest of them have been fine. I think some of these are actually reasonably good. I mean, it's all in the eye of the beholder, but still. They're not terrible anymore. Only a few of them were. The very, very first, like 3, were just garbage. Absolute tosh. But anyway, this one is fine, I believe. A little bit of existential horror. Not really horror. Or something. Anyway, let's just read this one bit. So that we can move on with our lives. Well, no, not really. We're not here to move on with our lives. We're here to escape from them. We're here to do the exact opposite. And deal with the fictional lives of other people who don't exist. And who have problems that also don't exist and can't exist. Problems with psychokinetic children. Those are problems you don't ever want to have. And most of us never will. Okay, anyway. Short story 11. Finally, we managed to procure passage aboard this cruise ship. However, there is a capacity issue. Yes, carry restrictions apply, and they will inspect our belongings before we set foot on board. Very well, you are granted permission to perform any necessary rituals to ensure success, but should you be discovered, your lives will be forfeit, and no prison can prevent his wrath. We understand. All shall go as planned. It better, for he does not tolerate failure. Tickets, please. A smiling plebeian addresses us, and we comply. Afterwards, we whisper, "This pretense does not suit me. How much more of it must we endure?" Enough. We are on a sacred mission, and he wishes us wishes to reveal his grand design only after we perform our duties. I'm not comfortable letting these mongrels handle such precious cargo. Why must we allow this? Silence. It is exactly because they are unaware that we can trust them to not mishandle the materials. Even if they were spies, without proper preparations, it all appears as mundane items of any other passenger. You are too paranoid. After being shown to our rooms and receiving our luggage, we assume the guise of ordinary vacationers. 7 chosen for this great honor, but much remains to be done. The location of each room is not ideal, therefore some discreet measures need to be undertaken. Acquiring the guise of the crew proved to be a matter of a simple bribe. One of us was disappointed that his conjuration skills were not needed here. No matter, in 3 days' time all will be forgotten, and power and immortality shall be bestowed upon his greatest servants. None suspect of the greatness they are to become a part of. His generosity knows no bounds to give the unwitting masses such a gift. This is why we venerate him. This is why his will must be brought into the world. Vice Captain, take over. I'll go and mingle with the crowd. The captain winks at the crewman, visibly drunk, and wobbles out the bridge. Aye, aye, sir. His right-hand man dismissively says as he officially assumes the command he had already taken 3 hours ago. Honestly, why doesn't he just stay down there? Cut him some slack. The bastard's been doing this mind-numbing trip from day one, and you know how fun the summer crew out can be. Fine, be that way, you sourpuss. With the captain gone, the rest resume normal operations. Their silence juxtaposed by the blaring of the performance that first began by, and now continues in, the pool. Then, all of a sudden, the lights go out and the engine stops. What in tarnation? The crewman does not get to finish his sentence before his mind goes blank. Everyone on the ship drops to the ground, still breathing, but not a single thought going through their heads. Only the sound of the wind and the waves echoes through the halls. The ritual a success, 7 burning lights cutting their way past any obstacles, be it man or metal, and connected to form a perfect circle of dazzling brilliance for none to witness. The light continues to intensify for an hour, then 2, then 3, when, without warning, it condenses into a thin line of pure blackness. Bodies begin to rise and walk towards the middle, but those that were outside the circle and are unfortunately too tall are cut down as they mindlessly try to reach their destination. Once in the middle, they begin tearing themselves and others limb from limb, creating an ever-growing mass of flesh and gore in the center. This process is slow and gruesome. A rescue vessel shut down 7 miles out, their crews suffering severe headaches and nausea. Had the world enough time, the area would be quarantined, eventually scorched by a fearful nation, despite condemnation from the rest. Unfortunately, life as we know it would not exist by then. Once the last zombified person had shredded their body beyond its capacity to survive, the flesh began squeezing together, the black circle encroaching upon it, slicing into the core, where it became a sphere engulfed by pure horror. And then, it sank. Mere seconds after touching the water, this mass began to spread its corrupting darkness across the oceans. It only took 2 weeks to infect every connected body of water. Ну и гулает, чикси, кассир. Кассир. Я? Я. Поедем tagad gņaudi. Un tagad iesgulēt. It only took 2 weeks to infect every connected body of water. With each organism becoming part of its vile network, the sickness grew in strength and speed. All it took was a single drop for any sealed-off body to be irreversibly tainted. There is no cure, but nature finds a way. It always does. The world may now be a replica of another, but one cannot call it lifeless or dead. None alive to remember what it once was, yet the sun still rises, the moon shines brightly in the night sky, and the winds continue to blow upon this alien realm of colors unknowable and forms deemed impossible. Yet, from above, it is still that little blue speck of moist dust, mindlessly going round and round a tiny ball of fire, ignorant of the drama happening on its own skin. A bit of the Cthulhian nightmare scenarios. What if the cultists were competent and they succeeded? What then? Absolute nothingness. Because you cannot know the will of those things. Alright. Anyway, enough with that little distraction. We continue. We last left off the crew of the kids running away from the security department, the police state enforcers, basically. They had some nice memories about, well, Natsuhiko and Yuri, and there was something else. That was just right. His mom got involved, said she was gonna take care of this abuse, well, alleged abuse, or something like that. But then the memory ended, or something like that. Well, anyway, that's fine. It's fine. It's only been a few minutes for you. You remember well enough, I think. I don't. Anyway, let's continue with the things properly now. Yes, right, memory is over, the flashback is over, and then we continue on directly from that thought. I wonder if Mom had already decided to take custody of Yuri back then. He never imagined they'd get their wish with the death of Yuri's parents, but it wasn't an unbelievable possibility. But even though his mother was gentle at the time, she would eventually become cold and distant, rarely returning home. But that's exactly why Natsuko and Yuri developed a bond of mutual trust beyond that of even blood relatives. That's probably why we worry way too much about each other. Natsuko spoke with that thought in mind. But still, I was a little surprised you saw me off so easily. I mean, she trusts you, that's why. Come on now. Eh? Like, you have plans. She looked, come on, dude. Well, I thought you hated incidents and danger and such more than I did. So why did you say what you said this time? Why the change in heart? In response to that casual question, because those were the words you were wishing for. And there we go. There was a little flash of static. It's time to go back to the present. Yuri responded softly and ominously. Very ominously. To be honest, I've always been thinking, Hikarin, do you truly love the calm life you've been living? That is a very ominous question to ask, and does he? Or are you just saying you do, so as to not disagree with me? And people do like that excitement in life. That is one of those things. Natsuko gulped to hear what she was insinuating. Of course not. I mean, at least I never meant to, but what makes you say so all of a sudden? Those were the words I wished for. What makes you say that? Because she's a psychokinetic child. I just knew. Yeah, instinct and all that jazz. Yuri's answer was ambiguous, yet confident. I mean, sometimes you just know things. It's just how it works. You just know it. You feel it, and that's that. That's what I wished for, eh? Even if that is true, how would she know? Cause come on, you're an Esper, your friend's an Esper who can read minds. Come on. Can't you imagine the possibility that she's an Esper as well? I mean, she is. She's, she has all the time in the world staying at home to develop her abilities and stuff like that. As he pondered the puzzle, a certain doubt rose up in his mind. No way, is Yuri an empath? But before he could finish that thought, Yuri muttered, sorry if I'm wrong about this, but Hikarin, have you all ever thought that you wanted to return to your past self? Yes, he has, because past self was a active boy, taking the initiative and everything else, and making things happen. Current him is kind of lame. My past self, I mean, that's not really sure that this kind of conversation really means that much when you're kids. Like, you ask this question to like someone who's in their 30s or 40s, like, do you wish you could go back to whether you were, your convictions, your ideology, your passions when you were like in your 20s or something like that? That's a question, like you can contemplate that. But this 16-year-old self asking, do you wish to be your 7-year-old self again? It's like that's, I don't know, there's lots of basic stuff you learn and develop as a person along the way in those years. There's really... I don't know. It feels like a question that doesn't... like, sounds deep and meaningful, but when asked of a young person like that, doesn't really mean much. Because, it's a little bit odd to ask such a question of like a 16-year-old. Like, anyway. Have you been holding yourself back from doing anything all this time out of concern for me? I guess he has, actually. Yeah. He wants his normal life to continue on forever. He wants nothing bad to happen to you. Basically, it's mutually assured arrested development, isn't it? She's trapped in a cage of her own making. Well, not making, but choice. Doesn't want to leave the house, doesn't want to interact with anything. Doesn't really grow as a person, does she? Has she changed much since all the flashbacks we've seen of her? I'm not sure. Not really? That's kind of sad, honestly. Aw, poor Yuri. Little rabbit and granny. Anyway. Natsuko always concerned about protecting... Yeah. I think he has. Things like stepping up to the face of danger by yourself. No, why would I do that on purpose? That's a normal response. But you know, I've been thinking that you truly are the type of person to choose the just path of justice. Yeah. No matter how dangerous that path may be. I mean, we know that happens. Hey, Yuri. And the call got cut, eh? The phone's connection suddenly cut off there. Suspicious. Before he knew it, the hustle and bustle of the town disappeared too, leaving Natsuko wrapped in silence. It's late. It's 11 o'clock. The only sound echoing through the silence was the ticking of Natsuko's watch. That's a loud watch, then. Or it's really quiet, not even wind or animals or anything like that. No distant cars humming along. I mean, there's still some public transport going on at these hours. Absolute silence, eh? That's a little disconcerting. But soon enough, even that sound stopped. Okay, alright, we are going back to the present. Again, yep, you got the moment. Hello. When he looked to check, his watch was indeed broken. Back to reality again, eh? Yeah, he already knew. He knew that all this time he was merely having a recollection of September 14th. He knew that his recollections of the past were gradually getting closer to the present. Yes, tomorrow is going to be the most exciting one. The day before the incident. The day when all of the encounters happen. According to what they said in the previous route, they encountered the terrorists who attacked them last night. On the 15th, that is. And are we going to get I really hope we're going to get a flashback to the incident of what happened exactly there. How did Yuri's parents die? How that traumatized her? What happened exactly? 9 years ago, that's when the fire happened in Labo, so those are directly linked. Okay, I'm gonna hold back my own speculation now. To the day this watch broke. In the dead silence, Natsuko's consciousness returned to September 16th. Yes, back to the present. The reality fires everywhere. Hey, if we're still on fire, right. Yep, Natsuko recalled that long day in just a moment's time. He recalled the collapse of his calm daily life, as well as how he plunged into maelstrom of an incident with Mashiro and Luis. That's right, no matter how far I am from Yuri, I must fulfill my promise to her. But Yuri ended up getting dragged into the incident regardless, and now she stood with Mashiro in front of him. Yeah, that's a... That is a question. How did she end up here then? Still one more thing to know. But at least we have some understanding of their motivation for coming here to Labo. When Mashiro heard the terrorist plot, felt it. And so then they investigated things. But yes, we still have one more critical day of information to get. Anyway, the passageway was blocked by fire on both sides, leaving nowhere to escape. Yes, right. Well, it doesn't matter. We know they managed to escape. But regardless, hey, Hikarin, think hard about the path you should take. A very loaded statement. Those words fanned the fire burning in Natsuhiko's heart. she's right. No matter what the danger, I'll take the correct path. Or else I have no hope of overcoming the past. Natsuko grabbed Mashiro by the hand. Don't give up. Let's go, Mashiro. Yeah? Oh, where? Let's take a different path. This isn't the only way to Area 5. Natsuko recalled the map he had just seen. This is the path that connects Area 4 and 5's outer rings. Even if this path is a dead end, the inner ring path could still be an option. Then if you can get to Area 4's inner ring... Yeah, let's cut back through the Area 4 fire and enter Area 5 through the inner ring. That gives us a hell of a better chance of survival than staying here and doing nothing. Yee. Mashiro looked a little bewildered, but she replied strongly soon enough. Yee. Yuri smiled as if she were watching over the two of them. Like she's working. Okay, let's go, guys. Swoosh. Natsuko took them by the hand and opened the gate on the Area 4 side. And once again, they plunged into the blazing Area 4 outer ring. Natsuko gripped the girl's hands tight. Okay, first up, close your eyes, and don't you dare let go of my hand. Alright, cool. If you stick with me, we'll definitely escape. Good. I got it. Hikari, be careful. They've done this, it'll be fine. Natsuko nodded and ran, leading them by the hand. Mashiro's gait was a little uncertain though, perhaps because of fear. Oh, it's only natural. They are still just kids, in a place that's been attacked by terrorists and on fire. And their lives are literally in danger. One of their friends was already shot. I think she was. I think Luis was already shot at this point. However, Yuri was surprisingly calm and matched Natsuko's pace perfectly. As a result, Natsuko wasn't too heavily burdened and they were able to run confidently. But eventually the smoke got to Natsuko's eyes, blurring them over with tears. Yeah, smoke sucks in the eyes. I endure it. Yeah, that's fine. If I stop here, Masha and Yuri are as good as dead. You as well. Don't forget to include yourself, you know. Natsuko desperately ran beside his bloodfish, although I guess that's a trait of all these, anime protagonists. They typically forget to think about their own well-being. Like so many of them, they will destroy their bodies for their own friends. Not realizing that their friends are concerned for their own well-being. As in the hero's well-being. Like, goddammit. Stop destroying a body! It hurts us so much to see you hurt so bad. And stuff like that. Those kind of lines and stuff like that. That's fine. It's fine. And then they slipped through the connecting passageway, finding a refuge in Area 4's inner ring. And unlike the outer ring, the inner ring had no signs of fire. Sure. We're saved. It's okay now, you two. Good. The girl spoke as Natsuko took deep breaths. Thank you, Natsuko. Good job. That was a close one, eh? Yeah. But we can't relax just yet. Not before we get to Area 5. Mashiro's face froze at Natsuko's words. You're right. I wonder if the connecting passageway here is safe. Ultimately it doesn't matter. Although, actually, yes, how does Mashiro get shot or something? We want to know that. I hope it is, because the rest of the stuff we kind of know. We know that Yuri disappears with the group of adults, and then Natsuko's just running around, is shot at some point as well. That happens. And then Luis is just doing her own thing. They prayed as they walked into the connecting passageway. But they didn't see any signs of fire or smoke in this path. Good. Okay, looks good. Yeah. Let's hurry to Area 5. The three of them rushed off in high spirits. Once they entered Area 5's inner ring, they headed for the emergency staircase. The broadcast said that the staircases in Area 5 and 6 were safe. Doesn't matter, no they're not. There's no escape. Quite some time has passed since then, but please still be safe. It doesn't matter, but okay. They rushed to the staircase with that hope in mind, only for it to be dashed immediately. Good. But what waited for them behind the door was only the wreckage of what once was a staircase. No way. It's no good here either. Nope, it doesn't matter. Don't tell me all the staircases have collapsed. Yes, they have. Or the ones that haven't, it doesn't matter. The three of them left the staircase landing with drooping shoulders. At least they're young, their shoulders don't hurt. Natsuko suddenly got worried about Luis. It's fine. After pondering her for a second, he sent her telepathy. Luis, can you hear me? Where are you right now? And after a little while, he learned about her whereabouts. Good news, you two. I just contacted Sally. God damn it, I fucked up again. I just contacted Louis with BC, and looks like she's already escaped through Area 6. Really? Well, she hasn't found a way out. We can't give up either. There are still other emergency staircases remaining. There are ones in Area 5's outer ring, and Area 6 as well. If any of the remaining 3 are safe, then we can escape. Then we should go to the outer ring. No, judging by the force of the flames in the connecting passageway, there's a high possibility the Area 5's outer ring is blazing up. Probably. Let's go to Area 6 first, and the moment Natsuko began to speak, an ominous siren suddenly bellowed. Ah, now it's happening. Okay. At 7:15, Code N declared. Bulkheads down, get fucked inside. What's that? My ears hurt. It was a loud alarm, unlike what they had heard before. An automatic broadcast voice followed. A K-sen has just been detected. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to blockade mode. Yeah. Locking down all gates and bulkheads. All facility personnel, please and Mr. AD, take shelter in the nearest room and stay in place. Natsuko looked toward the connecting passageway in shock. The security gate in their path shut with a roar. Oh no! Natsuko rushed over to the gate and tried opening it. But no matter how much strength he used, no matter how much he pressed the open button, the gate wouldn't budge one bit. You need the security clearance. Damn it. Yeep. What's the meaning of this? That means you're fucked. That's what it means. I don't know, but I guess evacuation mode is over. Yeah, the automatic voice said so. All the gates that had just been opened just got locked again. Then, we've been locked inside the building. Oh yeah, bulkheads. Natsuko muttered in a grave voice. A grave voice. Yes, everything is locked down. There is no escape for us. What do we do? It's a threatening voice that I just did there, not a grave voice. What do we do? What do we do? I don't know. You get shot, Mashiro also gets wounded, needs transfusion, and Yuri just wanders off with the adults, and Luis also just runs around. Yeah, let's find out. The broadcast said that all the gates were locked. That probably included the gate to the outer ring and the gate to Area 4 as well. Damn it, is there no way out? No, there isn't. We know for a fact there isn't. Like, the adults really tried hard. Every single possibility. Nope. Nah. Squat. Zilch. That's the correct word. Natsuko looked around with that thought in mind. Upon which a look of astonishment rose up on Yuri's face. I can't believe it. This is happening again. Finally. Flashback to the previous accident. Come on. Gimme. I've been waiting for this for a while. It's like a repeat of 9 years ago. 9 years ago? Come on, you remember that extremely well, dude. Yuri's words jogged Natsuko's memory the moment they left her lips. 9 years ago, they had also been locked here in Area 5. Oh, specifically even. That's right. Back then we heard that same announcement. The gates had been shut. The image of Yuri sobbing rose up in the back of Natsuko's head. Aww. Poor Yuri. What happened to us after that? Oh, you were 7 years old. But the more he tried to remember the details, the worse his head ached. They were still doing the experiments on the BC back then, so yeah. Painful brain aches. That was the very fragment of the past he had been avoiding. Fine. That's the one I want to know about the most. The memory that had haunted them for 9 whole years. Fine, it's understandable. Like, they're kids, traumas happen. It's very hard to understand how to deal with trauma as a child. So, it's fine. It's not fine, but, it's understandable. Why is this happening again? Because terrorism, because greed, because your mom is into experimentation or something. I don't know, I guess she was a normal person before then, more or less. Just a regular researcher before her husband died, stuff like that. Then she can start going down that path of colder and more distant and whatnot. Oh well. Natsuko endured his headache and looked towards Yuri. If it's hurting me this much, then Yuri must be. A painful look was indeed on her face, but not for those reasons. But even so, she smiled at him. Aww. I'm okay, Hikarin. Yeah, she's tough. But Yuri, come on, be concerned about yourself as well. I haven't grown at all. I came here and got us locked up in here again. Well, I guess, yeah, you really haven't grown up that much at all. In the end, I haven't overcome the past at all. Well, you can do that now. Now is better than never. As Natsuko vocalized his bitter regrets, Yuri gently replied. It's too early to know that for certain. In the days leading up to today, you've gained the strength you needed to overcome the past, haven't you? Yeah, so confront it and overcome it. And let us see it. Let us see it. When you were with the others, you were always fine. You overcame the truth and the malice thrust before you that day, after all. So I'm sure you can overcome the past this time. That day? Which day? That's a good question. As Matsuko mulled over Yuri's confusing choice of word, he heard the sound of his watch ticking. Let's go back to the past. When he looked at the dial, the hands were pointing to September 15th at 7:09 a.m. Yesterday, eh? Yeah, when all of the shit went down. Come on. The day we got close to the truth. Yeah. Yuri whispered to the pensive Natsuhiko. Hikarin, it's time for you to remember. Excellent. It was probably by no coincidence that you've come this far. Nope, it was all penned out properly and everything else. So, are you prepared? I am. I have no idea what I'm prepared for, but I am. I don't know if he is, but yeah, he is too. The moment Yuri said that, Natsuko's consciousness returned to yesterday. Come on. I am excited. Finally, we're gonna get some answers. Enough with this school children nonsense. Back in the karaoke booth. Natsuko woke up. His vision and consciousness were still blurry. Huh? Where am I? His unfamiliar surroundings. Sorry about that. His unfamiliar surroundings had him on the verge of a confused panic, but... Oh, that's right, last night I called Yuri on the phone and then I returned to the karaoke box. Guess I passed out from the exhaustion right after that, and apparently had a good, 7.5 hours of sleep or so. I would say. One day until the instant. Well, there's going to be an instant today as well. After a moment, his thoughts managed to clear themselves again. How are the other two? All tuckered out as well. Natsuko turned his head to look for Mashiro. Of course we have this scene. Of course. Fell asleep while leaning up against his shoulder. Yeah, classic. Only to find her face right beside him. She's too close, and she looks way too defenseless. People are defenseless when they're asleep. That's just how that works. And yeah, she fell asleep. Come on now. Body warmth and everything else. She likes ya. Come on, dude. But he's a protagonist. He's 16 years old. He's male. Anime protagonist. Of course, he's dense as fuck about this stuff. Of course. We knew this from the beginning. Anyway, he only barely kept himself from shouting in surprise. Just afterward, Mashiro opened her eyes ever so slightly. Wakey wakey. He's going ba-dump with his heartbeats. Her eyes were fixing on Natsuko in an enraptured gaze. His heart's beating really loudly. I'm not sure how well it can be heard over my voice, probably not at all, but still. Take my word for it. He's going all ducky and all that jazz. The sight of her awakening was so enthralling it left him speechless. It was a side of his childhood friend that he had never seen before. But after only a moment had passed... Oh, good morning. That's an interesting reaction. She returned to the usual Mashiro. I'm sorry. For what? Natsuko jumped away reflexively. What are you apologizing for, exactly? Could you explain to me? And suddenly felt himself stepping on something soft. Oops. You're gonna have to apologize to Luis, though. And the comedy music as well. Looking down, he found Luis sleeping on the floor. He had accidentally stepped on her, although she's tough, so I don't think she noticed. or soft. Huh. She seemed to be sleeping peacefully, but instant reactions. Not a moment later, Louis grabbed his foot. Judo throw. And flung him away in a flash. Okay, that's nice. Classics. Alright. I do like these scenes, even how silly they are, it's fine. It's been established, their characters and whatnot, that she does this kind of thing. Well, not really. We could assume that she does this kind of thing, that she's been trained. Her reflexes to just defense and attack, even if she's half asleep. Natsuko was well turned upside down as he toppled on the floor. Ow. Natsuko. As part of her reactive throwing motion, Louise had risen to her feet. She appeared to have come back to her senses as she lent him her hand. I'm sorry, I thought you were going to attack me in my sleep, so I unleashed a Sannomiya screw, leg whip on you by reflex. She even names her moves. At least she has fun as well. That's good. A Sannomiya screw? Natsuko groaned as he got up. His knees and back ached. Well, be glad you're only 16 years old. Get older and that kind of throw? Nah, you're not getting back up. You're not getting back up. So she can use more than just Aikido, of course. That was not an Aikido technique, no matter how he looked at it. It's a self-defense technique. Mashiro rubbed her half-asleep eyes as she asked about it too. Is that a Louis' original special move? Well, she did name it. Yes, it's a technique from the composite system of martial arts I created by mixing several styles of hand-to-hand combat. Sannomiya style Savat. Other techniques include the Sannomiya sleeper, the Sannomiya rocket, and the Sannomiya suplex. Oh Jesus, suplexes are very dangerous. Suplex, like you do a suplex either wrongly or correctly, depending on what the situation. If you're in the wrestling area, you want to do it wrongly in the sense that it doesn't hurt the person you're doing it to. Otherwise, because just doing a suplex like you see it, that can easily just kill a person straight up. Like, bleh. No, the pile drive. That's what I'm thinking. Two suplexes is something different. Although that probably land it accidentally wrongly, and that can also probably kill you. Now I was thinking of the pile driver. Maybe. I actually don't know the technical moves. I just know how they look. They take the anyway. Moving on. I see. Those don't sound like Savat techniques to me. And I get the feeling I've heard those names somewhere before. No? Forget about the techniques. What time is it? It's early morning. Let's go check this watch. 7:12 a.m., I guess. What do you mean you guess? It says right there on your watch. What the fuck do you mean you guess? Come on now. It's concrete information. There's no guessing about it. That's what the watch says. It was relatively early for Sunday morning, but they had business to take care of today. Natsuko took a deep breath before speaking. Now then, today we will begin a full-blown search for terrorists. Alrighty, I'm ready to go when you are. We shouldn't overstay our visit here. We should set our sights and move. Move, people. Okay, so let's think then. What exactly is it that we should do? That's a very good question. That should be obvious. Our end goal is to stop the terrorist block. And to do that, we should clear our names with the security department if possible. That actually is a good way to figure out what you need to do. You lay out the end goal. What do you want to achieve? Then you think backwards on what steps you need to take to achieve that. And then you go more granularly, each individual step divided into subtasks. What you need to accomplish there, what you need to gather, and everything else in order to be able to take that step. And then, you go back and back and back until you reach the point where you are at the beginning. To clear our names with the security department, I believe we need to find that security guard and make him admit to falsifying his report. That guy. He might not... who knows? I see, that does sound logical. Except there's a plot. After Natsuko nodded in consent, Mashiro was next to speak. I've got a suggestion too. The one who initiated this whole thing. What's up, Mashiro? While we work on that front, shouldn't we also search for the man who was on the bus? Can you recognize him though? Did you see his face or anything like that? Distinctive features? I said before, but even though he was concealing his face with sunglasses, I think I'll know him when I see him. You think. Alright, if we happen to find him, we just need to tie him up real quick and hand him over to the police. You think it's gonna be that easy? Ah, poor you. It's not gonna be that easy. Watase Kasagi is not a man to be trifled with. He's physically fit, he's physically stronger than Louise here. And we know she's bloody tough. We just got a small demonstration of her abilities when she's not even awake yet. But we know he's tougher. That sounds easier said than done, though. Yeah. Besides, if he's a terrorist, it's only natural that he have comrades. I don't think the arrest of one man will prevent a terrorist attack. That's a decent point, yes. Turns out it is correct. But it would stop the security department from suspecting us, and would force the police to start searching too, wouldn't it? That's something. I see. That indeed does have merit to it. I know, right? Natsuko more or less agreed with that opinion, but don't you think we'd be banking too much on a coincidence to happen? Yes, you would be. Wouldn't it be important to gain some adult cooperation first? But the security department's already suspicious of us. Yeah, but there's other people. No, that's exactly why we need to help from an adult. An adult we can trust. Enna enters the scene. They might be able to help talk us out of the misunderstanding with the security department, and we could rely on them when the going gets tough. Yes, you could. It would have been a different story if Natsuko were the only one at the risk of danger, but he wanted to ensure Mashiro and Luis were as safe as possible. What if they want to be in danger as well, to achieve the objectives? You can't protect everyone. Like, they have similar mentalities to you, that's what these protagonists often forget, that they're willing to, they think they're the only ones who should sacrifice themselves, but other characters can have the same thoughts, like, no, I'm going to sacrifice myself to protect you, Mr. Protagonist, because I like you a lot, you're my friend, and all that jazz, or something like that. It never crosses their minds. Or it does, but they dismiss it. Anyway, there are two adults I have in mind. The first is Mr. Lukita, the second is Professor Tsubakiyama. Yeah, those two do seem like they'd hear us out, don't they? It's difficult for me to judge who to trust. Actually, I think Masha should be the judge of who we can trust or not. Ah, yes. Me? Well, you have empathy. You have the empathy power. Natsuko meekly responded to Mashiro's puzzled glance. You can use empathy, can't you, Mashiro? Yeah. And empathy can only be used on someone who's opened their hearts to you, right? So if there's anybody who acts or looks suspicious, can't you just check to see if you can use empathy on them? But that's... Mashiro's expression clouded over. She was probably reluctant to peek into other people's minds. Ah. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable about it, just tell me. I won't force you. Not at all. It's okay. If an absolute need arises, I can act against my moral code if I have to. Not much of a moral code now, is there? Then... Oh well. Mashiro hesitantly gave her answer. Oh well, it's important to be flexible though. Yeah, so not begrudging her on that. I'm sorry, Mashiro. Stop apologizing for everything, fuck's sake. It's fine, it's fine. We're in a state of emergency after all. Now that I have this ability, I may as well put it to good use for once. I mean, you've had it for years, according to you. So, Mashiro spoke in a bright voice. Even if it were mere bravado, there's so an ease in there. It provided a relief to Natsuhika and Luis. Okay, looks like we've made up our minds on what to do then. Well, sort of, that's a very half-baked plan, but still. Yeah. Clear our names with the security department. Search for terrorists, acquire adult cooperation. All while avoiding surveillance cameras and the security department too. And yet we've still gotta do it. It's not easy being an ally of justice, eh? An ally of justice. I like this. I like it. Ready, guys? I'm ready when you are. Yeah, those are some stiff conditions to meet, but let's give it a go. Have you had breakfast, though? You should eat something first. Let's all work hard together. You can't really operate well on an empty stomach. The three of them nodded at each other and Natsuhika spoke. Alright, then let's get to work on the double. Yee. Roger. And with that, the three of them exchange firm handshakes. I guess we can assume they had breakfast or something like that, to have this much energy to do things. Okay, there we go, addressed it. Good. After a quick breakfast, they left the karaoke box. But right as they were about to walk out into town... Wait. Luis held back Natsuko and Mashiro from walking any further. What's wrong? There are police officers there. They looked, and sure enough, there were two officers standing at the corner. What about them? The police aren't our enemy, are they? I mean, they would cooperate with the security department. That would be silly not to. We should still keep our guard up. Let's wait and listen to their conversation. Alright. As Luis suggested, they hid by the entrance and strained their ears. Upon which, Natsuko heard the officers' conversation. Those are some good ears. Man, don't you think we've been patrolling here a little too much? Is there really any meaning in all this pacing around? The younger officer grumbled. The older officer replied, Of course there is. Our patrolling is a crime deterrent in and of itself. I mean, that is true. The kids are very wary and, reluctant to act just by seeing them. So, point proven. But it's a little hard to believe there are terrorists in such a peaceful town like this just because we're told so. Yeah. But even the municipal office has received a threat letter. We must remain vigilant. The city's major BC-related facilities are stretching us and the security department thin, but you can never be too careful. Mashiro whispered as they listened in on the conversation. It's, I'm sure those threat letters were a diversion too. I mean, yeah, that's the point. They just explained the point of those. They are stretched thin. The whole town's on edge because of Q. It's like we're under martial law. You've been under martial law since the very beginning, basically, since you were born in this city. Or moved to it, or whatever. That's the point. But at least for now, it looks like the police aren't following us. And since the police and security department are busy with the other cases, that should mean they've slackened their pursuit of us at least a little. I see, that's good to hear. The kids waited for the officers to leave before heading out into the street. Very suspicious activity of you kids. Now then, where should we go first? The PRC? I don't remember what that is. No, that's too far. Let's go somewhere nearby first. Like where? Our neighbor's house, Mr. Ukita's, to be exact. And thus they walked towards Ukita's house. Ukita's house was about a 30-minute walk from Center Street. But they needed to avoid any street surveillance cameras. That's a tough ordeal. So the 30-minute distance took over an hour to clear. Phew. We're finally here. Mashiro took a deep breath, finally relieved from all the tension of having to avoid notice. Now, how is Mr. Ukita? He should be fine. Natsuko pressed the doorbell as he spoke. However, there was no response no matter how many times he pressed the button. He's at work, doing important science. Looks like he's not home. Where would he be so early in the morning? Maybe he's having a jog. No, we know he's not a physical guy. He's not out having a jog. Work, I guess. Yeah, probably. Ukita was a labo researcher, and if Natsuko's mom is anything to go by, then he may have been too busy at work to have gone home last night. Looks like a swing and a miss right off the bat, eh? Nothing we can do about it, so let's move on to... An angry shout interrupted Mashiro. Natsuhiko. Hello, Miyoko. Oh, she cares still. Ah, hello. Oh, she's angry. I like that. They turned around in shock to see a woman in lab coat standing in front of the house next door. She's very peeved. It was a face they hadn't seen in days. Natsuko's mother, Dr. Miyoko Takawa. That's a facial expression we haven't seen before, I think. And I love it. It's great. Crap. She has emotions, yes. Of course she does. The professor briskly walked towards them as Natsuko silently cursed this unexpected turn of events. I got a call from the security department last night. They say you injured the security guard at the RPRC. Oh, I see how it is. So you came back just for that? Just? What do you mean, just? Of course I did. Never in my dreams did I expect my own son would do something like that. Yui, you were with him. What were you thinking? I'm sorry. You too, Mashiro. They said you were with them too. I'm sorry, but... Natsuko glared back at the professor as she scolded them. Hold on a second, Mom. They have nothing to do with this, do they? Well, they kind of do. I mean, Mashiro especially does. That's the whole reason you're on this terrorist hunt. No, in fact, you don't have anything to do with this, Mom. This is our problem. She's your mother, and you're an underage kid, so yes. From a legal perspective, even. Like, just from that. This is her problem to deal with as well. I don't have anything to do with this. Of course I do. I had to be dragged out of my busy work schedule. The professor sighed deeply. Please, just don't add to my problems needlessly. I'm busier than I've ever been with my current work. I can imagine, yeah, you got a massive reactor thingy there. Something snapped inside Natsuhiko. Well, fair enough. Yeah, well, yeah, it's about time he snapped a little bit. He was too young back in those days to understand what his mother was going through and how she was changing. And now it's been years she's become like this, and it's hard for him to, correctly approach this situation. They could reconcile. I mean, they will reconcile after the post scenes, after everything is resolved. I think. I hope. I'm getting the feeling that they will resolve these things later. Anyway, the professor's son and his friends were being pursued on the pretext of a false charge, and yet she wouldn't listen to any of it because you're a child. That's why. And she's busy and she's kind of given up. Anyways, and to top it all off, she was still trying to focus on work. Well, that's what keeps her sane and focused and, not on an emotional, breakdown or something like that. With all the stuff that's happened to her life. Okay, Mom. Sorry for being a pest. Just go back to Labo and work already. That's a really bad attitude there. How can you expect me to just do that? How? It's easy. You keep talking about work this and work that. If work's so important to you, then just go already. Yeah, I mean, that's a reasonable reaction from him, from his perspective. He felt something murmuring in his heart as he spoke. He knew he sounded like a spoiled child, but he couldn't stop the words from leaving his lips. They've pursued us based on a false charge. We were partly at fault, but that security guard lied in his report. Eh? And we're not even doing anything wrong. We're just searching for the terrorists in town. That's a very dangerous thing. It's a very dangerous. Why are you doing that? You're just kids. Terrorists? What are you talking about? There's a very likely possibility they're here. So we're doing what we can to stop them. You kids, though. Come on now. That's irresponsible. That's super dangerous, especially if it's true. Like, you're making her worried now. She's now super worried. You kids, stop terrorists. Don't be foolish. Exactly. The professor raised her voice sharply. I'm obviously on her side in this situation, because, duh. I mean, yes, the kids are correct, but that doesn't change the fact that they're kids and they're kind of dumb. And she's an adult and understands the world a bit better. So from all factual basis, she's in the right now to be angry. Listen to me. Stop spouting nonsense and just stay inside like I'm telling you to. Okay, that's not a great response from her either, though. Just, not even listening to anything and not even taking anything seriously they say, and just go inside. Leave. It's also not great response. No. This is my own decision. I can't just back down and listen to you. Is there something I'm not giving you enough of? I've already provided you with a carefree life, haven't I? Well, yeah, you have been providing for us financially, but that doesn't give you the right to criticize every action I take. How do you expect me to listen to everything you say when you're never around to say it? That's a fair point as well. Family drama. It's always kind of nasty. Okay. The professor's face froze over at those words. Natsuko, stop it. No, he needs to let it out. It's important to let all this stuff out. You've said too much. No, he hasn't, actually. He needs to say everything. It's important to get it off your chest. You just can't keep bottling things up like that. Masha and Louise frantically cut in, but that was something Natsuko had always wanted to tell his mother. He couldn't stop the words he had been holding back all this time. You took custody of Yuri after her parents died, right? I thought that was very noble of you. Which it was, but can you look me in the eye and say you've become a new mother for her? Oh, she's tearing up. Well, that's yeah, it's tough. I know it's too late for me to say this now, but you've always been too preoccupied with work to even care about what happened at home, haven't you? Look, she had... it's complicated. God, family drama things are really... Yeah, it's really nasty. It's not wrong, but it's very harsh to hear. Yeah. Do you realize how lonely Yuri and I were, growing up in a house without parents to welcome home at night? Do you know what it felt like, watching over Yuri as she struggled with her emotional trauma? Of course, Yuri's completely innocent here. I'm grateful for how you managed to support the family as a single mother. I truly am. That's why I never said anything. But this is the last... slap. Just then, a weak smack rang out against Natsuko's cheek. It was the frail slap of his mother's palm against his cheek. You hit me. That's first. Guess you had to start acting like a parent somewhere, huh? Not sure slapping it does anything, actually. Start acting like a parent. Natsuko made it that far before gasping. For he saw tears welling up in the professor's eyes. Yeah, it was all for you. I'm trying my hardest just for you. Of course she is. Natsuko, you made the professor cry. How cruel. Look, it's important to get these emotional moments out of the way, though. Otherwise, they'll just keep bottling up. It hurts in the short run, but it's emotionally healing in the long term. Because you're letting things out. You're actually telling what is what. It's important. You should apologize. Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong though as well. Like that's why this is complicated. Neither of them are technically wrong. Bitter regret filled his heart as the girls admonished him. But what felt stronger than his regret was his confusion. It was all for me? Yeah, obviously, if you think about it. I never asked for this. Look, as a child you don't know what to ask for. That's what parents are for, more or less. To like care. Okay, fine, this is complicated. It's complicated. So why are you crying? What's with that timing? Look, he's young, he doesn't understand. Let's just leave it be. He couldn't understand his mother's feelings. Well, of course not. He's just a high schooler. Dr. Tinkawa continued in a low voice. Natsuko, I'm begging you. Please listen to me for now. I need to go back to Labo right away. But we can talk as much as we want afterwards. For now? What do you mean, Mom? Is there something you want to tell me? Probably a lot of things. No. Does it have anything to do with what's going on now? Not at all. Though I do think one day the time will come when we can talk about it. Okay, that's a bit ominous. The professor spoke in insinuative words. Natsuko wanted to know what was on her mind. He wanted to know from the bottom of his heart, for the very first time. Mom, what are you trying to say? Ask her. As that thought crossed his mind... Oh, okay. His five senses suddenly faded into the distance. Okay. Sudden psychokinesis. His vision blurred, his hearing diminished. Now you are just a psychic consciousness. And instead, voices echoed in Natsuhiko's brain. I knew it. He hates me. He's reading her mind. But until all the work is complete, it would be best if I avoided him. Oh. You're reading your mother's mind, Natsuko. Unlocking all the abilities one by one. Natsuko was shocked. The sensation was quite similar to receiving telepathy, but not entirely. He heard a voice directly echoing in his head. But Natsuko had heard Dr. Tikawa's mental voice. This is empathy. Indeed. As soon as Natsuko had that thought, his 5 senses returned. But wait, I need to go back. Like, I was suddenly... But until all the work is complete, it would be best if I avoided him. All the work is complete. God damn it, they're working on... What is it exactly that they are working? I mean, we know it's some kind of consciousness that exists just out as its own thing, but like... How does it relate to Natsuko directly? God, that's the... However expensive Labo is... Question. Natsuko! He snapped back when he heard Mashiro's voice up against his ear. What happened? Someone's coming this way. He turned around in shock to see 2 men running their direction from the other side of the street. They were the security department members who were standing in front of Mashiro's house yesterday. Damn it, did they see us already? He was concerned about the meaning of his mother's tears and if he had just used empathy, but that can wait. Let's get out of here. Natsuko quickly shouted that command. And with just a moment of hesitation, Mashiro and Luis nodded. I'm sorry, Professor. We have to go now. Professor, I'll protect Natsuko. No need for concern. And with that, the 3 of them ran away, leaving behind Dr. Tikawa hanging her head in shame. Run, you 2! Natsuko frantically ran, urging the girls to do the same. Let's escape to somewhere devoid of people for now. It'll be too hard to tell who's with the security department in a crowd. In accordance with Luis's suggestion, they ran away from the urban areas. The situation was different from their escape last night. They had taken advantage of the cover of dark, but this time it was a challenge purely of stamina and agility. Yeah, Luis seemed like she had more than enough stamina, but... Yeah, Mashiro doesn't. Neither does Natsuko. You're not exactly physically able-bodied ones. Mashiro's rough breathing was loud and clear. Her stamina could give out at any moment. Natsuko took Mashiro by the hand, and right when they thought they had finally shaken off the men... Cars! A car appeared in their path. Rokume City's emblem was painted on the side. The security department again? Yeah, it's an entire department. This way, you 2. They're communicating with each other constantly. Natsuhiko detoured into a side street. They continued into a narrow, unpaved road that seemed inaccessible to cars. Seemingly. Crap, they'll overtake us at this rate. Is there nowhere we can hide? I don't know. Mashiro cried bitterly. Her voice sounded so pained. Mashiro was by no means fast on her feet, and for his physical strength was a subpar at best. Damn it, at this rate Mashiro's gonna... The security department's presence was gone for now, but by no means did that mean they could stop. They ran at a random through narrow streets so as to make themselves harder to track. Wait, I can't go on. Mashiro finally threw in the towel. But that very moment, beyond the grass lining the street of the road, they saw an old abandoned building. That's it, let's hide in there. Huh? Yee. The kids stumbled into the building. Is it the old hideout? Oh, it's the old hideout. Or at least use the same image as the hideout from when he was a kid. It was a dark, empty place. Despite its considerable size, there was no sign of anybody inside. The kids took deep breaths. Phew. Breathe in and breathe out. It's always a good thing to do. And she's just dying. Aw, poor Mashiro. Have a sip of water, that'll help. And she's just lightly exhausted. Phew. Think we can escape their pursuit here for a bit? Quite possibly. I checked when we got here, but there were no surveillance cameras near the entrance. Thank goodness. That was honestly a close one. Mashiro spoke as she caught her breath. She seemed to have finally recovered. Yeah, kids just have that vitality. The youth. Infinite energy restoration capability, basically. That's a really nice thing to do. Oh well, enjoy it while it lasts. It will not last. The ability to regenerate from exhaustion that quickly and efficiently, and basically without any kind of intake of nutrients or anything like that. Anyway, she took a look around and suddenly opened her eyes as if she had noticed something. Huh? Isn't this place? Yes, it is. Something up? Come on, Natsuko, you had a flashback within a memory about this place. Just moments ago. Well, this is our secret base, isn't it? Huh? Ah, you're right. Now that she mentioned it, it was. It was the abandoned factory that Natsuka and the other children played in, their so-called secret base. Man, this place hasn't changed one bit. It's surprising. It's really surprising that this city has abandoned buildings and stuff like that. It's just been left there to rot. Although I guess that's just, even if it's a special secret city for BC, it's still, it's still just administered by people, government officials who, generally not the best and greatest people in the world, because the pay is probably just mediocre at best and whatnot. Oh well, it's still managed by people. It's still just a regular government. As things slip by, it's bureaucracy. That's what the word I was looking for. It's still bureaucracy. Well, it's so big that even just demolishing it would be expensive after all. I guess that's true. This is perfect. Since this base is familiar territory to us and all, let's rest here for a bit. I guess we should wait for things to cool off again. You don't have that much time. You only have 21 hours to enjoy here. They wiped off their sweat and leaned against the wall. Louise looked a little tired too as she whispered, "The security department is making it hard to move around." Well, that's their job, yeah. They're doing a good job then. Well, mediocre. If they were doing a good job, you would have been caught already. Yeah, we've made a nuisance of an enemy, haven't we? The very townspeople we swore to protect have become our enemies. Quite ironic. Well, that's a typical thing. They had always known the security department to be a reliable organization, but now they were painfully aware of just how diligent they were. Mom could have just stopped those security department freaks for us. That thought reminded Natsuko of something. He remembered that strange voice he had heard back when he saw his mother. Oh, right, guys, please listen. Huh? What's up? Actually, when I was talking to Mom, I heard her mental voice for some reason. Her mental voice? You mean empathy? Yeah, he's unlocking all the abilities within the span of a week. He went from 0 to God. I don't know, but probably. I don't know. He's rank S. Basically, no one is rank S. There's like 20 people like that or something. Masha's eyes widened at those words. Wait, you're serious, Natsuko? Of course he is. I don't think he's really been joking around with anyone throughout this whole thing. Maybe with Yuri a little? No, I don't think so. No, actually. Isn't that a little too quick? You only started using telepathy just recently, didn't you? Yeah, well, but he's special protagonist, so of course it's quick. Of course, I mean, of course. Of course it's quick. It's happening. Watase Kasagi has been training and preparing for decades, and then, protagonist kid shows up in the span of a week, he's, becomes God. Typical. Fucking typical. The bad guy puts in all the fucking effort, and the good guy just gets all the powers immediately. As always. As always. I mean, not always, but yeah. It's a typical trope. Well, it was just for a second, but I'm sure I heard it. Try it on me for a second. My heart's totally open right now, so try to listen to my mental voice. I'm quite interested too. Please try it out. He can't do it on command. Come on. Yeah, sure. He doesn't know how he did it earlier. Natsuko put a finger to his brow, a trick used for empathy. He shut his eyes and tried listening to the girl's mental voice. There's not gonna be anything. Please tell me what you guys are thinking. But for some reason, he couldn't concentrate too well. You're tired, you're stressed out a little, and there's a terrorist plot that you're trying to prevent. And you're not emotionally, you're not having an emotional outburst or anything like that. You're calm, that's why you can't concentrate too well. Compared to telepathy, which only required focusing on a simple message, empathy seemed like it'd be several times more difficult to him. How about Natsuko? Did you hear my mental voice? No, it's not working. Looks like it's the same as with telepathy. Seems I can only use it when I'm truly focusing. I see. How inconvenient. Or convenient for the plot. Were you focusing intensely when you were talking with the professor? He was in an emotional state. Yeah, I guess. I mean, she did cry all of a sudden, so yeah. What was on the professor's mind? Well, it wasn't anything special. She was mad and sad and stuff. I guess that's... yeah. Natsuko awkwardly tried to gloss over the details. The details are important here. The details are very important. They don't gloss over... fucking hell. He recalled his mother's mental voice. I knew it. He hates me. But until all the work is complete, it would be best if I avoided him. You need to share these details. Don't keep it vague. God damn it. Fucking damn it. That's not productive. It's counterproductive even. Fuck's sake. They always make these mistakes. Mom was thinking things like that. They were quite unexpected thoughts. Though that was assuming what Natsuko heard was actual empathy and not just an auditory hallucination. Right, maybe it was just an auditory hallucination. Come on now. Huh? Yeah, Asha. There's no way I could start using empathy so quickly. Come on, you're a special boy. You're a special psychokinetic child. Come on now. Stop doubting yourself so much. Maybe I was just hearing things. You know that's not true. All of your senses were out at that. Come on. Fuck's sake, stop making excuses and just accept the reality that happens instead of coming up with reasons why. It should be different. It must have been different. Despite the evidence you have. I didn't even identify Mom's characteristic brave waveform after all. Maybe that's okay though. Mashra appeared to be preoccupied with other things. I guess this isn't the time to be talking about this. As soon as they started the search, they were nearly detained by the security department. And despite being the first to nearly throw in the towel, Mashra was probably doing her best to endure. Natsuko thought he would try to casually break the tension with some optimistic conversation. But still, you know, Mashra, this place sure brings back memories, huh? Distracting us with flashbacks. What do you mean? What are you talking about, all of a sudden? I'm talking about the past. This is where we are all gathered as kids, after all. Yeah, you're right. This place does bring back being back. Mashra looked around the ruined factory with distant eyes. Eyes that were perhaps seeing images of the past. More talk about your shared past. Louise is feeling left out. And that's reasonable. Because she is being left out. I mean, she just arrived like 4 days ago. So, yeah. Kind of sucks, but what can you do? Sorry. Is it boring? I mean, no, it's fascinating. I do enjoy it. Not at all. I want to hear more. Well, it's not that big of a deal, but... Without introduction, Natsuko began to tell a story. In those days, we would gather here a lot and get excited over trying to solve the 7 wonders of Rokume City. 7 wonders? There are these 7 urban myths this town has. Look, like what? Well, let's see. What were they again? Natsuko thought hard to remember them. Let's see, number 1. Labo doesn't conduct nuclear power research. They research arms production and other dangerous national matters. Not wrong. Not wrong. It's not nuclear power at all. At least that first part is correct. Second part is also correct, actually. I'm guessing. That is a very, very accurate rumor. 100% correct. No way. The professor does that sort of research. Yes, she does. No, that's just a baseless rumor. Nothing more. That's a relief. Alright, Luis doesn't really understand. But you see, when we were kids, we actually believed in this nonsense. You wish it were nonsense. Natsuko continued with a wry smile. Number 2. The burned ruins of the old Rokume City Hospital are haunted by the ghost of someone who died in the fire. Probably not relevant, but it could be tied with Watasa's past as well, huh? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not throw that connection in there? Why not throw that connection in there? There's no such thing as ghosts. No. But people can be stuck in the past and try to return to it as if they were basically just ghosts themselves. That happens. Number 3. The surveillance cameras in town aren't meant to prevent crime, but to observe ordinary citizens. Well, these aren't really myths. This is just like basic, conspiracy theory about Big Brother, and it's correct. It's obviously, I mean, you can do both. You can do both here. I mean, fine, it's meant to observe ordinary citizens, but it can also prevent crime. Not their main function, but they can do that. It would be hard to call that absurd based on what happened today. Exactly. Number 4. There exists a righteous organization that fights evil communicators who misuse BC. That might exist. I mean, I think in a way that's probably what Q is in a way. In a way. I keep repeating myself often as well. I need to catch myself, not do that. Although catching myself would require mental focus, which I am not here for. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to focus at all. Well, I am, but not. They're commonly referred to as the BC police. The true identity is shrouded in mystery, but they're headquartered in Rokome City. Is that real or life or just something from an anime? Well, I mean, come on now, stop bringing that up. Stop bringing that comparison. Real life when you are fiction. Don't say that. Never say that. Never say that. That just brings... I've said this multiple times before. Anyway, moving on. Well, now that I think about it, the whole thing was more like a joke. What were the other things? Right, we haven't gotten to the best ones yet. Oh? I guess, those were mundane. Mashra grinned broadly as she spoke to Louise. Number 5. If a communicator uses BC without knowing the proper way, they will eventually turn into a mind-broken monster. Who knows? Yeah, that's the one. That 5th wonder was one step beyond the others in terms of eeriness. Louise's expression clouded over upon hearing it too. Monster, those don't exist, by the way. What do you mean they'll become a monster? Monsters are mindless, they act on instinct and aren't really... they're not evil. Monsters aren't evil ever. True evil is humanity. Only people can be evil. You can only be consciously evil. If you're not consciously doing things, well, you're just, you're just an animal, or a beast, or a monster. Actually, this is still a firmly rooted rumor, but remember how it's been said that BC still has many unknown factors? Well, yeah. Well, it's only to be expected, After all, we still don't even understand the workings of the brain that well. Indeed. So if you self-study BC and practice using a failed methodology, it could put an odd load onto your brain. And if that accumulates, you might lose your sense of self. They say that eventually your mind will break. What does that mean, though? Break. You can break a mind in so many ways, can't you? What does it mean to have a broken mind? What does that even mean, though? That's a meaningless statement. Louise's face clearly stiffened. Mashra continued in an even more exaggerated tone. Oh, let's lean in for this. And as for the mind-broken communicators, they become monsters who use aberrant BC abilities and cursed telepathy to scatter madness among all people all around them. So to prevent the birth of such monsters, the government established communicator-exclusive schools like Rokome Academy. Louise jolted back in fear. Despite her lack of fear for ghosts, it seemed she could still be scared by such stories with questionable realism. I mean, it's quite believable. Well, it might not necessarily be false. Exactly, that's the point. I'm not so sure about that monster prevention part, but our school does make brainwave scans and aptitude tests as part of the students' yearly physical examinations. Then if one of those monsters had ever arisen, there would have been records of it. Any such records? None. Nobody's seen any. See, just a baseless rumor there. However, no, you should hold your conclusion until after you hear the next one. Okay. Scaring Louise. Come on now, she's only 13, she's easily impressionable still. As Louise tilted her head, Natsuko thrust his finger at her and spoke up. Oh. Number 6. Monster-fied people are captured by a secret task force working under Rokome City Security Department and are imprisoned underground beneath the municipal office. In short, the security department hides all the monsters away from the public eye, and that's why you never hear any of them. Of any. Fucking, I can't read anymore. No. Luis's face was already pale, her voice powerless. Natsuko just kept it coming. He's being a little sadistic. And wonder number 7. But before he could finish, he forgot what it was. Good job. Masha, what was number 7? That one was like a supplement to number 5. Basically, no more. 6 is enough. No, come on now. Get it all out of the way at once. A flustered Louise spoke up. She apparently wasn't good with this sort of talk after all. Oh, Louise, you scaredy kid. Goddamn Mashira. Shut up, Mashira. No, there's nothing wrong with you acting your age for once. It's cute. It is. Shut up, Natsuko. I suggest you quit, or she might roundhouse kick you. Louise lightly slapped Natsuko and Mashira on the cheeks. Sorry, Louise. That's adorable. I'm sorry I scared you so much. It was a joke. A joke. Yeah, they're just rumors after all. That was fun. That's fine then, but don't talk about these things again, or I'll get really mad. That was adorable. Okay. Man, we were so childish, weren't we? I mean, you're still children. You're still acting childish, but like, we're gonna stop a terrorist plot all on our own. That's childish if I've ever heard anything like that. They smiled at each other, and thus, before they knew it, the heavy atmosphere had somehow abated. Masha sure is tough. She's already bounced back. Yeah. Now that he thought about it, she was always like that. She had an indomitable will that allowed her to not shrink back when cornered, but find enjoyment out of even the toughest of times. I mean, that's, basic human nature ultimately as well. Otherwise, if you can't do that, you're just gonna fall down into just a sobbing mess. You need humor. You need something to laugh at or about, to get through tough times. Make light of the horrible situations yourself, because, that's how you cope with them. Anyway, that's right. She was like that back then too, eh? And with that thought, he had a recollection of another childhood memory. All right. Journey of Justice. All right. It was a story that happened after they had set Sirius free outside the gate. Natsuko and Mashra had run away from the guards stationed there. And as they ran recklessly, they found themselves at a ruined factory at the edge of town before they knew it. It was the place that had turned into their secret base. Phew. And still breathing. And laughing. Yeah. We set Sirius free. Victory. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, we did it. Natsuko and Mashra laughed out loud. What they felt the most wasn't the sadness of parting with Sirius, nor the fear of getting caught by the guard, but rather the sense that they had truly accomplished something. Yes. They had saved a life. Natsuko was glad and proud of himself. He had experienced some terribly mortifying memories in the ruined factory, but for that moment he had forgotten about them. Hey, Mashiro. Eh? What, Natsuko? We've been rivals so far, but now and forever we're allies of justice, aren't we? Yee. Let's keep protecting the town's peace. Yee. Don't wait for someone else to protect what you hold dear. Protect it with your own hands, right? Mashiro smiled softly as she spoke, his own words back at him. Natsuko lost his breath. Not because she had quoted him, but because Mashiro's smile looked strangely charming to him in the moonlight. Ah, childhood crush begins. What's wrong? Your face is red. That's adorable. No, it's nothing. And of course, blanket denial from a bashful boy. You're weird. Mashiro tilted her head and suddenly changed the subject. Anyway, what do we do after this? Always a good question. What do you mean? If we go home now, our moms will surely be angry, right? It's so late at night after all. Now that you mention it... He had thought about it. Natsuko spoke the first thing that came to mind. Then why don't we go on a journey of justice together? What does that even mean? Ah, I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds good. Let's do it, let's do it. Sure, it doesn't matter what it means, but it sounds good. That's all you need. I know, right? We'll get a bunch of bad guys. We'll punish the evil healthcare center too. If we do, then Sirius can come back to town, right? Yee, someday. But in that case, it looks like we've got a lot of enemies ahead of us. So we need more allies to help us, don't we? It really would be tough for just the two of us, eh? Their fun laughter echoed in the dark, secret base. However, Natsuko knew, and Mashra probably noticed it too. It was impossible for two children like them to go out on a journey all by themselves. But Natsuko chose to ignore that reality as he spoke up cheerfully. Well, nothing we can do about that right now. I guess let's put the journey on pause, and just go home for today. Too bad. We have to all go home just to get scolded? Yeah, that sucks. Don't let it get to you. We did what we did to fulfill heroic duties. So let's not sneak around like cowards, but march as heroes. Let's go. Yee. Natsuko took Mashra by the hand and started to walk. Yeah. For a second, Mashra looked surprised. Yee. But she soon replied with a broad grin. As he saw her smile, Natsuko thought to himself, if only this journey could continue forever instead of ending when they got home. He felt like he could walk like this away anywhere so long as Mashra was with him. That sure brings me back. That was cute. That was cute. That was a cute little memory. Now that he thought about it, they had hidden in this very same ruined factory. Perhaps that memory was what cheered Mashra up. Still, it would have been great if you were there with us back then, Louise. Then we could have played together, and you wouldn't have to feel left out in all these reminiscent talks, you know? She would have been, what, 4 years old back then? It's a shame. Mashra and Louise cheerfully talked amongst themselves. We need more allies, eh? At the very least, we've got one more now. But they were fine with just the three of them. With that thought in mind, Natsuko piped in with a cheerful voice. Now, let's leave the past at that. We should think about how we're going to continue the search. Indeed. How and how? Mashra and Louise's faces tensed at his words. You're right. After all, things out there should have cooled down by now. No, it's probably too naive to assume that. They're probably lurking around here somewhere. We're safe here, but there will be surveillance cameras everywhere once we go to an open area. We can't move around freely at this rate. I see, that's annoying. What do we do? Well, I guess taking it one step at a time is fine as well. Natsuko pondered that question for a bit. I know. Let's use a taxi for all our transportation from now on. That's gonna be very, very expensive. Eh? If we can manage to make it to a main road, we can hail a taxi there. Then we just rent it out for the day. The security department probably won't expect us to go through that much effort. Well, that does sound nice, but how will we pay for it? I've been saving up for a rainy day, and today's that day. Indeed. Wait, are you sure? Sure, I'm sure. It's not like I've got any other use for it. That was the money Natsuko had been meticulously saving up from his allowance and New Year's red envelopes ever since elementary school. Oh, that's like, what? A bunch of years. His lack of hobbies meant he had no use for the money, so he had an absurd amount of savings in the bank. Well, absurd for a child, I guess. I should have around 200,000 yen. I'm pretty sure that should be enough to rent out a taxi. That's like what? For a while, I don't remember. It's like 2,000 bucks or something like that. Or is that 20,000? No, it's 1 to 100-ish. Ish? I don't remember. I mean, it fluctuates obviously, but at some point not that long ago in a current actual real life timeline, it was close to 1 to 100 per dollar, yen to dollar. So yeah, still 2,000 bucks, not bad savings account, not bad at all. Ooh, looking kind of cool, Mr. Moneybags. But that certainly does sound safe. Okay, then that settles it then. He had never done something as extravagant as reserving a taxi for a whole day, but now wasn't the time to mind such details. So after we've successfully hailed a taxi, where do we go next? Well, Mr. Kita wasn't home, and it doesn't look like we can depend on Mom. So I guess we've got to go with Miss Anna then, eh? Or we could also go with our original plan and go to the PRC. Natsuko pondered which route to take, and a moment later he gave his answer. I mean, we know they're gonna talk to Anna. Let's follow Luis's judgment here. We should go to the PRC. Oh, okay. Do you think we'll be okay? According to what we overheard from those policemen, the police and security department are tightening their guard around the city's important facilities. But I want to put that security guard in his place ASAP, don't you, Luis? Agreed. I'll throw him down again if I need to, but that's just gonna... that's not gonna help. That's literally the cause of the problem, though. That sounds like it would just complicate things even further. Exactly. Well, whatever. Anyway, let's rent out the taxi and head to the PRC. Yeah. One thing at a time attitude. That's fine. And with that exchange of words, the kids dashed out of the ruined factory. They ran from cover to cover and somehow managed to reach a convenience store beside the main road. For now, Natsuko withdrew 100,000 yen, or half of his total savings. And thus they had enough to cover their transportation costs, but the convenience store's surveillance cameras had likely caught Natsuko on film. Film. He had covered his face with his hand, but there was still a possibility they could track his movements through his ATM card history, and also the fact that you're clearly a high school student who's looks about the same height and size as the one they're looking for, suspiciously covering his face with his hand. Oh, I guess it must be a coincidence. Come on now. That's even more suspicious. I mustn't stay here a moment longer than I need to. Gotta get out before the security department arrives. With that thought in mind, Natsuko dashed out of the convenience store. Mashiro, Luis, I withdrew the money. Mashiro and Luis turned around once Natsuko shouted. They had been waiting by the main road and had just hailed a taxi. Thanks, Natsuko. Now, hurry this way. Natsuko nodded and rushed to the taxi. Okay, where to? As he opened the door, Natsuko answered the driver's question with a question of his own. Excuse me, do you do full-day rentals? Rentals? Now that's an unusual request. Not that I'm complaining. How much? 45,000 yen for 8 hours. Now that's expensive. Well, it's a full-day rental of a taxi. You got, that just, compared to the amount rates from the fares that he would normally get on an average day, calculate it out to rent out for a single, purpose. That makes sense. That just, that's how that works. But we don't have time to hesitate. Let's hurry in, Natsuko. Right. And with that, the kids piled into the car. The driver spoke in a tone of voice that was suddenly a lot more polite. Well, yeah, you're paying customers. Of course he's gonna become polite and stuff like that. Hey, thank you for your patronage. Now, where may I take you first? To the PRC. Understood. Voice command. Navigate to Parapsychology Research Center. Drive mode automatic. Normal initiative drive sequence. Oh, initiate drive sequence. The driver commanded the automatic driving system and the taxi nimbly took off. Well, you do need to still have a person there to make sure thing doesn't, in case stuff happens, like unexpected things that an automated system can't really take care of. So yeah, that's why the taxi driver is still in the taxi and it's not fully automated, because an AI can only understand and comprehend so much. But once they reached the PRC, the building's perimeter was dotted with police presence. The police really have tightened their guard. Well, this is the inciting location and incident place. Mashiro whispered to Natsuko so that the driver wouldn't hear. The security department could be here too. Looks like it'll be hard to get inside and deal with the security guard. An error of judgment. Nothing we can do about it now. Let's go see Professor Tsubakiyama first. They didn't know where Enna lived, but perhaps they could find her at school. She was such a diligent teacher that she might have still gone to work even though it was a Sunday. I wouldn't count on it, but I mean, they're probably right. Because we know they encounter Enna, because, Louise gave her some warning. We overheard the conversation back in the After Days route. They're like, Even after we warned you about something. As that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, the driver spoke up. Sir, madams, we've arrived. Are you not getting off? Ah, sorry, Mr. Driver, but please head to the school. Sure, of course. Hey, paying customers don't really care. It's strange that you don't want to get out to your destination. Whatever, you paid for it. They don't care. He's just a worker. Confused, the driver started up the car once more. It is confusing, but whatever. After a little while, they arrived at the school. The gate was open even though it was a Sunday. That is strange. Perhaps to let in teachers looking to get work done on the day off, or to allow students to use the facilities for club activities. Oh, I guess that makes sense though. Sure. Mr. Joe, please go to the staff entrance at the rear. Gladly. Enthusiastic. The driver moved the car in accordance with Natsuka's directions. And then the kids got off the taxi at the staff entrance. Mr. Driver, please wait here. We'll be back later. Well, you are renting for the day. Of course I'll wait. Of course you'll wait. And with that voice at their backs, they entered the school. It was the same familiar school they attended, but they made sure to be as cautious as thieves. As they got inside, Luis muttered. Let's find Anna quickly and... Hold up, Luis. Natsuka quickly stopped Luis. What's wrong? Listen carefully. I can hear something from over there. Natsuka pointed to the corner of the ceiling as he spoke. And there, he could hear the servo motors of a surveillance camera. You'd think they would have much more quiet and inconspicuous cameras by 2030. Come on now. There's a camera inside here too? Well, of course there is. It's a school. It's public, it's a public space. Of course there's security here. Especially since it's a school. There's kids to protect and all that jazz. The school's furnished with surveillance cameras to prevent intrusion by suspicious characters. Natsuka normally paid them no heed. Because if he let their presence get to him every day, he would never be able to stay calm. Then we can't go to the staff room. Yeah, well if we can find a dead spot... As Natsuka began to speak, Mashiro placed a finger on her temple. Hold on, guys. I'm contacting Miss Anna through telepathy. Yeah, right, you have that. Miss Anna, this is an emergency. It's me, Mashiro Toba. If you're at school, please come to the staff entrance. What's this all about? It's more reliable to do this than to try move around. I see. So let's wait here then. We know she's gonna respond as well. And thus they waited for a while after Mashiro sent her telepathy. And eventually Anna appeared. Hey there. Miss Toba, Mr. Takawa and Miss Sannomiya too. Yeah. Miss Anna, I'm so glad you're here. Ah. What's happened with you three? You come here on a Sunday with an emergency? Yes, they did. It's a long story. Can we talk about it somewhere without surveillance cameras? That's super suspicious to say. Anna watched Natsuko's tense entreaty with a serious look on her face. Sounds like a desperate situation, eh? Oh, I just noticed she has really long hair. 50 or so hours in, I just noticed that she has really long hair. God damn it, I am really slow sometimes. All the time. Every time. The BC room's right over there. It doesn't have any surveillance cameras. We can talk in there. I guess there were more pressing matters happening for me to pay attention to their appearances. What we know with the whole revelations of psychic people and explosions and fires and terrorists. What was that? No, that's from here. Everything's jumbled now. They slipped in stealthily into the BC room. Anna stood at her podium as usual and spoke up. Now, let's hear it. You three have been acting strange since yesterday. What on earth happened? I don't know if you believe us, but we've been dragged into a bizarre incident. Yes, quite bizarre. We wanted some advice, so we looked for you, Miss Anna. Incident, advice. What might this all be about? Yeah, it's a mess. Well, I guess we should start from the beginning. Mashiro can use empathy. Let's start there. Natsuko retold the story of what happened since yesterday. What happened on the bus, the possibility of Q being in the city, and the reason the security department was chasing them. Though he did leave out the part about Masha using empathy. That's kind of fucking important, though. That's kind of... Oh my god, that's like the most important bit, though. That's your most potent piece of evidence to support your whole thing. Ah, god damn it. That's really, really fucking important to tell her. Like, otherwise it's just hearsay, basically, and just assumptions and guesswork. Oh, no, that's real bad of you guys, come on. Once the story was done, Enna muttered. I see, so that's what happened. Miss Enna, you believe us? If you told her you can use empathy, then she would, I suspect. Because you could prove that you can use empathy by just reading her. Yes, you are my student, so I believe what you say. That doesn't make sense necessarily. Honestly, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. And I believe you kids acted in accordance with a pure sense of justice. Justice. The kids were about to sigh in relief, but what Enna said next stopped them in their tracks. Well, yeah, she's a responsible adult. But for that very reason, I don't think you should involve yourselves in this incident any further. Exactly, don't be stupid, you're kids, what can you do? You don't even have a plan. No way, why not? What's your plan? What are you gonna do? Like very basic questions. How are you going to stop the terrorist plot? Do you even know what the terrorist plot is? Do you know where any of them are or where they could be? Anything. Do you have anything? The answer is no, they don't. They have nothing. So, like, yeah, absolutely. Like, obviously, she's opposed to that and you shouldn't get involved more. Like, duh, logic. As a teacher, there's no way I can approve of students putting themselves in danger, can I? I'm just a regular human being as well. Q is just that dangerous an organization, which has somehow managed to do all sorts of bullshit throughout the years and not been caught or stopped or anything like that. Professor, you know about Q? Of course I do. I'm a teacher at Rokami Academy, you know. Apparently Mashra and the trainer were right. It did appear to be an infamous organization. However... Trainer. Wait. So why are you being so... Exactly that's exactly why she's being so... You know, as Mashra trailed off on her words and spoke with an exasperated smile on her face. Alright, if I want you kids to understand where I'm coming from, it looks like a special lesson is in order. It's not something I teach in normal lectures, but I do believe it's something you three should know. A special lesson? Anna nodded and quietly began to speak. The truth is that BC and terrorism share an inseparable relationship. I mean, yeah, people are always afraid of things they don't understand or can't use and something like that. Oh, these people are different. Like, a very clear others. Us and them. Like, they're the most... you know, a very, very scientifically proven difference between we are not like them and they are not like us. Which is like, you know, that's kind of what the whole racism thing in the past was. Like, the whole, what's the thing? What was the thing? The fake bullshit science where they measured someone's skull shapes and stuff like that and determined their faculties and capabilities through that. Anyway, it was some kind of bullshit. Like, that was science at the time. And like, you know, but there was no proof, they made shit up. But here, in this fictional world, they have actual proof that this is a thing. They have aptitude tests and everything. So it's like, it's literally scientifically proven that some people are not like the others. While I was studying parapsychology in college, I naturally learned the true history of BC. Society underwent many changes after the emergence of communicators. It's a history steeped in danger and extreme instability. A history steeped in... Oh, yeah, you should study your history, dude. It's always, no matter where you go, you will always find an us versus them mentality. Because people need that. Scarcity of resources demands that kind of thing. As you know, 16 years ago was a turning point with the explosive increase in the number of communicators worldwide, correct? But do you think society at the time just simply accepted it? I mean, it's just 16 years ago. There's a living, literally... Most people alive still remember that. You mean it didn't? Come on, dude. Fine, he's still a kid, he's learning. Fine, of course it didn't. Yeah, I thought communicators only had low ability levels back then. They knew that some people could use a bit of telepathy and that was it. That's not the point. Facts don't matter for fear-mongering. And you know, the differentiating, ostracizing, and all that stuff. Facts don't fucking matter. You only need one grain of plausible to, you know, build an entire castle of hate. The espers probably didn't think it was that big a deal, but not everyone else believed that, necessarily. Anna frowned as she spoke. At first, only a small minority of people displayed intense rejection of communicators. But it only takes a small number to spread the propaganda and brainwash other people and to convince them that yes, these evil devil worshippers and everything else like that. Typical. War turned them into monsters. There was an incident in France in February 2014. Men obsessed with some delusion set fire to a village a communicator lived in. Well, yeah, obviously, that's the easiest thing. Arson. One of the easiest. That's terrible. Why? Fear. Doesn't understand. That's it. That's all you need. Fear. Fear of the other. According to the arsonist, it was communicators are dominations possessed by impure spirits. See? Fear. Fear. Fear of the devil. That's all it is. It's always. Impure spirits. What's that supposed to be? Pick a religion. That's what it is. Pick any religion. Go through their mythology. Pick whichever thing corresponds, that vaguely corresponds to that. That's what it was. Apparently there's the story in the Bible. Yeah, there's many stories in the Bible. By the shore of the Sea of Galilee, there was a man possessed by impure spirits. He dwelled by the tombs and would often hear the spirit's voice and suffer. When asked for his name, the man replied, "My name is Legion, for we are many." Oh, that one. The impure spirits were eventually exorcised out of the man's body, and instead they entered a nearby herd of pigs. Upon which the pigs began to run like mad and fell into the lake one by one, where they drowned. That's quite an ominous story. What's up with that? It's a Bible story. A lot of them are like that, I guess. I don't know. I haven't read the Bible, but I've heard lots of people talk about it and all sorts of things, and it's a really messed up book, honestly. Some have even said the best way to cure someone of Christianity is to make them read the Bible, properly, fully. I don't know if that's true or not, but... yeah. Anyway, that's just a silly little anecdote. I don't know. The significance behind that story has always been a subject of discussion among religious scholars, apparently. Sure. But this is what the arsonist thought. Communicators hear voices that we do not. Those are the voices of impure spirits. They are abominations possessed by impure spirits, and therefore they must be punished by God. Yeah, typical. No way. Yeah, that's just typical. Yeah, whatever. I've heard worse. These days we can hear so much worse accusations being flung around. I'm not sure how much of that kind of stuff you lot are exposed to, but I expose myself to quite a bit of that kind of nonsense. It is quite hilarious, in a way, but also a bit depressing that... Anyway, some people are really stupid, some people are easily exploited and brainwashed, and others are very, very greedy and have literally no moral compass at all. Oh well. That's crazy. Not really, that's just human nature as well. That's part of human nature. That's the kind of behavior some people would call monstrous, but in reality that's just human nature. Indeed, I think so too. Me not so much. Of course, those arsonists were punished, and fortunately there were no casualties, thus the incident was soon forgotten. Yeah. One death is a tragedy, a million a statistic. No deaths is just a third-page story. But in retrospect, that was the beginning. The start of the antagonism between communicators and ordinary people. I mean, the fact that you distinguish them like that so directly is a very, very direct cause of the problem as well. You're giving these people a very... You're giving people a very easy way to create the other, to other, people like that, by literally making them be other than ordinary people. So they're not ordinary people, huh? What makes them so special? Are they in line with the devil? Are they worshippers of Satan? Something like that. No. Those kind of people don't ask questions, they make statements. They are worshippers of Satan, they are here to take your blood and eat your kids, and all that jazz. And this expression remained unchanged. You just gotta say these kinds of things with conviction for them to become true in some people's heads. That's it, that's all you need. Just a little bit of conviction. Say it with confidence. You don't even have to mean it yourself. You don't have to believe an iota of anything you say. As long as you say it with confidence and with a righteous zealotry in your voice, people will take it as gospel. Some people will. Repeat it often enough, and you will indoctrinate more people like that, with that kind of thing. It's quite easy. It's very, very easy to, brainwash people, actually. You just repeat something often enough, you just say it, this is what truth, this is what happened, this is it, this is day after day after day, that they eventually just assume that, well, if it was a lie, you wouldn't keep saying it now, would you? People don't say, don't repeat lies all the time so brazenly and confidently. So it must be true what I'm hearing. Which is a shame. We're not that smart. We're easily. We are too easy sometimes. Anyway, but her voice gradually grew more stern. Communiques were targeted by normal people for the sole fact that they were communiques, and those incidents only increased in frequency afterwards. In April that same year, a young American communique was lynched in Brooklyn. Lynched? Okay, well, that checks out, I guess. Jeez. The following month, an entire apartment building was burned to the ground in China. In June, it was Germany. In July, Italy and America. Nasty. Nasty. In August, it was Germany, France and Austria. In September, it was Russia, France, America and China. I had my hands full just counting all of the similar incidents. And so what? Bollocks. Yeah. Did you know what's happened in this very town too? The Great Rockaway City arson. I know about that. Yes, you're a good learner, Miss Tob. It's not a very well talked about incident nowadays. And I spoke with a smile. But it was a smile tinged with sadness. These problems never happened back when communiques was extremely few in number and BC was dismissed as the occult. It's hard to convince people to go against something that, is just fiction, basically. You absolutely can. Some people absolutely become, that's what religious zealotry is. That's what the fucking Crusades were, isn't it, more or less? Belief in these we're still real people with different beliefs. That's good enough. Devil worshippers, kill them. That's it. But, it's complicated. People are dumb. Anyway, moving on. I do believe there were communiques before that, but at best, the options available to them were to become leaders of New Age religions, to work as TV talents. Oh, goddamn, this is hitting way too familiar territory with all the things. Fuck. Can already imagine all of that. So easy. Or to hide their ability as most of them did, and live in secret. God. It would be so easy to be a religious cult leader. You could literally live a life of luxury. But by having just a little basic empathy, and you can convince people that that you hear the voice of God, and that's it. Follow me, give me all your worldly possessions, for God commands it. I heard your voice and everything else. Or just sending messages like, you hear the voice of God telling you, give this man money, give them money they need it for their great task, and stuff like that. So easy. That would be so easy. To grift people out of their possessions for that. Oh well. But as communiques started appearing more and more, and their numbers rapidly grew, the situation instantly intensified. I'm getting angry. I'm getting very, very, very fucking angry at what the government's doing in those situations. It was as if all of a sudden a new breed of humans was born, and many people feared the demise of the old human race. Of course. The great replacement theory or something like that. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Getting angry. Getting just really fucking angry. Getting really fucking angry. It would have been fine if BC were something you could just learn if you put in the effort, but since BC aptitude is genetic and decided upon birth, well, yeah. Purity of the X race or whatever. Can already see all of that in my head. All of it. The whole process. As it goes from just people talking on forums and stuff like that to radio and TV talk show hosts and whatnot to fucking bloody murder. And it trailed off at that, allowing silence to fill the classroom. You know, the government wouldn't really do anything, wouldn't they? Would they? Would they? Would they? Would they? Would they? Would they? If it's not that many people, it's not enough of the vote. No, okay, fine. I'm getting angry. I'm getting too involved. I'm bringing too much of a reality back into this. This is supposed to be escapism from that. Even though the room temperature wasn't that cold, Natsuko felt his spine chill. A strange fear sank into his heart, and that continued. That antagonism eventually turned into fear, and that fear gave birth to terrorism. Terrorism is derived from the level in terror, after all. People resort to terrorism either when they fear others or when they want others to fear them. It's a sad but inevitable course of events. I mean, it's partially not inevitable, though. That's what education is about. That's what, talking to people, communication. That's how you can resolve that. Intermingling. It's very hard to just blanket hate your neighbor who you see every day, and just casually, not like direct communication, but occasional chat, like yeah, okay, and maybe on like weekends or something like that, you hang out with them a bit, and that's fine. But if you never see them, if they are holed up or they just work different hours from you, and they come home late at night, early in the morning when you head out, you never see them and all that jazz, then it's very easy to grow suspicious and maybe even fearful of just the regular person who you know nothing about, because your mind makes up stories, fills in the blanks. Like they said much earlier here in one of the classrooms, your brain just fills in the blanks with whatever fits that most. What situation most? Yeah. Anyway, I don't believe it. You should. That's just how humanity works, unfortunately. Lack of communication. Generally speaking, you can resolve a lot of things. That and the resource scarcity. But aren't we at peace now? Oh, you poor little fool. Peace. Peace. What does that even mean? That's a meaningless term. Peace. Sure, you might be peace personally, or like the country might not be in any kind of major conflict, but there's always. Anyway, I'm getting angry. It took an extraordinary international effort to build that peace, and of course Japan was part of that effort. 2 years after the Great Rokume City Awesome, the BC law was enacted to protect communicators. I mean, there really shouldn't be a specific law for that, because like the actions taken against them were all stuff that's illegal normally, because they're still people, because they're people just with these extra abilities that tacked on. Like lynching is a fucking crime, like arson's a crime already. All those things taken against communicators specifically, they're just regular crimes people commit anyway against others for other petty stupid reasons. And at the same time, 6 cities in Japan were established as government-designated top-secret cities. Protective wards for communicators, beginning here with Rokume City. You need integration. This is literally the opposite of that. This is isolation and othering. It makes it so much easier. They're secret cities. Why are they plotting inside those walls? They're hiding them, training them, an army of evil devil worshippers. That you're making it so easy to create those kinds of narratives and to further escalate that kind of stuff. If you want peaceful coexistence, you need to integrate and communicate and compromise. Isolation, extreme things like these extra laws that specifically point out these communicators and everything else, that's not, fuck's sake. Damn it, bollocks, with all that. I'm not in a great mood after all this. Jeez. Communicators throughout the country were moved into these government-designated top-secret cities. It's a terrible idea. Worst idea, Dave. That's literally the worst idea. The worst idea they've had. They were moved. You mean they had no choice? Well, can you leave? No, it was at its core voluntary, but communicators living in the countryside received insistent advice from the government to move. Right. Of course, the government reimbursed the full amount to move and even provided anything from occupation and housing referrals to large reserve funds on a case-by-case basis. For sure, fine, but that doesn't... The core issue remains. Why would the government go that far? That's a good question. To preserve public order, nothing more. They wanted to diffuse the antagonism between communicators and ordinary people. That's not a viable solution, though. That's not a viable solution. It's never been. Isolation has never been a viable solution. Ever. Throughout all of human history. Unless you can strictly enforce complete lack of, entrance and exiting of the isolated thing, then no, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. There's like this tribe in one of the islands in the Philippines or something, I think. There's thousands of islands there. Anyway, there's one tribe that's basically never interacted with the outside world. There's like occasionally, sometimes there's like a helicopter that goes there, and but they, one brave warrior goes out and like throws spears at it and to drive it off, and like there's been no communication with them ever, basically, as far as recorded history is concerned. And like, they want to be left alone, so people decide, fuck it, leave it alone. There was like one guy who wanted to like spread the word of Jesus Christ or something like that, as it always is, and wanted to go there, and then he got killed by the tribe people, as he entered on the island. And it's like, look, they want to be left alone, leave them the fuck alone. And society, world has decided to agree, because we can't, like, they're super aggressive towards outsiders, and well, what can we do? We can't really force them, can we? I mean, if someone wanted, they could, but there's like a protective thing around. It's like decided, yep, nope, not like we're not gonna get involved there. Anyway, it's worked out sort of there, but that can easily be broken though, if we want to. But we don't really think about that bit. Anyway, I've successfully distracted myself from the anger onto a more, just a curiosity topic. Anyway. Diffuse the antagonist by isolating and separating and making it very, very distinct. No. The urgent matter at hand was to establish the idea that communicators are alive, all live in government-designated top-secret cities as common sense. Top-secret cities. That's just no. That's anger, welling up again. By segregating, here we go. You used the word. Like, by segregating the communicators, the ordinary people will be able to rest peacefully. Segregation, woo, yay for segregation, huh? The migration went over smoothly and friction was minimized. That's a temporary solution to a problem that's going to dwell. It's like, literally, the scenario of this story is that isolating them, putting them in this top secret city, it's their base of operation. We must assault them. We must lay siege to the city of evildoers. They're all evil. Everyone who is in these secret cities is evil. They're plotting against the rest of human race. They want to wipe us out. They want to replace us with these, just these devil beings, these aliens, these monsters, these terrible things. Like the conflict just breeds itself with that simple decision. With that one word, segregation. It just creates the conflict instantly. Okay, not instantly, it takes decades, but still. It instantly sows the seeds of an inevitable conflict. Sure, it might have minimized it temporarily, but the seeds have been planted. And so, with all its communities gathered in one spot, Japan was able to get its BC research organized for undisturbed progression, and thus became an advanced BC nation. Alright, so basically, this town isn't merely a research city, it's a protective bubble, but also an isolating bubble, isolating dome. It's a national fortress, established by the state to protect communities like you. Fortress. What does why would you call it a fortress if you don't expect to be attacked? Fortress. Right, segregation fortress. All around, very terrible decisions on everyone's part here. When he heard the story to its end, Natsuko finally understood the truth behind this town. Why this town had such strong public order. Why the city was so vigilant against criminal activity to the point of installing surveillance cameras and city gates. He heard that it was all to protect the local research facility from industrial espionage. Were they actually trying to protect the communicators? No, the public order of society itself. But that's... I mean, as the incident that's about to happen in the next day in the story showcases, that literally does the opposite. And it's only going to continue and get worse. And it continued as the kids were left speechless. I mean, for the fuck's sake, nobody's learning history lessons. Segregation, separating people into us and them, clear distinct groups. Like, come on. We've done this countless times, haven't we? Like, come on, basically every country has its own history of their separate various ethnic groups or national groups or just belief groups or just like regional groups. Separating them, having conflicts with each other all the time, you know, some get isolated, especially a place like Japan with its islands and whatnot. That's probably the case, isn't it? There's probably some history like that. Islands go to war with each other, like, oh, these islanders here, they've been isolated for so many years. What are they up to? What are they doing? What are they hiding? They have resources there, what we want, but they're different. We've never seen them before. We must be careful, we must eliminate them before they can do anything. But the more society's systems strengthened, the more crafty the terrorists became. Like, you created this system creates the underlying cause, and these symptoms cannot be cured because of that, because the system is the cause itself. Oh, fuck's sake. I'm just getting more angry at this the whole time. And Q was the most crafty and vindictive organization of them all. I mean, even if you get rid of Q, it's not going to get rid of the underlying issues here. Like, there's just going to be another one in its place. Q is probably just a decentralized thing to begin with, like, fuck's sake, why not? Or wouldn't it be? You may know this already, but they have successfully carried out terrorism in the past. As of yet, there haven't been any cases of them targeting government-designated top-secret cities, but don't for a moment think your story is a joke, kids. Well, yeah, they're biding their time, gathering resources, because you need a lot of resources to siege a city, you know? Of course they haven't targeted yet, they haven't had enough time yet to prepare to do that. They want to, but it takes resources and planning and everything else. Anna quietly sighed. It appeared that the reason she honestly believed their story was because it was a possibility she had feared from the start. I mean, it's an inevitability, honestly, based on this, you know, the way this works. For fuck's sake, they literally use the word segregating themselves as like a thing that's supposed to solve the problem instead of create one. I understand the Q is a dangerous organization, but why hasn't the police arrested them? That's because for the most part, Q's members consist of ordinary people who happen to be in the area of the operation. Yeah, decentralized. There is no mastermind behind it. It's just an ideology, and you can't kill an ideology by just, you know, detaining the people. You have to kill it by proving the ideology wrong, by changing society. in a way that directly contradicts what the ideology needs to cause the conflict and the belief. And in this case, they've done the exact opposite. They've created all the excuses they need for their ideology to go forward. Ordinary people, well, yeah, everyone's ordinary people. Unlike extremist groups and town guerrillas of the past, Q doesn't make grandiose claims of its existence. And of course, they don't have any sort of hideout where they practice in armed combat or anything. They merely use their proprietary network to search for ordinary people who dislike communicators, and then they slowly convince those people to join their cause. And then those people themselves become indoctrinated enough to be believers and continue the work themselves. But if the terrorists solicit, won't they get caught right away? Come on now. No, when they solicit like-minded people, they use various different names for camouflage, and it's also just online forums. You can just... Hell, you don't even need to directly communicate with anyone to become like that. You just need to release some kind of manifesto or whatever, and like, bam, someone's gonna be crazy enough to believe it. And like, well, they don't even not... Heck, in this fucking place, they don't even need to be crazy to believe it. They see secret cities. Everyone's being separated and isolated. They have powers that we don't. What's up with that? It's genetic. They're different from us. Like it writes itself. The conflict writes itself. Hell, it doesn't even need an organization to exist. It will spring up on its own, in due time. Because of the secrecy. Like, that's it. That's all you need. You need a bit of secrecy, conspiracies, and then you get extremists and zealots. Bland names like the Association for Consideration of Relations with Communicators. Oh, they're going that kind of route. Yeah, that works as well. People are gullible to those as well. It sounds innocuous. But once they join those camouflage organizations, the members themselves don't realize that they've actually joined Q. They don't need to. The majority of its own members don't understand the truth of the organization. The name Q itself is nothing more than a designation given for convenience. Yeah, you can't kill a decentralized hydra like this. Hell, actually, yeah, that's the point. It is like a hydra. You kill one, and it doesn't have a core, it's just independent heads floating about. All have similar mindset, but that's it. Some of the heads don't even know the other heads exist. They just share the ideology themselves, because they've seen, bits and pieces here and there online or whatever. And their mind, just because of the way, their own personal logic works, has connected these dots and created the exact ideology without ever having communicated with anyone else from that organization, with another Q member or whatever. It can happen. It does happen, like, fuck's sake. That's why it's hard for the police to make arrests. Even if they do make arrests, that's just like cause for concern for them. Whoa, they're arresting us for just trying to protect humanity? That's fucked up. That's unacceptable. We gotta stand up, we gotta rise up, we gotta bide our time, we gotta make plans, we gotta prepare, we gotta do something about this. This can't stand. Is that how it works? Yes, it is. It's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. That seemed to be the reason why Natsuko hadn't even heard of the name Q until just a few days ago. Because Q was a unique kind of terrorist organization, one whose very structure was ambiguous. Doesn't even exist, doesn't have a structure. But Q's top brass are working solely to commit terrorism though, right? Here's the thing, probably not. There is no top brass, first of all. And second, no, some of them actually believe that shit. That's what makes them dangerous. Of course, the top brass have been pulling off terrorist acts for years by going through their countless subordinate members and selecting the ones most suitable to take the fall as the perpetrators. So it actually is an organization that can be stopped if you take out the top brass. But no, it can't be. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Even if this fictional world says that, we caught the masterminds behind Q and everything else, and now all of them are arrested and gone. Like, the ideology exists. And there's enough evidence. I'm repeating myself, but oftentimes they choose staff members with connections to the target buildings to be the perpetrators. The use of such sleeper agents increases the success rate of their terrorist acts. What supports their unity and belief is a hatred of the unknown. There we go. I've been saying this from the very, very beginning. The mere thought that they're not like us is enough to incite them to hate others, ostracize them, injure them, and finally set towns ablaze. Their mentality is abnormal. Actually, no, that's normal behavior. That's actually the normal mentality for humans, generally speaking. If we look at all our history, that's normal behavior. Us trying to overcome that is what's abnormal. That's something we have to strive for. Communicate, coexist, cooperate, integrate. We can all benefit. The mentality of they're not like us, ostracize the unknown, that's the normal behavior because of a resource scarcity. We can't share resources with something we don't know. Fuck that, we don't know them, give us that stuff instead. There are people like that. Try most people, actually. Subconsciously, most people will end up like that if you don't directly tell them that that's what's happening. We'll end up in separated groups, hating one another. I mean, they did. Oh god, there's so many experiments. Like they just, just give a group of kids 2 different kinds of T-shirts, and they'll naturally just separate into 2 groups. One who has green shirts, and the other one who has blue shirts. And they'll eventually start to create a conflict out of nothing just because they change different colors of shirts. That's human nature. That's normal. This stuff you described, fear of the unknown and everything else, that's normal. That's the normal thing. That's the stuff we're supposed to try and work against because we're conscious and aware of it. Natsuko's very core shuddered to hear the entire story. Well, yeah, I guess he would be, because he's only 16, first time encountering the cruel nature of humanity. Not once in his life did he expect there to be people who hated communicators like him to that extent. Welcome to the real world. It gets so much worse than that. We've never even met. We've never even done anything wrong. That doesn't matter. The fact you've never met is what actually makes it easier to hate you more. Because they've never met you. That's the point. That's what makes it so potent and easy. And the second part, never done anything wrong. Well, maybe, but you could. You could be taken over by the devil at any moment and commit acts against humanity itself. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. It writes itself. That's the conflicts they write themselves. That was when Natsuko first knew that the world was full of malice. Yay, he's realized something that's just basics. It's not really malice, though. It's not malice. It's more like, fear isn't malice, necessarily. It's a desire to protect what we do know against the stuff that we don't know. The best way to do that, and to preserve the status quo, the default state, is to get rid of the unknown. That's not malicious in and of itself, but people are capable of justifying anything as long as they believe the ends to be justice for themselves and those they know. It's very simple like that. It's very simple ultimately. And that's why it's so hard to get rid of and fight against. A peaceful life was not a given, but rather something narrowly established on a precarious balance. That balance doesn't even exist there. As the kids cast their eyes down with this newfound truth and spoke to them gently. I'm sorry, it must be a shock. The ugly truth of society and the existence of genuine malice should be things left for you to find out when you grow up. I guess. That's why the school doesn't teach those things. It would give needless anxiety to the students and surely spread the seeds of antagonism too. At least they realized that, although it doesn't really help. Does it? This town polices information and filters the internet. Though honestly, if you looked into it, you could still find about Q's existence and whatnot. Polices information, filters the internet. Wow, that's great. Another checkbox marked for what could pose the problem. There. You just answered. You just provide the entire reason why there's problems. Even more cause for conflict and resentment. This time from inside the city, against the people who are being oppressed, basically. Prisoners. You're all prisoners here. You don't know what's happening in the real world. Everyone's policing information. Using these words. All of these words. All of these words. Policing information, filtering the internet. Wow, that's just a recipe for disaster eventually. Yeah, none of this is good. That did seem like an obvious decision on the school's part. Obvious. Fucking hell. Incredibly misguided, but like it's there because they've decided to build these secret cities and segregate the people from some people from other people just because they have some slight differences here and there that don't actually impact how they are as people. At least they shouldn't. Man. Anger really keeps me going, apparently. Or like exasperation. It's not really anger, it's just I was thinking about like quitting like half an hour ago, but just kept going. If the school instilled the fear of ordinary people into the minds of all communicators who attended, then the cycle of antagonism would never end. Yeah, no, how about you instill, like, there's no point giving advice on what they should do instead, because the whole problem, the cause of all these problems is the fact that it's being separated and isolated. That's the core problem. Everything else is just like, it's basically like you chopped off your own leg and now you're trying to use bandages to stifle the bleeding. Like me trying to come up with suggestions is like literally not helpful at all. It doesn't actually do anything. That's useless. Like you shouldn't have cut off your leg first. Like yeah, it is cutting. Like you can't really undo the damage that's been done. You're just gonna have to. But you know, I thought that you three would be able to accept that truth calmly. I guess relatively. Miss Toba, the most diligent of the class, Miss Salome, the wisest of the class, and Mr. Tikon, the one with the highest aptitude in the class. That doesn't really relate to his personality at all, though. Aptitude. You're a mismatched trio, but that's why the three of you together can come to terms with this truth, alright? Of course. Ugh. Yeah, we're not the type to lose heart to some dumb malice like that or whatever. I've promised that even in the off chance that something does happen, I will protect these two. I see, I'm glad I told you then. So, Anna smiled sweetly, and then she spoke clearly and distinctly. Leave the rest up to the adults. You kids should behave and just stay put. Okay, so this is the conversation they were referring to back then. Okay, we have full context now. God damn. I'm not gonna remember most of it though. God, I'm fucking flustered and angry. What'd you expect? I heard from the security department and the police after yesterday's bomb threat. They're already considering the possibility of terrorism. That's why the city is under martial law. Oh, martial law even, of course. If terrorism happens in the city now, it could shatter a system 10 odd years in the making. I mean, the system does need to be broken though. The system is the cause of the terrorism and shit like that. Like, it might be harsh of me to say this, but it'll just be a hindrance for kids to be moving back and forth. I'm sure the security department thinks so too, which is why they're trying to take you into protective custody. But you're telling us to just sit back and do nothing. Your kids, what can you do? What can you do though? Come on now, give me a fucking answer. We can't. The whole city could be in danger. Are you just going to watch as it happens, Miss Anna? No, of course not. That's what the security department, the police are for. They're trained for this. They are, experienced relatively with this kind of stuff. They have, they've looked into the matters beforehand. Similar ones. They have other people they could call up to explain. What can you fucking do? What can you... I mean, we know they're the main protagonists and they're going to do something about it in the end, but yeah, it's... Yeah. Alright. I know, but I'm not just going to watch. This town's so beautiful. It just makes you want to protect it. Even though there really is a hole in its perfect surveillance system, the town is precious to its townspeople. As she spoke, Anna glanced at the classroom door. But even so, you three need to head home now. And as the security department people show up, you should follow their instructions. I mean, you kids who know nothing. You've been kept in the dark. So, I mean, that's the fault of the school and this whole system and system. But, like, that's the number one thing you two should do for now. Natsuko felt a little lonely and acknowledged what they had to say, but in the end, she still treated them like children because you are children and you don't know things and you don't have any experience or anything that you can back up your claims of how you're going to do stuff. You don't even have a plan. So obviously, what else? Like, it would be irresponsible for her to do anything else. Regardless of their student-teacher relationship, her way of thinking sided with the adults, the security department, if anything. Yeah, I do too. Even though I know, they're kind of wrong and you're in the right, I still side with them because you literally have nothing to back yourselves up on any of this. And even if you can, and you have, damn it, is there nothing we can do? Well, no. What can you do? Tell me. Please tell me. I mean, I know you can become a psychokinetic god and all that later on, but not relevant to the current situation. Like, foresight and stuff like that doesn't mean jack shit for logic. Like, that's not an excuse, that's not a valid reason. Is there no way we can get Professor Tsubakiyama on our side? As soon as Natsuko pondered that question, Mashiro suddenly spoke up. I understand, Miss-san. We'll do as you say. She's crafty. She's got a plan. Natsuko was surprised, but Anna spoke in relief. Thank you. It makes me happy as a teacher to have such obedient students. Yeah. It's because I've always respected you, Miss Anna. Okay, Natsuko, Luis, let's go. No, hold on a second, Mashiro. It's a little too sudden for you to just say, just come. At around the same time Mashiro said that, she used telepathy. Don't say anything, guys. I'll explain the situation once we're outside. Let's just run away for now. Okay, we're gonna pause because it's been a bit longer than I was planning, and my brain is fried, and I have thoughts that I already expressed, so I don't have to add any more thoughts there. Anyway, we'll leave them be. And I will go to sleep at some point soon enough and let my mind cool off from the bullshit. Anyway, music. Let's take away all that nonsense from the music. Anyway, let's listen to some. Well, I'm not actually playing any music here because, again, I don't want to deal with any of the music copyright nonsense with like Twitch or YouTube, any of that shit. I don't need that. I don't need that ever. Don't care. Don't need it. You can look it up if you're interested. This is just music that I recommend. It's good. I like it, at least. Anyway, Wasp, Forever Free. Mike Mirabello, Isolation, from a game called Tower of Guns, apparently. Half of the time I still don't know where I find this music. I just listen to a lot of it. I find it at some point. Add it to my list somewhere in like various bookmarks and stuff like that. And then, weeks, months, maybe sometimes even years later, I go listen to it and like, this is good, I'll add it to my list. And then I forget where I even found it or how. Anyway, Jimi Hendrix, The Wind Cries Mary, Gorillaz, Feel Good Incorporated, and Weird Al Yankovic, CNR. Alright, there we go. That's the music I would recommend to look up now. And I spoke my mind a lot there at the end for apparently the last like 45 minutes or so. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not gonna cut any of it though. No, all that's staying in. As difficult as it may be as annoying as it may be. I think it's important to maintain what am I even trying to maintain here? Anyway, with that, and I fucking hope the audio is fine now. Can I finally give it a rest? I said that previous time, and the time before that, and the time before that, and the time before that, I believe. The time before that was the one that was the fucked up echoey audio, though. And I didn't know that. But anyway. Please be good. Audio and people, be good. Don't be dumb like the governments of this world, apparently. Because creating isolated cities and shit like that. Like, come on, the fuck on. All right. I will stop. I will say goodbye for now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye for now. God, that was a mess, as always. Oh, jeez. All right. Hello there. Back again with the thing. We continue where we left off. Where did we leave off? Where did we leave off? Somewhere. The kids are doing a thing. But, well, that's for in a few moments, I suppose. Right? Right. Yes. Okay. It's a Sunday. It's early. Well, it's almost 12 o'clock. Whatever. It's early. It's early for a Sunday. Doesn't matter when you wake up. It's early for a Sunday. Regardless of anything. Now, let's take away the music animations. That's fine. We don't need to see those. Let's just warm up our voices with a little bit of a reading. Another little short story I've written years ago. Much shorter than the previous one. Let's get it out of the way. So, short story 12. A little bit of a poem thing. Quickly scan. Okay, that's the kind of tone I want to go with. Alright. I razed their cities. I burnt their churches. I slaughtered their children. And yet they do not come. How much suffering must I cause for them to face me in battle? The gods expect to outlive me. The gods are cowards. Destruction will force their hand. They cannot be gods of nothing. For centuries I roam. For millennia I wait. For eons I hone my craft. For a single moment of glory. If they do not come to me, I shall ascend to them. Countless foes I slew. Countless steps I took. Countless blows I suffered. To find nothing but horror. There are no gods. There is only I. I am a god of nothing. Not really sure what that's about, don't remember, doesn't matter. Something, I never know what to do about the things I've written myself about. Anyway, that's that and that. Now, then, we continue off. Where did we leave off with these ones? Oh, right. Oh, God, I remember now. Right. I got angry. And this lecture about the BC and the vision and deliberately segregating them from the rest of humanity, causing all these problems and whatnot. The kids tried to solicit the help and learned that, nope, better leave it to the adults. Or something like that. Right, they're still on the run. Natsuhiko, Mashiro, and Luis. And are discovering that they can't get help from adults. They're gonna have to do things on their own. Yeah, alright. Yes, and Tsubakiyama's heart. They could not penetrate her heart. Indeed. Alright, let's head into this now. Continue. Yes. Alright, then. Alright, at around the same time Mashiro said that, she used telepathy. Don't say anything, guys. I'll explain the situation once we're outside. Let's just run away from now. Yeah. Anna said to leave it to the adults and you kids just go home and, like, you know, be protected by the police and stuff like that. That's fine. I guess. I don't know. Not really. I mean, they're gonna get involved. We know that they will. Yeah, come on now. What exactly did she mean by run away? What do you mean? Wait, come on, Natsuhiko, stop being a fool. Natsuhiko was bewildered, but one look at Mashiro's tense expression stopped him from asking her. Yeah, okay. Good kids. Roger. Mashiro nodded and then spoke to Enna. Okay, if you'll excuse us, Miss Enna. I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful. They left Enna alone in the classroom with an apologetic look on her face. Hey, Mashiro, what did you mean by run away? Well, duh. Shh. Mashiro shushed him and answered with telepathy. How very convenient. It's always convenient. We can't trust Miss Enna. kids always deciding these things on their own. She's not opening her heart to us. Come on. It's normal for adults to not open their hearts fully to anyone. Like, every adult has stuff going on in their lives. It's a thing. Come on now. What does that mean? When she finished talking, Miss Anna seemed oddly obstinate, didn't she? So I tried to see if I could use empathy on her, but I couldn't hear her mental voice at all. That's proof she isn't opening her heart. Like, come on now. Masher's eyes were blurred with sadness. That's a bit of a problem with this whole magic powers thing. You make assumptions based on just because someone's not opening their heart to you. Most people wouldn't open their hearts just like that, subconsciously. So, come on now. Making assumptions on that kind of stuff, that's not great. No way. Come on now. The smile he saw on his face just now flickered in the back of Natsuko's head. Yeah, it was such a kind smile by appearances, and yet, did Professor Tubakim not actually trust us? Well, you're kids, of course not. That would be silly. You're dumb children. He couldn't understand why not, but he could smell danger somewhere. Like, I'm not sure if the writers expect me to be on the kids' side in any of this, just because it turns out that they're correct somewhat. That doesn't mean shit to me. They're still just kids doing things. If we stay here too long, she could call the security department on us. Let's get out of here calmly, but quickly. Sure. The kids walked down the hallway trying to look as casual as they could. It's a Sunday. You shouldn't really... although no, club activities, they said that. That's fine. Namely passing through surveillance camera dead spots all the while. I mean, there's only so many dead spots. So where do we go next? We're in a tight spot, eh? Since we can't find Mr. Ukita, we're out of adults we can trust. You can't really trust him either. Actually, as it turns out, even less so than Enna. Natsuko pondered Mashiro's observation, and he noticed that he did have one person in mind. What's up, Natsuko? Did you think of someone? Oh, must be Jun Moribe then. Well, kinda, but we're barely acquainted though. I mean, that's the only... There's 10 characters in this entire story. Natsuko and his mom, Mashiro, Luis, Yuri, then Motase, Jun, Kazumi, Ukita, and Enna. That's it. That's the entire roster of characters. I mean, sure, there's like Hiyam and Dojima, but they die, so it doesn't really matter. There's like peripheral characters who don't matter. They don't have portraits. There's only 10 portraits here. Or like these sprites or whatever. Who? Someone both you and Luis know. Huh? It seemed to finally click for Mashiro when he said that. Yeah, when you've been cornered, I guess it really is a hero that you need. Yee. And with that, the kids left the school to find Jun Moribe the hero. Yee. As they boarded the taxi, the driver asked them, "Where are you headed next?" "The fire station." The driver nodded and began to input their next destination. Driving along to the fire department. Take a little moment. There we go. For a moment I thought it was gonna... Okay. Rokume City Central Fire Station. Natsuko, Mashiro and Luis got off the taxi in front of a building they had never visited before. They weren't entirely sure of how the fire department was organized, but the rescue squad members are probably here too. The fire station. So that means we're here to see Jun Moribe. Indeed, correct. Exactly. But it's kind of a gamble though. She might be on assignment. Rescue operatives as well. I hope Jun's around. But considering what had happened so far, they had no room for optimism. We might get the same reaction we got from Professor Tsubakian, so we need to be careful. You're way too paranoid as well. God, you're way too young to be this paranoid. I don't know if I can pull it off or not, but I'll try using empathy too. I can't just make Mashiro do all the work. And with that thought in mind, they stepped foot onto the premises, prompting a cheerful voice to call out to them. Hello. Of course she's here. Huh? Well, if it is Natsuko, Mashiro and Luis, what's up? Ah, hello, Jun. It's been a while. Like 2 days? I wouldn't consider that a while. Although they're kids. Time feels a lot longer for kids than it does for those. Like, Like, if I hadn't seen someone in a week, that's still recent. Hey, I just saw you last week. Or a month, like, hey, just saw you last month. Or a year, like, yeah, okay. A year is a while. A month is, it's a bit. A week is nothing, and a day is literally nothing. Hello. Oddly enough, Louise seemed to have read the atmosphere and greeted her courteously. Yep, great to see such well-mannered kids. So, what brings you guys to these parts? You didn't come all the way here to see little old me now, did you? They did. Actually, we did. Wait, seriously? You see, there's something we want to talk to you about. The kids explained the circumstances to the cheerful and casual June. They told her about the terrorists boiling with hatred in the city. Making assumptions. They told her about the possibility those terrorists could conduct destructive activities in various parts of town. And at the end of their explanation, June asked them with a serious look on her face. Is that true? It turns out to be 100% true, yes, but they don't have facts to back any of it up currently. They just have assumptions and a single mental reading of some guy in a bus. That's not proof of fucking anything, honestly. It might sound like a joke, but it's true. Okay, sure, there's flyers hanging around, like distractions, possibly, that's probably a thing. We know it's true, but like, still, come on now. Yeah, you guys sound like you're for real. They do, As June made a bitter face, Mashiro asked her again. June, do you believe us? Well, if I had to go just by your story alone, it would be hard to believe right off the bat, you know? It would be. But there have been some things that have been bugging me lately, see? What do you mean? Well, they've been deploying us way too much lately. There's been such a spike in the sheer number of incidents alone that it just feels unnatural. June, do you think those accidents and incidents could be connected to terrorism? I never thought about it at all, but hearing your story sure makes me think so. The atmosphere at work has gotten so tense lately. I wonder if everyone else has started to think something was off. Tension for other reasons. Though, still, Watase, Dojim and Hiyama, they're up to no good. There, but you know, they don't know that yet. And those two die. And Watase loses memories. I wonder if he's gonna... Anyway, that's for later. First, we have to get there. As he listened to Jun's answer, Natsuko concentrated with all his mind. First, he searched for Jun's characteristic brave waveform and quickly identified it. Jun's Type 8A, that was the waveform associated with idealists and challengers. He found it fitting as he concentrated further. Now I need to try the same trick I did when I read Mom's mind. Assuming that wasn't just a hallucination, that is. Sip of water, as always. Make sure you stay hydrated as always. Focus from the bottom of my heart. I want to know what's on her mind. He fiercely wished to know whether or not Jun truly believed what they said. What's wrong, Natsuko? What's with that strained face all of a sudden? Natsuko paid no heed to her voice and concentrated further. And suddenly, Jun's natural voice disappeared, and another voice echoed in his head. Hey, are you okay? Can you hear? Swoosh. Inside her brain. It's like he can't even hear me. What's wrong? Honestly. Is he that worried? Well, I guess so. I mean, they are asking me for help. Yeah, so in that case, I better give him some reassurance. Good job, Natsuko. This time, he was certain that was no hallucination. That was Jun's mental voice. I used empathy. Good job, kid. You're growing fast. He was both surprised and grateful. Looks like I figured out the trick. I guess intention really is important. Perhaps people are best able to learn new abilities when they truly need them. Well, yes, generally speaking, that is how it typically works. When you need it, you're just gonna focus on getting it done. Furthermore, Jun's innermost thoughts were full of concern for the three of them. Natsuko took a big breath of relief. I'm okay. I was just so big a relief that you believed us that I nearly passed out. Sure. A little faint of heart, are we? That's no good. You gotta man up if you're a boy. But that's great. There was nobody else we could count on. Nana, I'm glad to help out however I can. Well, terrorism is a little out of our area expertise, but if you like, I'm sure I can talk with someone up. But before June could complete her sentence, a shrill sound interrupted her. Uh-oh, time to gear up. Huh? What? Obviously, time to gear. What's that sound? A dispatch. That very moment, Jun's face became stern. and at the same time they heard a siren echo from the fire station building. What's going on? Well, obviously it's dispatch. Something's happened, so they need to be go. I'm guessing it's got something to do with that. What? Ah, the kids didn't notice until June mentioned it, but far off in the distance they could see black smoke. Don't tell me that's another terrorist attack. It's another fire. Keeping up with the MO then. The moment that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, Jun patted him on the shoulder. Sorry, I gotta go check it out for a bit. Looks like we'll have to save this discussion for later. Jun, Mashiro spoke with an expression full of anxiety. But Jun just smiled as if to cheer her up. What's with that face? The desire to protect this town is something all of us share. And I'm gonna protect this town my way, so you guys do whatever it is you can. Capiche? Yes. Yep, good answer. Later guys, see ya. Bye-bye, Jun. The kids waved their hands as Jun headed inside the fire station. Before long, a fire truck emerged from the station and passed by. Natsuko muttered as they watched it leave. Do whatever it is we can, eh? Yee. They nearly had Jun's cooperation, but they couldn't quite get it. Well, circumstances are what they are. But be that as it may, just loitering here until June returned wouldn't quite be doing whatever it is they could. Okay, let's go too. Huh? If Jun's dispatching to the site of a terrorist attack, then the culprit might be there too. That would be a very incompetent culprit, honestly. I see. The culprit always appears at the scene of the crime, right? Let's leave the firefighting to Jun's team. We'll go search for the culprit. And with that decision made, the kids boarded onto the taxi once more. Mr. Driver, follow that fire truck. Hell yeah. I've always wanted someone to tell me that. Living the dream, eh? Okay, voice command. Drive mode. Manual. Here we go, boys and girls. Manual mode. The driver slammed the accelerator and the taxi sped off, towards the lingering smoke in the distance. And soon enough, the taxi stopped. The kids were shocked to see what lay before them as they got out. Here? Oh, it's the PRC thingy. It was the PRC, the same institution that they had known to be Q's target since yesterday. Big distraction. An explosion probably happened here. There were shards of glass everywhere. The building was wrecked. An explosion happening on the, the third floor it seems? Second or third one? On top of the roof. From the looks of it. Nasty. Reporters here, civilians, police, everything. Well, yeah. Jun's team was apparently already inside fighting fires and saving lives. So this place really was being targeted. The terrorists have finally sprung into action. Natsuko nodded and looked around. There were onlookers gathered around the building. The crowd, of course, included staff members who escaped the building, as well as policemen and security department people. But the culprit could be in the crowd. Makes sense. Yeah, the culprit always appears at the scene of the crime, they say. That's really stupid, though. That's really, really dumb. I mean, they have remote explosives, we know that from the future knowledge. That would be the smartest thing to do. Plant a bomb, then wait a couple, set the timer for a couple of days, to go off, set it on the eve of Friday and then let it go off on Sunday when nobody suspects, make it harder. And then just, by the time you could be in another city by then. So easy, I guess. But, I mean, probably? Who knows. Be careful not to leave a trail. Although not. I should give you advice, although I don't know how any of that works. It's just basic logic. Although criminals tend not to be the smartest people, because, I mean, you'd have to be... okay, I don't know. I don't know. Brain's going. Anyway, not the greatest trains of thought to go down, so we're just gonna jump off that and onto different tracks back here. They weren't quite sure of the authenticity of that saying, but that was all they could rely on for now. But it was quite a difficult task to find the culprit since they had no leads. Yeah, good job. Mashiro, can you search the crowd for the man you saw on the bus 2 days ago? In a crowd this big, it's obviously going to be hard. He might not be wearing the same sunglasses after all. But maybe we can find him with unconventional methods. Like what? Let's just say there's more than one way to use telepathy, right? Okay. Yeah, gotta automatically fix some errors. hear myself in the text, because let's just, there's more than one way to use telepathy. That's incorrect. That's missing something. Anyway, I've been doing that since hour 1, and probably not stop. Oh well, it happens. It's a translation after all. There's bound to be mistakes. It happens. Anyway, Mashra gave a bold smile. She placed a finger at her temple. Ah, indeed. We first saw her use telepathy, now she's doing it again. The culprit hates communicators, so let's exploit that hatred. That would be a very undisciplined mind if they were to react. I'll send untargeted telepathy to all the onlookers. You guys watch for anyone whose reaction looks suspicious. Got it. Roger. I apologize for the language in that, so don't be surprised, okay? Well, here goes. Blaring expletives. And with that, Mashra closed her eyes. Hey, you dumbass bomber, you think you got away, stupid? Ah, such a childish statement. You hate communicators, eh? So why the hell are you watching the fire when one's right behind you? Okay, that's actually not bad. The head-splitting telepathy echoed inside their heads, and at the same time all the onlookers cowered in fear. Oi, do anyone's reactions look off? Natsuko and Louise darted their eyes around the crowd. People were bewildered. People were looking around. There were various reactions, but just one person's reaction stood out as different. The same time Mashra's telepathy rang out, a man turned and looked behind his shoulder in shock. Huh? That man looked familiar to Natsuko. His stern face, huge body, and finally his uniform. Mashra, Louise, it's him. The girls followed the path of Natsuko's finger and their faces stiffened. That's... oh, very same security guard they ran into when they trespassed into the PRC yesterday. So it must be either Dojimon or Hiyama. Okay. The words they had heard from N earlier that day came to mind. Oftentimes they choose staff members with connections to the target buildings to be the perpetrators. Or maybe, I guess that as well. Just another one. The use of such sleeper agents increases the success rate of the terrorist acts. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, perfect logic. A sleeper agent. That was exactly the answer to the question that had been bugging Natsuko since yesterday. Why was he there alone? The answer to why the security guard overreacted to what they said back then too. The answer to why he had filed a false report to the security department. It's because he's the culprit behind everything. Well, behind this bombing, and alone. Probably. The moment he made that realization, he heard the onlookers start a commotion. What was that telepathy just now? Yeah, she said something about a bomber. That's when Mashra sent in more telepathy. Oh, for the security department people, bomber's that guy who looks like a security guard. Is anyone gonna believe that though? Come on now. Children. He's super duper dangerous, so all you onlookers need to be careful, okay? What? The commotion grew even louder. The security guard in question became quite uncomfortable and tried to slip his way out of the crowd of onlookers. He's just a scapegoat. Louise. I know, it's my turn now. Kickbox him to submission. And with that, Louise slipped into the crowd and chased after the security guard. Mashra, it's dangerous, so stay back. Oh, she's just as physically fit as you are, dude. It literally doesn't matter. Natsuko warned Mashra as he chased after Louise. And once the security guard slipped out of the crowd, Louise let out a battle cry and lunged at him, dragging him into an alley. Oh, you brats are... Louise sidekicked the security guard in the knee before he could finish talking. Damn it. The security guard pulled out his extendable baton. Not gonna work. Hand-to-hand combat. But as soon as he got at the ready, Louise front kicked his wrist. The baton tumbled onto the ground, but Louise didn't stop. Her gracefully executed roundhouse kick drew an... Hey, roundhouse kick, I called it. Of course there isn't a roundhouse kick. An arc through the air and into the back of his neck. On the previous part. Segment? Whatever. The security guard muttered a moan, and collapsed to the ground. Panting, he tried to get up, but his knee gave out and he couldn't stand. You should stop resisting. You have no chance to succeed. Okay. You should have only a few seconds before the police officer at the gate comes over and, at the commotion here. Stop at least. You're going overboard. She's just knocking him, incapable of resisting. Natsuko rushed up next to Luis and tried to be the voice of reason. He stood between Luis and the security guard and interrogated the man. "You're with Q, aren't ya?" The security guard didn't answer. His facial expression merely moved ever so slightly. "There's no doubt about it. He's a terrorist." Evidence. You have any? Natsuko continued with conviction. "Because of you, we had the security department breathing down our necks. We're gonna prove our innocence by turning you into the security department and making you talk. Good luck with that." The security guard's face warped. He staggered up to his feet. There's no point trying to escape with a pitiful limp like that. The security department swarming all over the place. The moment he thought that, Masho's voice echoed in the alley. "That's right, this is the end of your evil deeds." Evil deeds. "Masho, I said not to come, stupid." "Come on, Luis can take care of this." He turned around and shouted at Masho, which created just a moment's opening. The security guard pulled a small knife out of his pocket. "Natsuko, watch out." The sound of Luis's voice left Natsuko breathless. The security guard readied himself. Okay. And stabbed the knife into his own stomach. Oh man, a man of conviction. That is some serious conviction. I guess he really is convinced that all of these kids and stuff like that are, what's it called? Devils, here to replace humanity and everything else. You know, basically a religious zealot. Alright. Huh? What? Natsuko doubted his eyes. The spray of blood from the man's stomach splashed onto Luis's face. First time seeing a dead body, eh? Not the last, though. Very much not the last. Time seemed to stop for a moment, but that was of course just an illusion. Masho's scream snapped Natsuko and Luis back to their senses. Yeah, it's a complicated situation. You got a dead body on your hands now. I mean, suicide. And like a coroner, would they be able to tell that quite easily? But, you know, and plus there's no fingerprints of the kids. Do not touch the knife, kids. Don't fucking touch the knife. Let there only be his fingerprints on it, then you're gonna be scot-free from that. Come on. Don't be stupid. I hope none of them are stupid enough to touch the knife. He stabbed himself. Yes. Why? Come on now. Think. Don't tell me he did to avoid getting apprehended by the security department. He's convinced of his beliefs, so nothing will leave his lips. Since he succeeded in blowing up PRC, his duty's done. So he's basically a suicide bomber. Yeah. He's willing to go that far, apparently. Mashiro shouted to the confused Natsuko. "We need to take him to the hospital." This terrorist? Yeah, you need him alive, ultimately. It's useless if he's dead. Because he's just a pawn. Of course, what if he dies? Certainly, taking a life was not their intention in the slightest. Luis spoke up quietly. If he dies, then we won't be able to prove our innocence. That's right, let's call an ambulance. But they didn't have their PDAs on them to call 119. I mean, there's a bunch of people just around the corner. You could, like... Anyway. The kids reluctantly dashed out of the alley to look for a payphone. Those don't exist. Those shouldn't exist at all. As they got out, they heard some onlookers talking amongst themselves. "Hey, did you hear a scream? Did it have anything to do with that telepathy earlier? Come on, officer, you're here, investigate." They said there's a bunch of security department people. One of them should investigate. And then mixed in with those onlookers, they saw familiar people lingering around. They were the men they had been fearing ever since yesterday. The security department. Oh no, what do we do? Well, you let them know about the dead body and then you run away. If you want to keep doing the thing, because, you know, dead body, it'll take a bit to clear your names that, you know, you had nothing to do with him, you know, killing him. He killed himself because he's a madman. A few minutes ago, they would have run, but the situation was different now. It might be a long shot, but let's turn the culprit over to them. Yeah? If we tell the security department, I'm pretty sure they'll call an ambulance for us. And besides, if we want to clear our names, now might be our only chance. Are you sure it won't complicate things if we showed them that crime scene? I mean, things are already complicated. Like, things have already become complicated. It's a matter of choosing which kind of complication you want to go down now. If they saw it, they'd accuse us of stabbing an upstanding citizen in retaliation for filing a report on us. I mean, that would be cleared up easily enough. They would check the knife, they would, like, you know, the angle of the stab and everything else, and like, blah, 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 blah. It's easily provable that you didn't stab him, that he stabbed himself and all that. That's not a problem. Like, it'll be temporary detention until that can be confirmed by the, you know, the cops and detectives and the coroner and everything else. I mean, assuming he, you know, dies. If he doesn't die, then they can interrogate him. They can see that, yep. Anyway, no fingerprints on the knife except his own. Why'd you stab yourself, man? The little girl. No, the boy, because he's not going to admit that he was beaten by a girl. The boy grabbed my hand, like, twisted around and stabbed, and made me stab myself. That would be the case. Yeah, that would probably be the case. I know it's a gamble, but we can't keep running forever, can we? Besides, if we don't act quickly, he'll die. No more running, no more hiding. Our best option is to talk to the security department now and get them to understand the truth. You're right. Okay. Mashiro took a deep breath and yelled, "Security department people, over here, please. The PRC bomber's over here. And he's attempted suicide too. Please call an ambulance." What? The security department members rushed over once they heard the kids' voices. "We've done what we could." As he watched the security department members rush in, Natsuko prayed. He prayed they made the right choice to clear their names of the false charge. Well, it's going to take a moment. The kids explained the truth to the security department. The security department called an ambulance and took the man to Rokume City Hospital. God, my tongue is getting twisted saying security department every single time. God damn it. It's like fire extinguisher before, but more complicated. Because all the T's in there. Security department. Fortunately, his wound wasn't as deep as they initially believed, and his treatment apparently went by relatively quickly. Yeah, I guess it is kind of hard to, you know, stab yourself. You do have automatic restraints within your body that, like, you know, cause you not to harm yourself. Like, you try to bite on your tongue as hard as you can. Like, you know, if you knowingly try to bite your tongue, you won't be able to cause much damage because, you know, your body naturally restricts the amount of force you can apply to yourself so that you don't literally damage yourself. Otherwise, we would easily be able to kill ourselves because our muscles are more than powerful enough to break our own bones. As for Natsuko, Mashiro, and Luis, they were taken to the municipal office and underwent a long, thorough investigation. Indeed. They explained everything in detail to the security department, starting with why they had sneaked into the PRC. It took a long time to get the security department to understand all the details, and they didn't seem easily swayed, but, you know, I mean, you have easy ways to convince them, like, Mashiro can use empathy. Let's prove it. You know, easy to do that. Eventually, the security department members went to the hospital and interrogated the security guard, thus learning that he had falsified the report and that his abdominal injury was self-inflicted. The kids' methods earned them reproval for their recklessness, but their results earned them recognition for successfully apprehending an alleged terrorist in the end. Thank you for your cooperation. And with a final stereotypical line from the security department members who had been chasing them for hours, the kids left the municipal office. It was quite dark by the time they had gotten outside. They could have at least given us a reward. Look, you caused enough problems on your own. Be glad you got off without any, you know, problems. That's the reward. You caused problems, but you helped them solve things, so you shouldn't have gotten involved. Mashiro grumbled as they walked. She was quite on edge when the investigation began, but once she heard that the security guard was okay, she returned to her usual self. I don't know if she's being too greedy or being too soft. Natsuko smiled wryly as he made his reply. No, let's just be glad they didn't end up putting us in their custody, shall we? Well, I guess. Nothing's more valuable than freedom, I guess. I mean, you don't have freedom currently. You only have within the cage that you live in. You two are so unselfish. Luis seemed unsatisfied, but Natsuko wasn't at all. Now that their names were cleared, they could move around without fear of the security department's shadow. And of course that meant they could return home. Oh boy, we can finally rest easy. He may have been injured, but at least we caught the culprit. Ah, fool, you fool. They said the full-blown investigation will start once he's healed, right? I wish they'd pick up the pace, for goodness sake. I know, but it's getting late today, so let's just go home and eat for now. Yay, food. We haven't eaten anything since breakfast. Oh, that's not great. Oh, well, you're kids. You have natural energy generation capacity, so that can offset that for a while. And adrenaline and excitement, you can just forget about. Natsuko smiled at how they were finally able to have a calm conversation for the first time that day. But there was one regretful thing that happened. In the end, we couldn't stop the terrorists from blowing up the PRC like they wanted to. And you won't be able to stop the next one either. Yeah, but at least there weren't any casualties. That was another thing they had heard from the security department. Fuck, man, I'm stuttering so much with that. All these letter T's and like... That was another thing that they had heard from the security department. It's twisting my tongue so much. Thanks to June's team, all the PRC staff members were rescued successfully. But that was still nothing to be happy about. Actually, there's one more thing that bothers me. The security guard wasn't the man I saw on the bus. Well, yeah, he's just a pawn. Eh? So I guess there are still more of them in town. Of course, this is a prime target. Of course there'll be more. There's probably more than one, cell of the terrorist group. This one's just the one that's currently active. There could easily be others that are just, biding their time, waiting around, especially with this stuff that, they also are aware of what's happening in the city, so they'll wait, Let this die down, let themselves learn from the mistakes of these ones that get caught, and then do a better job with their own task. At least that would be the smart thing to do. I see. I have an idea about that point. If you think about it calmly, the fact that the security guard stabbed himself in the stomach was also bizarre. What do you mean? Well, he did accomplish his mission to blow up the PRC. He had no need to commit suicide. The fact that his wound was superficial is also worrying. The answer I can derive from these issues is that probably his suicidal act was just that, an act. A performance to make it appear that all the incidents had reached a conclusive end. A performance? If he went that far, anybody would believe that he was the one behind the entire string of incidents. Really? Not really. I don't think so. Like, there's kind of doubtful. No, suicide bombers tend to be the lowest on the pile. In the hierarchy, the smarter, more important ones convince people to be suicidal, like that. But what if it was just an act to avert the public gaze away from other criminals? You mean the incidents aren't over yet? Oh, no, they are not. Everyone's faces stiffened at that statement. Natsuko stopped walking and interjected. Hold on a sec. Before we go back home, let's think things through a bit. If there are still terrorists around, what else do you think might happen here? More terrorism, I guess. But what other targets are there? The BC-related facilities that received the objectionable literature. Oh, that was just a distraction as well. But we heard that the security department was tightening their guard around those facilities. And the objectionable literature was diversion for the Parapsychology Research Center bombing in the first place. Targeting those addresses would defeat the purpose of the diversion. Well, I mean, if you... not necessarily. If you strike one target that you made earlier seem like the original main target, and your real target was you used as a distraction, then you can go back a little bit later and strike the thing once, things have calmed down. Think, it was just a distraction, we're done here. And then bam, strike the one you thought. Aha. But that's thinking maybe 2 far steps ahead. Then what else could they be up to? Natsuko got the feeling they were missing something important. Look at the bus map. He thought about what that missing something could be. Arson? They wouldn't have had to make such an elaborate diversion to do that. I thought that all the diversions were to set up for the PRC bombing, but was that not the case? Do they have a target besides the PRC? Natsuko's train of thought led him to that point before something flashed in the back of his mind. He then realized exactly what it was they were missing. Hey, Mashiro. Yeah? The man you saw on the bus mentioned ending this town's history, right? Ah, yeah. What better way to do that than to blow up a nuclear reactor? Huh? Well, yeah, but blowing up the PRC wouldn't end this town's history, would it? I mean, what if the PRC explosion itself was were a diversion? Masha's face froze at the suggestion. Hold on, you mean they're targeting a bigger facility than the PRC? Yeah, something that sort of symbolizes the city. Something they can destroy to satisfy their hatred against communicators. But where would you find a facility like that? The PRC is the biggest BC research facility in town, isn't it? You don't mean school, do you? Come on now. School's small fry. Nah, they already caused a panic at school with that bomb threat, so... The moment Natsuko began to speak. If it were me... Louise finally broke her silence with a side utterance. I'd target that place. Louise pointed at the map posted at the bus stop. On the other side of her fingertip was an illustration of the hexagonal building Labo. Huh? Labo? Louise, that's not a BC-related facility. It's a nuclear research facility. Nuclear and biological research facility. Also, nuclear research facility. How else do you end the town? You blow up a nuclear reactor. I know, but if I'm not mistaken, they should have a nuclear reactor. Well, they don't, but, you know, they should, but they don't. That's another problem. That's the third faction here. First we have the kids, then we have the terrorists, and third we have the psychic researchers. The moment he heard reactor, Natsuko was suddenly struck by an unpleasant feeling. And, come on now, you've already connected the dots. These terrorists hate communicators and are committing acts of terrorism that will end this town's history, correct? Yeah. What if we take that to mean their true intention is to erase the town in its entirety and destroy the communicators? Revelations! Natsuko and Mashiro gasped at the same time. Very basic logic, eh? You're right. If you cause the meltdown in the nuclear reactor there, that definitely would do it. No, not even terrorists would do that, would they? Why not? Why not? Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they target the biggest and most dangerous thing in the world? Give me a good reason not to. Give a good reason why they wouldn't. Why not? It's the most logical target, exactly. Come on now. It's basic logic. Yeah, but what? But what? It's too much? Why? She couldn't find how to continue. Luis's idea sounded like a crazy delusion, but it couldn't necessarily be dismissed as nonsense. Why is it a crazy delusion? That is the most logical thing out there. Like, if you want to destroy a city, you target the infrastructure, you target the power structure, you know, the power grid and everything else. Like, at its core, especially something that can potentially be vulnerable. Anyway. I'll talk about the nuclear reactors and how they really wouldn't be able to blow up anymore, but in the previous parts, but whatever. Anyway, if they did blow up the nuclear reactor, that certainly would end this town's history. And, like, you know, why should they care about this secret city full of demon-worshipping, like, monster children, just alien... The moment he thought that, he suddenly heard Ukita's words playing back in his head. You all have probably heard of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant disaster in Ukraine, causing enormous casualties. The residents in the vicinity and the firefighters sent in to handle the accident were hit the hardest. Over 3,000 of them died, and the number only rose after that. Natsuko shuddered. Mashiro started to tremble. Then you mean the PRC explosion wasn't that a diversion? It's an excellent diversion. And Q's real target is Labo. Just calm down, Mashiro. It's just conjecture. I mean, everything's been a conjecture, more or less. Starting from, you know, you thinking there's a terrorist plot. That was just assumptions. And you proved to be correct. Why not? This one makes sense. That's right. What I said was nothing more than conjecture. Yeah, but it's still a possibility. Mashiro has now convinced herself completely. Like earlier. So shouldn't we go to Labo and give them a warning? A warning of what? How? Also a bit late. They've already planted the fire extinguisher bombs. Maybe, but Labo, also quite a distance away. He swallowed his words. Natsuko didn't want to go anywhere near Labo. Alright, we're gonna get... Finally, yes. We're approaching the moment when we get the flashback to the incident of 9 years ago. Fucking finally, it's been a while. No matter what Mashiro said, because he could never forget what happened 9 years ago. On July 7th, 2021. That was the very same place he had exposed Yuri to life or death danger. Fuck yeah. finally. Woo. Burned into Natsuko's memory was a fire. That day, Natsuko and Yuri sneaked into Labo to see the professor. But a fire broke out, and the kids were trapped in the facility. The fire alarm echoed. Yuri kept sobbing and the broadcast voice kept repeating. In accordance with this emergency, security has shifted to blockade... Oh, another case end. Locking down all gates and bulkheads. The gate shut in the front of them and wouldn't open. Damn it, why won't it open? What do we do, Hikaru? I'm scared. Don't cry, Yuri. I'll do something. Tears welled up in Natsuko's eyes. Tears of fear. Tears of pain from slamming the gate with his fists. Coughing up a lot of smoke. That's not good. Eventually, Yuri's coughing started to grow weak. Uh-oh, running out of oxygen. If we stay here, Yuri's gonna die. You're gonna die as well. Natsuko carried Yuri's body and slowly started to walk. The smoke stung his eyes. He began to tear up. His breathing grew rough. His head hurt. And still he aimlessly wandered, searching for a route to survival. Well, we know they survived, somehow. Not even Natsuko quite remembered how they were saved after that. Well, he passed out. That makes sense. He only had a faint memory that someone had come to save them. We were in the hospital before we knew it. But ever since then, the terror didn't end with the traumatic experience. Ever since that day, Yuri could no longer leave the house. And it wasn't just Yuri that changed. That day, around the same time as the fire, a small radiation leak occurred within the facility. Well, still not radiation. But whatever, that's what they say. Labo denied the existence of a leak, and no report was made mentioning it. But considering their effort after the fact, a radiation leak was the only possible explanation. Psychokinetic leak. WX particles. Natsuko was hospitalized for 3 months following the incident, and even after being discharged, he was required to undergo a yearly physical examination at the hospital. Oh, he was rank C, then exposed to the extra things, experimental stuff, then he became a rank S with his psychokinetic potential, aptitude. Right, okay, that's what happened there. Okay. So the experiment was a success. Aha. Unintentional experiment, but still. Even now, after 9 years had already passed from that narrow escape from death. Everything changed after that day. By now, Natsuko displayed essentially no symptoms of a radiation exposure. His body was almost perfectly healthy. Yeah, no shit. That wasn't radiation, dude. But with every passing July 7th, and with each mention of Labo, he would recall what happened back then. Natsuko and Yuri were still bound together by that incident even now. And yet I have to go to Labo again. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Natsuko began feeling nauseous. He broke out in a cold sweat, and his throat went dry. His entire body was tormented by the unpleasant memory. Damn it, is my body refusing to remember? Natsuko gritted his teeth, held back the urge to vomit, and finally wrung out some words. Even if Luis's conjecture is correct, it's a problem that's out of our hands, Master. Oh, sudden... Okay, wait, no, wait. He's been the one saying it's out of our hands, we should let the adults... most of the time. But no, come on now. You can't go back on your change to be a hero to protect this town now. Come on, dude. No way. Aren't you worried, Natsuko? Of course he's worried. Also, Master. Yeah, of course I am. But even if Luis's conjecture is it, what do you expect us to do? Well, what did you expect to do? The same thing you expected to do when you were looking for the terrorist earlier. like nothing's changed really fundamentally in what you're worried about and what you can do. Like literally, it's the same situation. It's just a different target, slightly. That's it. That's all it's different. How do you suggest we stop terrorists from targeting a nuclear reactor? But then what do you suggest we do? Fuck all. Come on now. First, we contact Labo officials. As soon as Natsuko began to talk, you can just tell your mom. He heard a familiar voice from behind them. Well, if it isn't Natsuhiko. Hello, Kita. Suddenly. Coincidence. Well, there you are, neighbors. Natsuko gasped and looked at the owner of the voice. A car was parked at the shoulder of the road, and Ukita had come out of the driver's seat. Okay. Mr. Ukita, is something the matter? What's with all this commotion outside in a place like this? And at this hour? It's 8 o'clock. It's a Sunday. Whatever. Is it Sunday? Or is it Saturday for him right now? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Ukita questioned the kids with a curious look on his face. Suddenly, Natsuko remembered Mr. Ukita's accident. Yeah. I wonder how Mr. Kita still got into an accident, though. Beats me, maybe there was a system error in the car's ADS. But I thought ADS failures were exceptionally rare, not zero. So, whatever. He didn't think too deeply about the cause of the accident at the time, but... what if that wasn't an accident? What if Q targeted Mr. Ukita since he's with Labo? Terrified, Natsuko rushed up to Ukita. Mr. Ukita, please listen. You see... Natsuko and Mashra explained Luis's conjecture. Ukita probably didn't know who Luis was, so they explained her story as well. And after he had finished hearing everything, Ukita spoke with a grim look on his face. Q's targeting us. This is a huge concern. You know about Q too, Mr. Ukita. Well, yeah, you know, he can read the internet outside of, you know, the restrictions placed on this place. Computers are a hobby of mine. Naturally, that includes browsing the internet as well, which is how I happen to learn. This is so quaint. This statement is so quaint, honestly. Ukita's like in his 30s. He said 35, so he's born in 1995. Like, he's an internet generation kid. Like, these statements are so quaint and cute, honestly. That includes browsing the internet as well. But never in my wildest dreams did I ever expect they'd target my own workplace when we've got nothing to do with them. His phrasing sounded a little cynical, but he appeared to have believed the kids was like I would be 1 year older than him in 2030. Like, browsing the internet is a hobby. Natsuko sighed in relief as he continued the explanation. We just caught one of those terrorists. You caught one? You kids did? Yes, they actually did. Yes, but he might have just been of diversion as well. In that case, we can't rest yet, can we? He's taking it very calmly. But we at Labo have the strictest security in the entire city. Terrorists couldn't target us even if they tried. Nah. So much egg on your face in 2 days from now. I highly doubt they can crush our security that easily. You don't have to crush your security if you can become part of it. But it wouldn't hurt to be alert. Indeed, it would be disastrous in the off chance that they did manage to take over the facility. So in that case... Okay, I'll talk to the security staff and get them to strengthen security even further. Okay, please do. Masha and Nikita smiled at each other. On the other hand, Natsuko secretly focused his mind. Sorry, Mr. Nikita, it's not like I don't trust you, but... this fucking telepathy, empathy things, it's just causing more paranoia within you. He decided to read Ukita's mind just to make sure, just like he did with Jun. He searched for Ukita's brain waveform and identified him as Type 1. He continued and focused on the desire to know what was on his mind. Please, Mr. Ukita, open your heart to me. Why would you? He barely knows you, though. The moment that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, he heard a voice echo in his head. I guess. I can't get these kids involved, too. Involved, too? But there's no time. Need to act now. What the fuck is he talking about? Natsuko had, well, yeah, we know that he's talking about some other things. He's got knowledge of other stuff happening in Labo. Natsuko had gradually gotten used to it by this, his third attempt. He successfully used empathy. And above all else, Ukita was thankfully opening his heart to them. Thank you, Mr. Ukita. I'm glad we consulted with you. No, I only did what was natural. I have an obligation to fulfill as a member of Labo. But no matter what happens, promise me you kids won't put yourselves in danger. They can't promise that at all. The kids felt that having him as an ally would be a big sport. Not really. Not really. He turns into a monster movie villain with a gun and a single bullet loading capacity. For a moment at least. Well, anyway, Luis obediently listened to Ukita's words. Okay then, I shall be heading back to Labo now. I apologize, but we'll have to part here. Okay, please do. With Natsuko and Alice's voices at his back, Ukita returned to his car. He then drove back towards Labo. But as they watched the car drive off, Luis muttered quietly. I don't understand what's on other people's minds. Yes, we know. What's this all of a sudden? Well, there's something I want to ask you two. Do you notice anything suspicious about Keiji Ukita's speech and conduct? Suspicious? An unpleasant premonition quickly spread among them. Luis petted Alice and continued. When I said anything suspicious, I was referring to the reason Alice cried out like that. That's kyan cry indicates when someone's flustered. Look, adults have a lot of stuff going on in their lives. Why would he be flustered? Look. Natsuko and Mashiro gasped that word. Wait, what do you mean by flustered? He didn't look that way to me. Alice can detect nuanced changes in facial expression that may be difficult for humans to detect. How convenient. Subtle indicators such as sweat, muscle tension, and shivering. If her analysis is correct, then he was flustered. But I do not understand the reason why. No way, huh? Which is it? Is Mr. Okita a victim or an aggressor? I mean, everyone can be both. It depends on the context and the exact circumstances and a reference to what exactly a victim of, an aggressor towards. Because you can be a victim of one thing and aggressor of another, towards another thing. Easily. People are multifaceted like that. As he pondered, Natsuko suddenly realized something. There was something bizarre about what he had heard of Okita's mental voice. Yeah, he can't get involved, you too. I can't get these kids involved too. But there's no time. I need to act now. Yeah, he's got other shit going on. There's no time. Natsuko had been quite relieved to find out that Okita's heart was open. But the more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Why would Okita think there's no time just from hearing Luis's conjecture? Hold on a sec. That wasn't all that was strange. I can't get these kids involved too. Could be taken in a way that meant he had already gotten other people involved. There's two possibilities. There's always more than two. There's two that you can see, but either Mr. Kid really felt the gravity of the terrorist threat, or Mr. Kid is with terrorists, and thought that we had caught on to the plan. Natsuko's heart pounded. Q uses sleeper agents. Is Mr. Okita the sleeper agent in that labo terrorist plot? Oh crap, let's chase after Mr. Okita for now. God, making assumptions. God damn it, this telepathy, empathy thing is nothing but trouble, really. Yee. It's making you think too hard, making you rely on it too much, thinking that it's foolproof. There was no time for Natsuko to dwell on unpleasant memories. The kids ran off in the direction they had seen Okita leave. Only one road led to Labo. Labo Private Highway. The entrance had an inspection gate where all cars were checked. The facility was equipped with a nuclear reactor. That level of security was only to be expected. And at the entrance, Natsuko, Mashiro, and Luis were caught in the checkpoint as well. Who are you kids? They were stopped by a stern-faced traffic inspector, obviously. We want to go to Labo. Please let us through. And for what purpose? At this time of night? The answer is fuck no. The answer should be fuck no, go home. What the hell do you think you're saying? No, definitely no. How do you even expect to get there? It's 10 kilometers away, you know. That's 2 hours of walking. Stop spewing bullshit and go home, kids. Exactly. Completely reasonable reaction. I mean, okay, bit aggressive, but totally reasonable. But we know Dr. Tenka... So? And? That doesn't fucking mean anything. I don't care who you know. Nobody gets through this inspection gate without a valid reason. Thank you, he's doing his job properly. If you want to get to Labo, then go through the proper routes to get permission from the Ryokume City Security Department or Labo's PR manager. Permission? How long does it take to get that? Oh, quite a while. Kids, you're dumb. Anywhere from 3 days to 1 week, I suppose. Though I seriously doubt they take an ordinary student's application seriously. No way. What did you fucking expect? It's a nuclear reactor facility, at least allegedly. At least that's on paper. Of course it's gonna be difficult to approach it. You don't just go there. There could be a terrorist attack on Labo, you know. Prove it. A terrorist attack? Well, yeah, there's been a big commotion lately around town. We're already on guard. A little too on guard if you ask me, though. No, it's not enough. The proof. There's a high probability that the terrorist could have a sleeper agent in Labo. Have you considered that possibility? You're just spouting nonsense from his perspective. Like, come on now. You need proof, you need evidence, you need something that's convincing. This doesn't work. Sleeper agent? What nonsense is that? Whatever, just go home already before I call the cops on you. Yeah, obviously, on his side. Basically, like, sure, we know the future, but that doesn't mean shit. We work with the facts that we have, and you have zero facts, basically. And with that thought, the traffic inspector placed his hand on the phone. The police? They had just cleared their names with the security department. If he called the police, things could quite possibly get troublesome again. Louis gently whispered into Natsuka's ear. Let's go home, you two. It's not a good idea to agitate the situation any further. But what can you do? Literally. What we need to do is stop the terrorist plot. Not make enemies of the police and security department. Natsuka and Mashiro were finally convinced. Okay, let's think of a new plan then. It would be for the best. Excuse us. Better not see you here again if you ever get lost. You hear? The kids left the inspection point with that voice at their backs. This looks bad. What do we do? Doesn't look like we've got a choice. Let's look for a payphone for now. God, payphones. God damn payphones. Even in 2012, those don't even exist back then, did they? Come on now. Let's give a head up to the police and the security department, and finally, Labo. They nodded and began walking again. As they walked about the main road, they soon found two payphones lined up next to each other. Actually, we got exact numbers, actually. So this road from here to, I guess, here? All the way here? No. The highway road, that should be like here, or I guess here, the security gate. 10 kilometers, so we have an estimate. 10 kilometers long. That's a lot. So yeah, going through down this main road, that's like, what, 6 kilometers long as well? Fuck you, this is a big city. 20 minutes running around, we searched everywhere. Fuck you, you couldn't even cover like this tiny block in 20 minutes. Such bullshit statement back then. Jesus, really. Anyway, yeah, 20 minutes running around, we looked everywhere. Fucking nothing. Anyway, as they walked about the main road, they soon found two payphones lined up next to each other. For some fucking reason, somehow. Natsuko quickly looked up the security department number and called them. Like, come on now. God, this is so archaic, even for 2012. Yes, this is Rokume's Municipal Office Security Department, Takehashi speaking. Thanks for all the hard work. It's me, Tenkawa, the Rokume Academy student. Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. Housekeeper, what can I do for you? Well, you see, Natsuko gave the security department member a summary of Luis's conjecture. However, come on, you have literally zero proof. So basically, there's a possibility that the terrorists are targeting Labo. Yeah, we already know that. Thanks for your cooperation. The voice on the other side of the phone had not a hint of seriousness. We'll give Labo a heads up, so just relax. No, that still doesn't seem like enough. Can you increase security or anything? You need, like, well, we'd have to dilute security at every other facility, and we can't exactly do that. That's also reasonable. I know that, but isn't there anything you can do? Come on, kid, stop pestering the adults. You're just a kid. We can't work on possibilities alone. It would be a different story if a lab at least received objection literature or something. Come on now. Come on, you should know that's a distraction. They wouldn't send it to their actual target. Anyway, we'll strengthen security around the city. Understood, please do. Natsuka dropped his shoulders and hung up. What did you expect? How did it go? Fuck all, that's how it went. Well, at least he heard me out, but you know, how'd it go on your end? While Natsuka was calling the security department, Mashiro was contacting the police. But she just looked dejected and shook her head. No good at all. They kept insisting that security was sufficient. Is our story too much of a stretch to get them to believe us? Yes, it is. It very much is too much of a stretch. I don't believe you, and I know that you're correct. What should we do? Right when Luis muttered that, they heard footsteps approaching in the distance. Natsuko gasped and looked back. There was a single man walking on the other side of the street. He was covering his face with a jacket, hood, and sunglasses even though it was nighttime. Why is he doing that? That's extra suspicious, dude. You should... I guess he's not... I guess Watase isn't the smartest man in the world. Ultimately, even before losing his memory. Oh well. Oh well. Mashiro, Luis, that man. Mashiro and Luis looked at the man after Natsuko whispered to them. The man was tall, and they could tell he was quite muscular even through his jacket. There was a strange intensity about him as well. Is that the man who was on the bus? Maybe. At least he looks like he has the same build. He's coming this way. The man walked straight towards them, never looking to either side. Oh. What if he's a terrorist? Paranoia, insanity. Like, it's only not even 9 o'clock yet. The fact that he was approaching without hiding or running away probably meant he had business with them. The fact that he wasn't on guard meant he could be armed. Or he's just more powerful than all three of you combined, which he is. We know he is. Don't tell me he's here to silence us. Natsuko promptly put himself on guard. If the man wasn't a terrorist, he would just walk past them. The man stopped about 50 meters away from the kids. But then, he suddenly made a mad dash at them. Okay, what? Mashiro, Luis, let's get out of here. Yeah. Alright, what the fuck is he doing? I don't think this is a very smart move on his part. Natsuko turned back and tried to run. But on the other side of the road was just a single straight path, continuing on forever. It was not a distance he could run while taking Mashiro with him. This way, turn to the side road. In a daze, Natsuko dragged Mashiro and Luis into the side road. They ran down the unpaved road. They could tell the man was following them. They made a desperate run for their life in the darkness that with nary a streetlight. Soon enough, Natsuko realized something. This street was familiar. This path leads to... That's right, it should lead to the ruined factory. He didn't know if taking refuge in those ruins would be a blessing or a curse. But he knew that if they kept running, their chances of escaping were low. This way, guys. Natsuko shouted and rushed into the ruined factory. Phew. Gasping. And she's fine. Luis, of course, is fine. They tried to catch their breath as quietly as they could. And with stealthy steps, they hid under cover. As they held their breath, they heard Mashiro using telepathy. You think we'll be okay if we hide here? Natsuko and Luis answered her in a whisper. I don't know. Hopefully he overlooks this ruined factory and passes it by. Come on, that's the obvious hiding spot. Of course he would look into here. We can't be optimistic. If he does come here, I'll stall him with a surprise attack, ambush him, but you're not strong enough to take him on, we know that. Mashiro quietly gasped at those words. A surprise attack? You're gonna attack that huge man? It's a bad idea. Even if you are super skilled, still bad idea. You're not unable to take him on with an axe, and when both of you are all equally physically depleted, him probably more so... Actually, given the circumstance that she was shot, and he was merely physically depleted from lack of food for 9 hours, who knows? It was a fairly even battle back then, or in the future will be. So currently, both in their prime and uninjured, still probably just an even fight. There should be no problem as long as he doesn't have any hand-to-hand combat skills. Oh, he very much does, though. He very much does. Even if he is trained in hand-to-hand combat or he's on, I'll be able to manage if I take him by surprise. That is correct. Surprise attacks are very useful and effective. Will you really be okay? Yes, she will. I will. As long as he's alone, that is. Then what if he's not alone? As soon as that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, he heard footsteps outside the factory. Natsuko shrunk down and held his breath. The footsteps slowly came into the factory. The more footsteps revealed that he was alone. He seems to be alone. Can you manage? Luis silently nodded. Should we help? You'll just get in the way. Luis silently shook her head. You can do it by yourself. You would just get in the way. You are a liability, you two. Luis nodded and smiled, as if to tell Mashiro to relax. Their footsteps drew closer. So close they could almost feel the man's breath. Luis slowly calculated her timing and jumped out of her cover. Luis's head shadow danced in the darkness. They could hear the man gasp. Luis moved faster than the man could ready himself and landed a roundhouse kick solidly on his head. That would hurt. The man silently fell to the floor, but he should still be able to be up. Get back up, Watasa, come on now. Don't let this skinny little 30-kilo girl take you out with a single kick like that. Come on now. Amazing, way to go, Luis. Luis looked away, as if embarrassed by Natsuko and Mashiro's praise. More importantly, who is this man? Judging by the circumstances, he seems like a terrorist, but... Should we wait until he wakes up and ask him? No, tie him up. I mean, sure, but tie him up in the meantime. Also, he's not asleep. No, that seems too dangerous. Tie him up. Come on now. Mashiro, can you read his mind with empathy? No, I don't know. I've never tried reading the mind of an unconscious person before. But I'll try it out. Yeah, I'll try too. Restrain him first, he might wake up any second. Natsuko and Masha put their fingers to their brows. They concentrated their consciousnesses on the fainted man and focused deeply on the desire to read his mind. Tell me, who are you? Are you really a terrorist? He focused on that question with all his heart, all his mind. He deepened his concentration, and eventually his 5 senses faded. Yes, that's the sensation. I've activated empathy. The moment he made that realization, his lost senses were replaced with the sound of a bizarre voice. Well, I guess he's unconscious. But the voice was nothing but the unintelligible vestiges of thought. He only heard fragments of noise. No matter how carefully he searched, the result was the same. Well, I guess he is unconscious then. Damn it, I can't figure out anything like this. Look, unconscious thoughts don't make a lot of sense, do they? I guess it really doesn't work, huh? Can't exactly open your heart if you're conked out. Natsuko stopped concentrating and spoke to Mashiro. Mashiro, how's it going on? Natsuko gasped before he could finish. Mashiro was standing stock still with her eyes peeled wide open. Natsuhiko. He gasped and traced Mashiro's gaze. He's getting up. Oh no, those two. Only to see 2 unfamiliar men suddenly standing there in the darkness. Hello, Dojima and Hiyama. Oh, one of them has green hair as well, huh? What? Only then did Natsuko notice. Oh, and Luis is unconscious. Oh, that Luis was collapsed at the men's feet. And that the man on the left was holding a gun. There was no room for doubt. In no uncertain terms, these men were terrorists. Damn it, so he really did have allies. Oh yeah. Natsuko cursed his carelessness. Once Natsuko tried to use BC, his 5 senses died out. In other words, he became oblivious to what was going on around him. Did these new guys come in from the back and knock Luis out? It seems she was only unconscious, judging by the lack of blood. But now that Luis, the only one among them with combat skills, was incapacitated, they had no means of a counteroffensive. Yeah, how do they get out of this situation? Luis. Mashiro muttered Luis's name in a trembling voice and tried to walk up to her. Come on now, this guy holding a gun. Stop where you are. Don't move. But that voice stopped her. The second you move, I shoot. Natsuko stood to cover for Mashiro, upon which the third man spoke. Natsuko Tenkawa and Mashiro Toba, I presume. How do you know our names? We had someone look into it. We heard we had a couple of kids trying to sniff out our plan, see? A cold chill ran down Natsuko's spine. He had never expected to be apprehended by the enemy so easily. Well, you're kids and they're adults with a plan. Your kids just fumbling around. Are these guys an even huger organization than we thought? It's 3 guys, that's not a huge... 3 guys is not a huge organization. The man continued as Natsuko found himself at a loss for words. Self-righteousness just leads to self-destruction. Sorry, but we have to dispose of you. You're gonna kill us? The other man answered the question quite briefly. Yeah, we will. Then just do it? I mean, we know they won't, because, you know, we've seen the future. Like, how does it end up that they don't die? Wait, it'll be too conspicuous if we leave bodies behind. But even so, we can't leave any insecurities in our plan before it hatches, can we? Of course not. So in that case, let's just put you kids to sleep for now. Not 1 second after the man finished talking, he ran over to Mashiro, and swiftly hit her in the neck with a knife hand strike. Ow. Mashiro gasped before collapsing on the spot. What are you doing? You just heard what they're doing. Come on now. You heard what they said. Come on now. Enough. Come on now. I'm annoyed by these questions of the obvious, that literally you have an obvious answer right in front of you. I said I'm putting you kids to sleep, didn't I? Yeah, exactly. See, he's annoyed by that. Come on now, Natsuko, stop being dumb. How dare you? How dare you lay a hand on Mashiro? They're willing to blow up a nuclear facility. You think hitting a kid is something that they care about? Natsuko gave in to his anger and tried to strike the man. You're not physically fit to even injure him. But the man dodged all too easily and wrapped around behind him. And the very next moment, the man wrapped his thick arm around Natsuko's neck. Natsuko's breathing stopped. The man wrung out every last bit of air from his lungs. Damn it. Let go. Why would he? But all the strength of Natsuko's body was not enough to make the man budge one bit. You know, the grip on the man's arm was enough to show Natsuko the hopeless difference in strength between them. His consciousness started to fade into the distance. Damn it. Come on, unlock your potential. Do a Goku thing. But with your mind instead of your body. Is this where it ends? No, it's not. There was nothing more that Natsuko could do. As soon as he understood the extent of his own powerlessness, fury burst up from inside of him. Yeah, okay, we're on Goku moment. At the very least, let me at least know what exactly these guys are plotting. He screamed from the depths of his mind not to let things end this way. Oh yeah, we know, alright, yeah, we do know he has the ability to just assault people's brains and like cause serious damage mentally like that. Yeah, this is where it unlocks. Ah, nice. A torrent of rage surged from inside Natsuhiko. Let me use empathy, or anything at all. Show me what's in their minds. As that thought crossed his mind, yay, potential unlocked, new ability unlocked. Yeah, mind break. Natsuko's vision blacked out. And a bizarre vision arose from the back of his mind. He saw an unfamiliar room. He heard someone's voice from the right beside him. Silence them, eh? And then he heard someone else answer. Not like we've got a choice. You're telling us to kill children? Come on, you're willing to blow up a nuclear reactor. Killing children should be nothing. Don't go that far. Just threaten them and tie them up. The security department's mobilizing too. We don't want to draw their attention, and we can't have Labo increasing their own level of security either. Because D-Day is tomorrow. Right as Natsuko heard up to that point, the voices quickly faded away. And the vision disappeared too. What? Natsuhiko gasped. What just happened? He had a feeling it was a little different from empathy. No, it's mind reading. It's a memory reading even. But one thing was for certain. So the real target was Labo after all. And D-Day is tomorrow. So stop. Going back to the present now. But Natsuko's consciousness faded away before he could tell anyone anything. His sight sank into darkness and his hearing fell silent too. And yet, for some reason, he heard the painfully loud ticking of a watch's second hand. And mixed in with that sound, he heard a faint voice. Hello, Yuri. Hikarin. It was Yuri's voice. Yuri. She sounded somehow sad. Hikarin, you finally reached it, haven't you? Huh? The apex of a communicator's journey. Well, you don't know if it's the apex. There's always new heights you can conquer. The ability beyond empathy. The power to connect minds rather than just brains. But it would be best if you didn't use it anymore, for you might end up knowing something you'd rather not know. Whatever. That's not a really good reason not to blend your minds. Although he's too young to comprehend things, he misinterprets things, he just... kids aren't mature enough to understand. He doesn't have enough life experience to put things into perspective. Like, there's not enough of himself in terms of his own personality and memories, built up through memories and experiences, to be able to handle merging your own brain with another's, especially an older brain, one who has more experiences, one who's, if you try to do that, you would be overwhelmed. Like, you might be, just basically become assimilated into their mind instead, like, or something like that. I don't know. I'm making shit up right now, but whatever. It sounds fanciful and probable and possible, and something that probably has been explored in various sci-fi properties in some way. No way. Like hell, there's something I'd rather not know. Look, there's plenty of things that you don't need to know. Just because it's just completely useless garbage information. Anyway, Natsuhiko shouted voicelessly. Along what their goal was, our conjecture was right. So we have to do something. But by the time he made that realization, it was too late. Natsuhiko's consciousness was blanking out. A short silence passed, and then Yuri seemed just a little bit happy. I see. Of course you'd think that way, Hikarin. In that case, you mustn't give up. For the truth is already right before you. I'm sure you can reach it, Hikarin. Oh, there's more to the truth than the terrorists. Terrorists are a B-plot, ultimately. The main plot is the Labo. The incident 9 years ago, Natsuhiko's power, and behind it, the thing at the bottom of Labo, below the basement floor. That little bedroom inside the facility. That's the key. That's the important bit. Everything else is just secondary. Hey, that voice faded into the distance. This is a lovely water effect though, I like this. Eventually even the sound of the watch's second hand faded out and ceased. Blam, back to the present now. Shwaa. Natsuko had a detailed recollection of what happened yesterday. He remembered the day he had learned the truth, confronted the enemy, and suffered defeat. And today, the gate closed in front of them, sending Natsuko into a crisis alongside Yuri and Mashiro. But even so, like hell am I gonna give up? He had that conviction. Yuri stood beside him and whispered softly into his ear. Hikari, you've remembered, haven't you? What happened yesterday? It would be foolish for him to forget. But now we know, as the audience. You've overcome several obstacles to get here. You've obtained the strength you need to overcome the past. No matter what happens, from now on, your mind will endure. You should be able to overcome anything. Because you're the protagonist. You've got special powers. Those words fortified Natsuko's mind even further. Though his head still hurt, he gritted his teeth and bore it. Mashiro called out to Natsuko in his silence. Natsuko, what are you talking to Yuri about? Yeah, we got shit to do. Come on now. Natsuko smiled and answered her. She's given me courage. Eh? Mashiro, we can't give up yet. There has to be a way out. But there isn't. But we can't go anywhere because the gate won't open. No, we'll search for a security card. As long as we have the right card, we can go to Area 6. Closer inspection of the gate revealed a card slot. Natsuko, Mashiro, and Yuri didn't have a security card, but if they found one, they could probably open the gate. There was a huge panic in the facility after the alarm rang out. I wouldn't be surprised if one or two staff members forgot to bring their card with them. I see. A little bit of Mashiro's cheerfulness had returned to her voice. It may have been just a sliver of hope, but they had no choice but to wager on it. I swear I'll find the card, and get these two girls out of here if it's the last thing I do. It'll be a while before you manage to do that. Natsuko made that conviction and ran off once more. Let's split up the search. Mashiro, you take that room. Okay. Then Hikari, you take that room further down. Yeah, leave it to me. Oh yeah, she gets split up soon. Right? Yeah. Yuri gets separated soon enough. It was a small personal office, about 9 square meters in size. It's a mess, eh? Maybe I can find a card here somewhere. Natsuko quickly started searching for a card. First he tried searching through the desk drawers, but all he found were metal boxes of some sort, nothing like a card. Jach. He quickly gave up on the drawers and started looking on top of the desk. But then something entirely different on the desk caught his eye. Picture of you. This is your mom's office. Eh? A digital photo frame decorated the desk, and the photo currently displayed was a photo of Natsuhiko himself. Why is there a picture of me here? Come on, use your brain. Your mom works here. In this, in Labo. Come on now. It's obviously her office. As he looked at the picture, he remembered when the photo was taken. The day he entered high school was one of the rare days his mother came home. She took the photo with her PDA camera that evening. Don't tell me this is mom's personal office. Natsuhiko gasped, but as he looked at that picture, he was struck by the tremendous sense that there was something out of place. Natsuko was sitting on the sofa alone. He remembered being confused when his mother abruptly pointed her PDA at him. But something's not right here. The uncanny feeling became too much for Natsuko, and he averted his eyes from the photo. Only for his gaze to land on a file rack nearby. The files appeared to be organized by year, and the file labeled 2021 in particular. This wasn't the time to be snooping, but Natsuko reached out for the file as if entranced. The answer just might be in here. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he felt someone's presence. He looked up in shock to find Yuri standing by the room's entrance. Yuri. Now we're going back to the past again. Yuri silently tilted her head to the side. Natsuko interrogated her. Did you send me into this room because you knew about this? Did I send you? No. Hikari, you chose this room yourself. What do you mean? We came into this room 9 years ago too, didn't we? To escape the fire and the smoke. You couldn't find the card back then, but this time you can find one for sure. How do you know that? You just overlooked it. You should already know where the card is, Hikarin. Yuri looked at Natsuko as she spoke. Look for it, and escape with Mashiron. What are you talking about, Yuri? With Mashiron? What about you, Yuri? I can't go with you. Why not? Haven't you realized it already? Yuri smiled a lonely smile. So she's not here? All this time? She's been back home? And she's just been sending her projection and everyone believes she's here? What? Maybe? What does she mean? Good question. I already know the reason. But gradually, Natsuko began to notice. The sights he saw, the sounds he heard, and the feelings he felt. All the memories he was recollecting were approaching the present. The recollections and the present were about to overlap temporarily. Natsuko's watch began to move again, as if to press him to move as well. The date display said 9:16. The hands pointed to 3:19 today. Hikarin, try to remember what it was you saw and heard today. For the truth lies in those observations. What? And with Yuri's whisper, Natsuko's consciousness went back 4 hours in time. Okay. What? What? Okay, so what is Yuri? Is she? Okay. In the starless darkness, Natsuko found himself on the ground. The sound of a watch echoed faintly nearby. Natsuko awoke to that sound. Where am I? He was still in the ruined factory. Day of the instant. What the hell? Ominous words from Yuri constantly, all the time. The fuck is happening there? Apparently the men had tied him up while he was out cold. Just how much time had passed since he had lost consciousness? As he pondered that question, he heard people groaning beside him. Natsuhiko? It was Mashiro and Luis. They had both just woken up, it seemed. Guys, are you okay? Well, they're tied up, so no, not really. I guess I'm okay. I don't hurt anywhere, at least. But it looks like we can't move. Yeah, you're tied up. They don't want you... Although, how do they make it out of here then? Natsuko finally noticed. His hands and feet were bound by stiff rope. And on closer inspection, Mashiro and Luis were bound in the same way. What is this? Well, you heard them. They said so themselves. I think it's to prevent us from escaping. Yeah. No matter how much strength he put into his arms and legs, the ropes wouldn't budge. Damn it, we need to free ourselves and stop those guys. As if in response to Natsuko's impatience, a strained cry echoed out from the darkness. They didn't break Alice. Thank goodness. Sure. Like, that's super important. Alice over here, it can walk on its own? What? What? Okay, I didn't realize it could walk on its own. What? Alice ran over to Luis as if in response to her voice. Wait, Alice can walk on her own? Yeah. It's a simple feature, but yes, she can walk in accordance to voice commands or by inputting route data. Okay. I guess that form isn't just for show and for cuteness sake. Sure. I see. Then can we get Alice to bring us something we can use to cut the ropes? Didn't think of that. Well, yeah, that wasn't a known quantity before. After looking around, they spotted some glass shards scattered on the ground beneath the window. Okay, Alice, start the command. Go forward 15 meters, pick up the glass shard there, and return to current position. End command. Alice responded confidently and headed to the window. She spent a moment there looking for the object Luis commanded for her to find, and eventually she came back with a shard of glass in her mouth. Sure, you did it. Good girl, Alice. Natsuko twisted himself around to take the glass shard from Alice. Hang on a sec, guys. I'll get myself free so I can cut your ropes. Shouldn't Louise do this? She's more like agile and like flexible. She would be, more competently be able to free herself like this. Natsuko pressed the rope against the shard hard as he could, and somehow he managed to get his hands and feet free out of the rope. Well, okay, fair enough. Worked out anyway. Alright. He then cut Masha and Louise free too. Come on now. You, finally free. Thank you, Natsuhiko. The girls also appeared to be uninjured after all. Apparently the terrorist's goal here was only to entrap the kids and nothing more. But still, I do not understand the terrorist's intentions. There shouldn't have been any point in leaving us alive. That is correct. If they're gonna blow the reactor, then there's literally no point in leaving, witnesses alive if you're gonna kill a city. No, their target is Labo after all. They were probably afraid they'd draw too much attention if they killed us. But they're about to execute just a few hours later. Nobody would find you here, at least not for like a solid day or two. So it really wouldn't make their plans, hinder their plans in any sensible way. Like, seriously. Unless their plan isn't to kill people with the explosion of the nuclear reactor, then okay, fine, they don't want to kill. But if they don't care about casualties, then yeah, you should be dead. How can you tell? I heard it from them directly. From their mental voices, that is. You heard their mental voices? With empathy? Yeah, probably not. Even though he thought it was empathy, something still felt off about it to Natsuhiko. The ability Natsuhiko activated right before he fainted seemed a little different from empathy. Not only did he hear voice, but he also saw vision. Was that still empathy? But then he recalled the words he had once heard Enna say. The possibilities of BC are endless. Who knows, one day you might find a third ability beyond that of telepathy or empathy. Yeah. A third ability and more. That was a possibility. Natsuko's BC ability was rapidly growing these last few days. Though he had yet to master either telepathy or empathy, he had become able to use both abilities within just a few days. Could really be, but there was no time to stop and consider the possibility. Right now, the information he gained from that ability was far more important than the ability itself. Anyway, according to their mental voices, it looks like it's true that they're targeting a Labo. And to make matters worse, D-Day is today. Today? Then we gotta stop them. Like, from your position, it's gonna take you at least 2 hours to get there, so at around 5 a.m. But how? Even if we report it to authorities, we likely won't get any different results than yesterday. That's for sure. Even if they explained everything to the security department and the police, it seemed highly unlikely that they would make it in time. Natsuko suddenly pondered. Should we go directly to Labo and tip them off there? But that would be dangerous. There was a high probability that Q had a sleeper agent there. They could very well wind up caught in the terrorist attack themselves. That would almost certainly get them killed. In that case, shouldn't we run for it as soon as possible? He could bring Masha and Luis straight home so they could take Yuri out of the city. That seemed to be the most proper course of action to him. It would be a different story if it were just him, but there was no way he could expose the girls to... fuck's sake. However, but then I'd be abandoning all the people in the town. Yeah, Mashra wants to be a hero too. You can't just get all... you can't be the only one who's heroic and willing to sacrifice himself. Fuck that. Enough with this gender stereotyping, dude. Come on now. Is it okay to ignore all the people we don't know? No, it's not. If you're a hero of justice, then it's absolutely not. He always had. That was what Natsuko's life had taught him. He didn't care about the fires, the accidents, or the violent events he saw on the news on TV. They had nothing to do with him at all. They weren't important. Pretty much the only people important to him were himself, Yuri, and perhaps Masha and Luis too. That's what he had always thought. But in the back of his mind, he thought about all those people in town who had nothing to do with him at all. The classmates he had associated with at a distance, the childhood friends who had left him after learning he was a communicator, and Enna, who would not open her heart to them. Like, come on now. Damn it, what does that all even matter? If that nuclear reactor melts down, everyone will die, won't they? Yeah. This town will become uninhabitable, won't it? Which means that the obvious choice of action is to prioritize our own escape, isn't it? But right then, suddenly, the memories of various statements Natsuko had heard recently came echoing back into his mind. But Hikarin, you might regret not doing anything. And I'm gonna protect this town my way, so you guys do whatever it is you can, capiche? Overcome the past. I'm sure you can do it, Hikarin. And then Natsuko realized, even if they tried to escape now, that wouldn't necessarily mean they could. Even the residents need to go through strict checks and procedures to come in and out of the city. Can I still take Yuri out of the city despite that? It seemed difficult. He could go to Labo or he could try to escape. They were in danger regardless. In that case, I should go to Labo. Natsuko surprised himself with the conclusion he came to. But his convictions only grew stronger. 9 years ago, Natsuko and Yuri went to Labo and got into an accident. The fear he felt that fateful day had yet to fade. He might face death once more. He might lose something precious. But that was no reason to stop. I have to go, don't I, Yuri? Or else I'll never be able to overcome the past. As soon as that thought crossed Natsuko's mind, Mashiro gasped. Natsuko, don't tell me. You're not planning on going to Labo right now, are you? I mean, what is your plan, Mashiro? You're like the hero, just as the one who's like, gotta do something. This is something. Both Natsuko and Luis's eyes opened wide at those words. How did you? No, come on, it's written all over his face. This is just basic deduction. I can tell even without using it. We've been together for so long, after all. Exactly, come on now. I see, there's no hiding it from Mashiro, eh? Natsuko answered her with a smile of resignation. Say, Mashiro, I finally understand how you felt 3 nights ago. Eh? Nobody in the whole town knows that a terrorist attack will happen at Labo today besides us. This situation kinda makes you feel a sense of obligation, doesn't it? If I don't do something, the city is good as gone. The city is as good as gone. This isn't some event happening on the other side of the TV. This has everything to do with us. So I really do have to go. He had thought that by avoiding danger, he could live in peace. But no matter how much he tried to avoid the danger, his peace would crumble. And as Natsuko finally realized that, Luis softly spoke up. Even if you go to Labo, you might not be able to do anything. Even if you warn the security officials, there's a high possibility that they won't believe you. But if I don't go, I'm sure I'll regret it. I don't want to have any more regrets. Natsuko had built up countless regrets prior to today. Countless times he thought, if only we hadn't gone to Labo that day. But now was the opposite. He would regret if he didn't go to Labo. Then we'll come too. No, there's no need for you two to come. I'll be fine, but no you won't. Come on now, especially without Luis. Besides, Luis is there to protect you. She's not leaving your side. And Mashiro's a hero of justice as well, so no. Come on, dude. Then what do? I've got a favor to ask. Go home right away and take Yuri as far away as possible. No. Mashiro is not happy with that. Make her come with you, even if she screams and cries. In case the worst happens, Natsuko looked the girls in the eyes. But Mashiro glared back at him. Yeah, fuck you, you're not gonna self-sacrifice. Don't give me that. You expect me to go home now, after all we've been through, just because you tell me to? Yeah, fuck off, dude. Huh? You're on equal grounds with her. 9 years ago, you and Yuri got into an accident at Labo, didn't you? Do you have any idea how it felt for me? Oh yeah, she wasn't there. I regretted not stopping you so badly that I wanted to die. Not even you can be dense enough not to realize that, can you? Well, he is an anime male protagonist teenager. The level of their density knows no bounds, honestly. Whatever fits the narrative best, that's how dense they are. Even now, I want to stop you. If we're going to run away, then I want you to run away with us. But there's no stopping you, is there, Natsuko? You won't give up on going to Labo no matter what, will you? It's the same as 9 years ago. So in that case at least, let me go with you. Like, you don't need to ask permission. You're on equal grounds here. Mashiro, you say you don't want to have any more regrets? Well, neither do I. Exactly. Mashiro's voice was trembling. Those were probably words that Mashiro had kept locked inside her heart for years. But Mashiro, that's still fuck off. You don't have any excuses. No legit excuses. When Natsuko still persisted on stopping Mashiro from joining him, Luis sighed and spoke up. Like, come on now. I agree with Mashiro. Nothing we say can stop you, Natsuhiko. But nothing you say can stop them either. Huh? Yeah? Eh? You always say you're trying to avoid danger, but whenever it involves Mashiro or Yuri, you break that oath all too easily. No, that's, well, yeah, no buts, man. That's correct. That contradictory demeanor of yours is unmanageable. I've become painfully aware of that these past few days. Since it's pointless to stop you, you leave me no choice. I will go with you too. Natsuko gasped those words. What the fuck did you expect, dude? Hey, what are you saying? Were you not listening? Yes, she was in your contradictory little whiny little crap. Come on now. Yeah, it's going to be dangerous. She's the most capable of dealing with danger. What the fuck are you two gonna do? Like, I have a 9-year score to settle, but why do you have to come with us too? Because she's promised to protect him. No, it's actually only obvious that I go. Yeah, duh. If you two go to lab alone, you'll have no way to deal with the terrorists if you come across them. Am I wrong? She's not wrong. Well, true, but the terrorists were able to kill you last night, weren't they? Because they got the drop on her. She won't let that happen again. That's right. My regret is last night. If I had defeated them, we wouldn't be having this much of a problem now. So I'm going to. End of discussion. You cannot change my mind. Besides, above all else, my duty is to protect you, Natsuko. Still don't really understand where this sense of duty she has comes from, though. That's the one thing I didn't really get fully. Louise spoke in one breath, in the same level-headed tone she used when they had first met. But between the lines, Mashiro and Natsuko could tell that she was worried about them. Ah, jeez, how can you two be so stubborn? How can you be so stubborn? Right back at you, man. Mashiro and Louise threw Natsuko's vitriol back at him. Thank you. I don't want to hear from you, Natsuko. The three of us just have the same idea in mind. Exactly. Like... Total agreement. Natsuhiko smiled wryly at their words. I guess there's no stopping you two either, eh? He was headed towards a terrorist target with two girls as his only allies. It was quite an absurd proposition and an extremely dangerous one at that. And yet Natsuko was starting to feel that he was okay with it. Damn it, why? My fear from 9 years ago hadn't faded after all those years. So why is the only soft thing now that I know I've got these two by my side? Because they're allies, you could trust them and stuff like that. He was beginning to understand how Mashiro felt more and more. How the simple notion that he was not alone was so encouraging. Natsuhiko grinned at the girls and spoke in a deliberately cheerful voice. Okay, you win, guys. I concede. You don't really have a choice. Natsuko, you mean... Why are you, like, so ecstatic expecting him to, like, it's not a decision on his part. I can't waste any time arguing here, so I've got no choice but to take you two with me. Hey, what's with that attitude? Yeah, you're all equals here. You're not this boss of them. You're weaker than me, you know. Exactly. You got me there. Though he was laughing, Natsuko swore to himself that no matter what happened from here on out, he would protect these two. He was physically weaker than Louise, and he was less skilled with BC than Mashiro, so protecting them was the only way he could repay them for the courage they provided him. Okay then, ready guys? Roger. I'm ready to go when you are. Let's go, to protect the city. The kids nodded at each other and dashed off. Alright, you know what? I've been feeling like a nap is coming on, and this seems like a nice point to take a moment of break as well. So we shall do that for today. I was initially thinking of, well, maybe we'll finish this part with this route today, but it seems not to be. That's fine. That is fine. There's always next week, and I am in no rush anywhere. Have never been and will never be in a rush. There's no point in rushing things. That's not what we do here. That's not what I do. So, yes. With that, and that, I believe... Is there anything else to speak on, to address, to mention? No, I don't think so. I don't believe there is. No, good. Alright, that makes things easier for me. And there's nothing else to pop up other than let us now jump into the void. And this time to now continue with, well, with what we always end on with, isn't it? And I believe this is, yes. This volume has finally concluded. Well, will be. Anyway, right. Switching over to The Reign of Dio. Volume... No. God damn it. Act 1. Rainbow. Volume 1. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Chapter 9. Still I'm Sad. The stars are raining down from the night sky, slowly but surely turning it pitch black. I see your face as the flickering lights go out one by one in the distance, and another teardrop falls on my hands. Dry and weary after countless thoughts of you, in a daze I go out to search for you. I cannot let go of the time when you were here, yet with every step I feel I stray further from you. Please, grab my hand, for I can no longer see, and bring me back into the light, back into your embrace, back into your heart. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.